Button go?
And button go.
There it is.
Yeah.
Hello, everyone. On today's episode of Let's Talk FGO, Lostbelt 5 Part 1 came out, and so we have beaten most of it.
Most.
A majority. I haven't actually posted my tweet about Atlantis Surmounted. But also, not to be outdone, JP has thrown a stone-cold stunner at us out of nowhere for no reason.
Like they'd like to do, for real.
So, hi, we're gonna have a big boy show for you. So before we go anywhere, let's explain why the show is live. It's twofold.
It's twofold, yes.
There's two reasons. So, number one, it rolls around to yesterday night. I have been literally melting my brain writing the Teach Me segment, which is also in the schedule. That will also be on today's episode. Are you ready to learn about the Aozaki Sisters? I hope you are, because I'm gonna make you. But I was melting my brain on that. I'm talking about that, and, you know, Lucky's like, psst, bro, you should get past section 11. And I'm like, okay, but it's already like 8 o'clock, and this episode's gonna be freaking long. Yeah. I don't want to be up to 7 a.m. to do it, so I was already dead tired. I've had a busy week, guys. There's no What's Up this week, as you can tell.
Yeah.
So, like, I can warn you, I've been busy. I streamed solo on Monday. Not a huge burden. People do it all the time, but still, different than doing it mono. I had to produce an entire Wanted. Please check it out. I'm running a little experiment now, actually. I realized that with the new thumbnail, it was doing way worse than the Space Destroyer that had the old-style thumbnail. So I made an old-style thumbnail and switched it to see if people will actually click more on that.
Oh.
So we're going to see if that happens. If you haven't watched Wanted already, do it already. It is a... well, I won't say a guaranteed, but it is a repudiated catalyst. People say in the comments it worked for them all the time.
All the time.
So that was that. I also shot and produced an entire episode of Progression after like a week off. So all that. I watched all of the episodes of Stone Ocean that came out. And I think not contiguously, but within the same 24 hours. And also since Wednesday, I have been jamming Atlantis very hard as well. So like, I've had a busy week, so I was pretty tired. And Lucky was like, oh, well, fuck it, we'll just do it live then. Because the other thing is that normally on What's Up, when Lucky doesn't have anything else in particular to stream or when he's rotating out, Lucky plays Final Fantasy XIV.
Yes.
There's a slight problem with that right now.
Yes.
If you guys have been on Twitter...
what am I doing?
Endwalker early release came out.
Yes.
Which is early access, so Lucky double-check this. He is not supposed to stream any of that content anyway.
Nope.
But also, I have seen this and I have occasionally peeked into the crow's nest. Some people can't get into 14 at all.
No.
So, yeah, that was not going to work. So we decided to call an audible and to celebrate Lostbelt 5. Because holy shit, guys, it has been a long time since story content.
Yeah, it is.
That's something that's been felt really weird about, like, playing FGO, like, non-stop for several hours, right? It's like, man, it's been a while since we had, like, really dense content like this, you know?
Oh, man, and is it dense?
Oh, yeah. I mean, you really feel how this Lostbelt is noticeably longer than all the others so far, and it's only one half of it, too.
I think that's the thing that certainly says me is that's just one half.
Right, because it's like, oh my god, this is already so dense, and then you're like, but wait a minute, also there's so much that they're casting into the future, right? Like,
oh, yeah.
They talk so much about Olympus and the guys going before, and don't worry, we'll get into the whole thing. We'll do the whole, like, intro bit and everything. I'm about to do the patron read, but I just want to let everybody know. So we decided to call an audible, do the show live. It's going to be quite lengthy, and so we hope that you will enjoy the experience. This experience, of course, being brought to you by our patrons like Adam DeHarp, Aga Comics, Aga Zima, Eric 10 Bucks, G, Carlos, Dragon, Ferris, Jeremy Vasquez, Jonathan Sandoval, Legendary Boss, Liam Kessler, We Drive to Rogue Robin, Trevor, Shiny P, some guy named Bob, Starting 23, and Varen the Crow. If you like what we do and want to see us do more, consider supporting us on Patreon. Get access to episodes early. Obviously, not now. We'll use this live. But if we recorded this on Friday, you can get used to it early. Get access to audio and more, and it really helps us out. Thank you for your support, everybody.
Thank you. So, before we get started, I do hope that everyone is enjoying Fey Grand Order, aka being bros on boats, and why we here at Studiomega like to bring you the latest Netgeo-related news and memes. We will be talking about current and future events for both the JP and EM version of the game, so anyone wanting spoilers should really not be here right now.
Yes.
We're gonna double down on our spoiler warning here, cause like I said, I talked to Omega about this. Omega's actually a little bit further, but we're gonna be covering up to section 11 today.
Yeah.
Because
I think that's a good for first impression.
Yeah. In the pre-show, Omega was all like, Lucky's working on pre-notes, and some people are like, how much you want to bet that Lucky's gonna get his ass kicked by notes? I'm like, no, it happened because, again, we were talking about this, I'm just going through the story bits, it's long. It's fucking long. I couldn't get through it all, but we at least have all the section named, so we can kind of, hopefully, try and keep ourselves a little bit more coordinated than we usually do. Unfortunately, when we usually do this, we kind of go... We jump around a lot, and some things might get lost in translation, so I'm hoping we can have a little bit more streamlined experience this time.
And when we do final thoughts, we also like to talk, which, by the way, this is not final thoughts. This is only first impressions. When we do final thoughts, we usually do these, like, big, broad topics about things. Though, I suspect one of our usual topics we could cover with the things we've covered in this part, but I will talk about that later when we get to section 11.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this will be more focused on, like, the rough first-ish half, little under half, technically, of the story and the beats. We have it all laid out by the section, so we have the names, even if we didn't fully assign our notes to the chapter areas.
I'll try to be a lot better.
But we will be able to let you know if you're only, like, a few chapters in or you're not there yet. Well, first of all, you've got possibly several hours because we have to do news and mailbag and all that. So, you know, you guys can, like, zone out while Lucky reads a question that's not yours and keeping up. But we will be able to give you warnings and let you know about, like, you know, whether or not you need to, like, deafen the stream for a little bit and come back later. And by the way, I will let you know that our usual spoilerification policy does stand. Please do not post full-ass spoilers for, like, Section 24 or anything like that in the chat. I will delete it and possibly put you in timeout. Because I am looking at the chat. How many mailbags are we at? Will we do the full thing? We usually like to do full mailbag on live shows anyway. So, how many commentos? 22.
We can do that.
We can do full. It's around the cutoff anyway. There. But alrighty, with that in mind, let's start moving through our show segments, you know, after we had a, like, 7-minute opening. We shall begin. First of all, I'm not going to do the sound cue because literally nobody would hear it. Usually this is where Mash would tell you to wake up. But since we're 8 minutes in, I can say fuck. So wake the fuck up, Senpai, except for pro tips. This one's simple this week. Just reminding you what your mat items are. Your December mat ticket items are soaps, horseshoes, and seeds.
Enjoy that.
Yeah, some people will definitely relish those soaps. So it is time for us to roll on into Records on a regular achievement topic. You can guess where this one is going. I wrote my notes down first. Lucky was distracted by wrestling with the plot.
I was.
So, for me, I got total NP2 Mandricardo, NP5 Chiome. That was starting with NP3, but still, 2 more. And NP4 Tombo Cat out of my initial St. Quartz. You may notice there's not an Orion in there. But I did buy a little bit of extra St. Quartz. I was already feeling the burn, and I did have enough points for some Google credit off. I got about, $10 off. And I did get a Super Orion.
Yay.
And Super Orion's smile is now protected. His skills would be much higher if I had any blue fucking archer gems. Holy shit, where did those all?
Who knows? So me, guess what? Lucky is horrible with financial responsibility, as usual. And I can't remember, it was on the Reina's day. I was like, I want me a fucking Reina's. Because I don't remember how this happened, but I accidentally spent all my quartz on Skahawk Day. I think it was one of those things like, oh, I'm just gonna spend tickets. And for some odd reason, I just kept hitting the 10 spin button. I'm just all like, wait a minute. So I basically spent all my quartz. And I was just like, well, fuck, I'm already here. Here, let me just open up. Let me just roll out a big, $80 pack here. And first 10 spin got Reina's. I'm like, okay, no, I'm done. Fuck everything. This is life. I now have a nest egg for Yang. I'm like, cool, fine, whatever, cool. And then we get to Atlantis.
Yes, I was personally able to purchase enough sync quartz, by the way, also that I will be good for the GSSR when that rolls around.
Yes. Then Atlantis comes out. And I'm like, no, I'll be fine. I'll be fine. Resist. I met Orion. I'm like, no, I can no longer resist. I love this man. So roll again. First 10 spin just showed up. I was like, okay, no, I'm done. I don't need anything else. I'm great. I met Mandricardo. Oh, this boy. Rolled again. Got him in my next 10 spin. I'm just all like, my luck is just gone now. Like, I don't know what happened, but apparently my fucking luck and my desire sensor actually, like, lined up perfectly. It was some fucking, Daime magic shit. We'll talk about that later. Jesus fucking Christ.
The planets aligned, the stars were right, the old ones were awake. Look, you got what you wanted without too much effort, but at what cost?
At what cost, indeed. So... there is that, and at that moment I had to definitely make a hard pivot to hand farming.
Yes, I also had that problem.
Yeah. So that's all taken care of, and I still I have like 150 quartz plus enough for GSSR, so I'm probably good. Probably. I hope.
My only problem will be, well, Achilles is on banner 2, probably. Do like Achilles, but he's permanent. He'll show up eventually.
That's what I gotta tell myself every day.
Everyone on that banner will show up eventually, unless they don't, like Tamamo after 5 years. But there's like 2 SSR tickets, so we'll work on that. I think my personal primary concern is Christmas gonna be a bitch without some gacha CEs, or will I be okay? Because I'm personally willing to wait until some New Year's rotation.
I'm not entirely sure myself, but we'll see.
We'll see what happens. Things are in flux. We'll talk about that when we get to news. But yes, Super Orion immediately made his presence felt, and there's some stuff I'll talk. I felt a certain urge to go a little extra on this, but I do want to know that canonically, that's another servant who came to me right away when I spent money. Much like Summer Maeve, so that means that, in fact, Super Orion just wants your money. Bitches just want my money. We don't have any evil, though, because things went very smoothly. Before I got the Super Orion on a little bit extra, I was considering whether or not my role would be evil, because holy shit. I got those Chiyomis, by the way, were like, not literally back-to-back, but I think they may have even been the same 10 pull. If they weren't, they were one 10 pull apart. And I was just like, okay, all right. Well, when I get that SSR ticket for Tamamo, the arts memes will be great, but yes, reminder everybody, I have all the shit I need to do funny haha arts things that I do not have Tamamo. Oh, but lordy, when I get her, and when I get that Castoria, whoa. But anyway, let's check in, everybody, and ask, did you finish your master missions? I feel like you're being taunted by the master missions. I am. Like 2 weeks ago, you were like, hey, Omega, we should give more detail, and then the next 2 weeks are just, like, the most generic missions.
They are! Like, well, read them out.
Okay. By the way, I think if you're playing Lostbelt 5 at all, I don't think you can literally avoid completing these.
No.
You need to defeat 5 servants, defeat 15 Saber Rider enemies. All of these, by the way, I didn't write them down, but these are all not servants or certain kinds of bosses. 15 Saber Riders, 15 Lancers, Assassins, or Berserkers, and 15 Archers or Casters, and then complete 5 quests and complete 10 quests. Literally just do story. All of these classes are present. There are enemy servants. You'll get them. I think I did it in like a day of actually playing Lostbelt 5.
Yeah, no, so... yeah, because there's a variety of mobs and fights in LB5. So... oh no, crab! Do you look at the crab?
Me too.
Excuse you, I do not care.
But yeah, so master missions are, again, dirt simple. And to remind everybody, if you are in a hurry to complete your bonus master missions for more bonus quartz, remember Jura Forest. You can punch Martha and werewolves.
I think you have less than an hour on it right now.
Yeah, you should probably pick that up if you're gonna, but it's there.
Mhm.
So, it is time to move into the news. Skelegrams.
Yeah.
So we've got a chunky Skelegrams for you as well, because there was some decent news.
Mm-hmm.
First of all, as we have been doing for, I believe, the past couple of years, FGO Advent Calendar in NA.
I do like it.
Starting on the 1st of December and going until the 26th. Log in every day for gifts. They started us off with a ticket. And have been steadily giving us the good shit. I think there's already been like 1 million QP, a few gold apples. Some of them will probably get a little lesser as we go on. You know, not all 25 days can be bangers, but you'll be able to get a decent assemblage of bonus gifts if you log in for your Advent Calendar days. That's always fun. And then the big one, the Atlantis release campaign in North America, starting on the 1st, right after maintenance, as predicted. And going on until the 14th, at least that initial banner release. So we got 15 Saint Courts for the stream, which was actually a stream, kind of. Most of it was pre-taped, but they did fly Edamura-san out to Aniplex to sit in the conference room with a very tired Albert in the middle of the night. Well, 6 o'clock, I think, over there. But still. Yeah, let's see. Probably dark. But then they had a big pre-taped segment. We had a huge party in VC.
Huge.
Only got a little rowdy. But it was mostly pretty good. We got some interesting stuff, though. We started off with some things a little bit out of order. The Hector rank up and animation update came immediately. This was a little bit of a surprise in the JP version. It only came with the second half of the banner.
Mm-hmm.
And the banner releases Super Orion and Mandricardo with the Chiyomi rate up and the new CEs. You'll notice there's a character missing on this list, which I talked about in my pregame, and also who you may have seen in the loading screen. I have seen the screen cap. Straight up, Europa's not on the banner. She's just not there. Now, what exactly does this mean? We don't know. You should keep in mind, Europa is a permanent unit when she comes out. After her banner ends, she's in the permanent summon pool. She will be on, I think, this next SSR ticket that's coming up, too. Because it's basically every permanent that was released up until the end of this year. So, and like I said, people have screen captured data appearing on the loading screen. So she exists. It's not like they're forgetting her or anything. It's just they seem to have reorganized the banners. Which is interesting. Much like how they reorganized the order in which we do the events.
Yeah. Clairvoyance can only get you so far nowadays, apparently.
Yes. I also believe some people have looked at the coding of the website and indicated, like, the fact that, yes, this is definitely, like, banner 1 and only the new... Like, this is only the first servant blurb, so there is, like, space for more stuff to be thrown up. More assets to be brought in. But, no Europa to start with. It's interesting. I mean, I'll say this. I think I understand the logic. I talked about this. It's kind of a spoiler by way of not being a spoiler, but Europa doesn't actually appear in Atlantis directly. It's especially weird considering that as a character, I can say that Odysseus appears, but he is not a playable servant for several months, not until March. Also going. But Europa came out early, and admittedly they've hinted at her and Talus for a long time, but still. It's a little weird. And also, she's, permanent, and that second banner doesn't have anybody new on it. It's just just Achilles and Hector on the rate up? I'd have to double check. It was an Achilles rate up, and then... Oh, no, I think it's Estrella as well.
Yeah.
So it's all permanent, no new servants, no limited servants. It's just permanent to rerun. So it may be possible that Delightworks was looking at their stats. They realized that basically nobody rolled on the second banner anyway, right?
Probably.
They all know everybody's rolling for Orion. Europa was notoriously underappreciated, underfeatured, being on the same banner as Super Orion. Everybody talked about how she didn't get like a huge explosion of fan art or anything. probably because you released her before she appeared as a character. Works.
Mhm.
And it wasn't like a cool thing like, you know, Ishtar showing up early at Christmas or something. It was just kind of weird. And they may have reorganized the banners so that it's more appealing for people to roll on that second banner.
Yeah.
Because otherwise they wouldn't.
I mean, that's probably my guess is she'll show up on the second banner. But this does make it interesting because we've already known that they're willing to play around with banners, especially banners that, you know, don't have, you know, direct, what's the word I want to say? Translation to our things, you know, we like, you know, Kyo Math and other such things. But I don't know, I think this is the first time is this the first time they've actually, like, fucked with a full-on, like, story banner, like a story release banner?
I think it is. I know that they've reorganized some summons, but I think this is like the first straight up moment where it's like, oh yeah, this SSR, she's not on this banner. We're moving her to a different banner. And I feel like they can only get away with it because she's a permanent, right?
Yeah.
Because she's gonna go in the permanent summoning pool.
Well, yeah,
So
no,
they
can't do it.
But
Yeah, they probably can't fuck with limited ones because limited ones are, well, limited.
Yes, and they have specific schedule.
Yeah.
They also, in our case, we know that because limiteds are tied to GSSRs, they have to come out in a timely manner. Like, there was no way that they could delay Lostbelt 5 Part 1 and Super Orion until after New Year's, for instance, because he will be in that lucky bag.
Yes, he will.
All the more reason I don't need to roll an Archer.
Oh god, I have Super Orion and Reyna's now. Who the fuck am I rolling on? God damn it.
So we got a second part Okeanos banner.
Okeanos?
Yeah, that's right.
Oh,
That's
right.
and I think that's correct. Yeah, they added an extra banner for Medea Lily after Okeanos, which wasn't in JP.
Oh, okay.
The first year was weird. Yeah, this is the first time where we've relocated somebody other than like, hey, this servant didn't get a proper rate up before. So, yeah, it's a weird one. There were many jokes about it in chat at the time, but I genuinely don't think anybody's upset.
No, like if they had moved like Super Orion to like the second banner, I'm pretty sure a lot more like people that would have pissed people off.
Yeah,
but
I mean, I think some people are already agitated that that Christmas and Lost Belt 5 got flipped, right?
Well, people
a new limited saber.
Well, it's also that. It's also because Christmas is Lotto, and people love to get their stockpile for everything in Christmas Lottos.
Hey. Somebody in chat just bought some quartz and Gatsu. There you go. Thumbs up, everybody.
Finger guns to you, mate.
But yeah, so and I mean it's funny because I haven't fully scripted, but I remember from when we talked about her that Europa is not as like ground shaking as Super Orion is. You know, Super Orion is a kind of meta servant. He has a very unique role in like letting you do some really cracked solos, and no, he is also really strong. I have been using him in the story support version.
He is strong. Jesus fuck.
Like you know, when you're casually doing 3-digit crits or 6-digit technically crits without really trying, all you did was just pop all his buffs at once, you know, and go into an NP turn. Or how freaking casual it is to do like NPBB with 100% and just be like, nah, you're dead, bro. Like, I mean, it's funny because it's all effectively single target, you know.
Yeah.
So it makes dealing with trash mobs a little funny, but like, yeah, it's just the dude is very powerful.
He just goes.
But also, you know, in addition to all that, you know, and that seriousness, there's also comedy. I've gotten the funny version of his NP a couple times.
Oh yeah.
I love that some of his skill, you know, animations, he does his little bear face. So good.
I do love Bareface.
And I love that that's the thing, that they keep he gets his weird expression still, even though he's now huge. He's so fucking huge, guys. Oh my god. He takes up so much of the screen.
It's hilarious, like... Oh man, like I thought it, like I didn't actually understand like how muscly and how huge he was until I actually got to sit down and look at him. I'm like, Jesus, this man. I know, like they say in Spartacus, like his blurb is like that man was all muscle. It's like, no, Super Orion is all muscle. Jesus.
Yeah. Well, and it's interesting because that is something I talk about this in Wanted. That is something that is actually attested in certain versions of his myths. He's supposed to be like a giant. He is of enlarged stature. And in some versions he can walk on water. In other versions it's like, nah, this motherfucker's just so huge that his head and shoulders emerge above the waves. Really? Damn. He's huge.
Cannot be stopped.
So yeah, when you compare him to Europa's kit, which is just, hello, I am a rider with 2 arts cards and 2 buster cards. I do an AoE buster. Do you somehow not have Drake? It's been 5 years. Yes, I do have Drake. I am using her quite a lot on this, actually, now that you ask. Thanks. I finally remembered to raise her the Light of Possibilities. The
Pioneer.
I don't remember. The Pioneer of the Stars. There it is. Yeah, I finally raised that to 10. I was like, shit. Why did I not finish giving you all 50% of that battery? Anyway. They just eat enemies really eat. So, yeah, it's a broad difference, right, in like the viability and utility of those 2 servants. So, yeah, we'll see. But I think that's all of our Atlantis news. If you want our first impressions of the story of Atlantis, you're gonna have to buckle in and continue giving me the view time.
Yeah, he's so tall when he stands up straight. Like, Jesus, Orion.
Stop slouching. Also, by the way, shout out to Orion, the archer who mostly just punches people and or shoots clubs at them.
Or knives.
Yeah.
He shoots knives. But still, fuck. I do love his animations. His animations are so like, I love how he like smacks his fists together and then punches. I'm just like, oh
yeah,
powerful.
And how if you do 2 buster in a row, the second one is just him yelling. Shout out to the animations for being different. I've been using Jason a lot also for reasons, and I find it very fascinating how they do the difference between like him doing his animations at a distance and then if he does something where he gets up close.
Mm-hmm.
So like he will, like I think it's his Buster is Hercules, throws him in close. If you follow that up with other cards, he actually attacks with his sword.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas if you like do like an arts card from a distance, that's Lily comes in and shoots beams.
Mm-hmm.
It's very, very, very interesting how diverse a lot of our animations have gotten.
Actually, that actually reminds me on a Jason point. This is gonna come up later, but I actually want to get it out before I forget. Is Jason's normal death animation him running away? Like not like, you know, the back leap away, but just actual running away. Because when you fight him in this chapter, I noticed that he doesn't do the usual back step that most servants do when they when they are not
killed.
Yeah. No, he actually he actually turns and runs away. He has that he has that running animation.
I think the story support version does that. Yes, I haven't actually had my regular ass Jason die.
Okay.
So I don't know if that's normal, but that is definitely they gave him a special feature when he retreats. He runs away. Jason's great, guys. We'll talk about that.
Yeah, no, this is good. This is good stuff.
But now we got to talk about some JP news because holy shit, JP news. So first of all, this has been a huge bomb for another reason. But Interlude Campaign 18, going from the 2nd of 12 December to the 9th, so just a week here. Log in for 5 days for some 5-star EXPs and 2 tickets. So Interludes. Now, this is the interesting thing. I'm actually going to do this in reverse order.
Oh, okay.
We have a skill interlude for Galatea. Her third skill now generates 5 to 10% NP with Buster cards for 3 turns. I'm assuming then that means that when they planned Galatea, they weren't quite sure they were doing this Buster Loop meta thing with Konanskaya, and now they're like, that's fine. NP interlude for Chiron. His NP now does bonus damage to Earth attribute enemies and gets a multiplier up. That's going to be pretty sick because he's single target.
Mm-hmm.
And then... shockingly, those were not the great standouts because we got 4 St. Quartz interludes. Now, usually these are a little bit of a letdown for people because It's just more story, right? Yes, it's
Right.
2 Saint Courts now, and it works towards master missions and stuff, but, like, when you're dropping, 6 friggin' interludes, and only 2 of them are buffs, you're a little bit like, oh, come on, who can get a little something-something? But no, this one completely distracted everybody, because the interludes are for Sei, Gareth, Hokusai, and Kama.
Mm-hmm. Kama, who's already had a Quartz interlude, by the way.
Yes, Kama, who's already had an interlude. It's not enough. We have to give Kama a second interlude. And in the second interlude, we pull a trigger that Redrop set up, and we have story sprites for male Kama.
Yeah, no, like, I do want to point this out. This isn't something that came out that hasn't come out of the blue. Redrop has had a design for male Kama forever. I think, like, originally when Kama first came out, he actually, or she, the nebulous existence that is Redrop, actually came out with a few sprites of Kama and male dress, and I was like, it looks pretty good. Interestingly enough,
this is not uncommon, by the way, with artists. For instance, I think it's Toazuma who did Mothman. Like, showed off his original design before he got all ethereal and weird. Like, they did a more historically appropriate design, and then the design team were like, "Nah, make it weirder." Like, and fucking Paco does this all the goddamn time, drawing alternate arts and designs and shit. So, like, it is not unusual for the FGO artists to throw out some interesting concepts for thing, or go through some stages in concept arts, and then just come back later.
Yeah, that was the case with Ereshkigal, specifically. Who was Ereshkigal?
Rider Kentoki?
Yes, Rider Kentoki.
Right, they just drew that design one day, and they were like, fund it.
Yeah, so this ain't something that's, new and fresh, but people, I will say, I think people were kind of shocked that it is Kama of all people.
Yes.
Because Kama, I want to say, definitely leans heavily. Well, let me say, I can't even say. Normal Kama is such a weird take to have. Now that I feel like it, but normal Kama leans heavily into the wifism bait. Like, even more so in her Avenger form. So now you can definitely say there's a Kama for all flavors. Now, the question now has happened from this is immediately people are like wondering, will this become a servant? And
that I don't know. I would have to read the interlude and actually, like, know what's up, right?
Right.
Because, like, this could be just like a simulation, and then, I think it's even titled something like A Date with the God of Love, possibly part 2.
Mm-hmm.
Like, this could just be that Kama is like, haha, I will attempt to befuddle you by becoming a hot man, as Kama do. I mean, I'm pretty sure. Let me double check the dates. I'm pretty sure it said that his update was available. Somebody's talking in chat about not accessing Hector's rank up. I do believe they said it was out, but it could be like the MHX thing where you need a certain amount of story completion to start it.
Also, people talking in the chat, I can definitely see a male Kama being an arcade thing, but I don't think it's going to be a costume. I'm pretty sure, well, mostly because then, like, for a costume, they would have to basically get a whole new voice actor for male Kama. I don't know. Can Shitaya Noriko do a male Kama voice? I don't know.
She might be able to. It has a date. It is coming the 7th specifically, so you got to wait a couple more days before it is on. It is still time stepped to the second week. That's a little bit of a weird time gate. So yeah, it's time gated.
Mm-hmm.
But it will come out. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Our arcade continues to rustle our jibbies.
Well, like I said, like, we have, it's not too weird because, like, we have Arthur and Arturia, and do we have any other, like, male female combos on him? I don't think so.
Well, I mean, you're using one right now. We have Orion and Super Orion.
True.
Artemis does the hijack, then we have actual Orion later.
So it can be a thing, but I don't think it's going to happen anytime soon, guys.
No, this... What can you call it? This release is probably like it's a fun showing off the kind of thing we got going on, right? Like, hey, we redrop to these art assets, we turn this concept art into a thing. Check it the fuck out. Arcade is moving up towards their equivalent of Babylonia, and I don't know, I think shit's gonna be weird. but we'll see where that goes. Anyway. But yeah, so the whole comma thing has completely taken everybody by storm. I almost feel like it made people forget about the other bit of news that came with this drop that we'll talk about in a second. But it's still a pretty interesting thing. I'll be interested in definitely reading these. This is a, not to use the word interesting to death, but this is a intriguing combination of servants, right? Like, you've got, Gareth, who I do believe requires you to have cleared significantly into Lostbelt 6. But you also got characters like Seishonagon, Hokusai, Why is Chiron getting his buff now? It's literally like 2 years away from Atlantis, which was the last Greek... Well, no, Olympus is technically the last Greek-based thing, but you know what I mean. Mm-hmm. Also, I don't think he gets a buff when they did the rerun of the APOC. It's interesting. I do think the buff is good for Galatea. That'll probably make her more abjectly useful because, she is a berserker who has an arts NP and you want to do some stuff. She's already kind of like a little bit of a more, tankier, solid Vlad. This will probably help with some go for. During this time period, you do have double suck on the above servants, so double suck chains. And there is a summon banner. It is a rotation of Galatea and Hokusai. Again, Hokusai, another raid up, I believe, in a little bit. In Gypsies. Also, roughly around the same time, JP, Main Quest Clear Part 3 happened. We really want you to catch up on the story, please. This is going on from the 1st to the 31st, so all through December this will be available. You get 6 Saint Courts if you start Lostbelt 6, technically clear Act 1. So that probably means you have to get through like a prologue and an intro and all that other garbo. But, get started, you get 6 Saint Courts. If you beat it before this time period is over, you get a lore. We do have a quality of life update as well. Command cards now load faster. And especially going through Atlantis, I hope we get this shit early. You can now turn off the quest confirmation box in settings.
Oh.
So you no longer need to be told there will be no battles or you will make your party just before a quest. And there is a little note on a quest if you have it turned off that will let you know you build your party before, just before you do the fight, not at the start. So, yeah. This I will be glad for because goddamn Atlantis, do you have a lot of no battle pips and a lot of pips where we build after the cutscene.
Yeah.
So yeah, there's a switch for that. We also have an interesting one. A new Mana Prism Shop CE has dropped, featuring everybody's favorite Python. Seeking the End of Eternity. It gives you plus 25 FP and plus 5% Master EXP. Great. Oh yeah, I probably should have put this in records, but I got a new Master mission, new Master level. I don't remember what it was, but I got this in the middle of Atlantis when I had to pivot to farming hands, so that was very handy. Very handy. But yeah, so the other thing that kind of coincided with these couple of drops, though, was that JP just came out of nowhere with a CM for a upcoming event in late December, which requires Lostbelt 6 to be cleared, called Tunguska Sanctuary. It looks like another 0.5 style release or something in the vein of an OQ. Mm-hmm. So possibly a limited time event that still has, story implications.
Yeah. From the looks of the CM, this seems to be very Koyaaskaya focused.
Yeah, the CM literally goes through all 6 of her costumes.
Now, Meg had to point this out to me, but if you take a look at the... Oh, what do you want to call it? The
logo.
The logo.
They all have their little logos. Every little Lostbelter or story event does.
Yeah, that logo has what looks like to be 9 tails in a circle. And it's just like,
Yeah, I saw those sigils and I was like, what the fuck is that? Are those tails? I paused it. I count them. I'm like, wait a fucking second. Wait a gosh darn cotton picking fox earing minute. 9 of those. So, yeah, no. Looks like another thing in the... and I believe, Lucky, you brought this up in the pre-show. I think they said last time they talked about it that this is more in the vein of like an OQ or a CCC. It will be time limited. Mm-hmm. As opposed to Heian Kyo, which was basically went direct to main interlude, do not pass go. So we'll see exactly what it is. This does say late December. We have not yet had the Vishra rerun. I expect you'll probably get a short run of that, and then, because remember, the interlude campaign only goes until the 9th. It only lasts about a week. And then a new Christmas has to get in there. But this Tunguska thing is definitely separate from Christmas. So, yeah, interesting. Speaking of releasing servants early, it's not like Koyaaskaya wasn't well known to us, but it's definitely kind of funny how you know,
Well,
it just so happened that you know, she popped up at the anniversary as Koyanskaya of Light, and now here comes this thing.
yeah. So, yes, Tyranno King. This someone did mention that apparently Tunguska was mentioned somewhere back in LB1. I actually think isn't that I'm not sure where it was though. I'd have to go look, but that'd take me a while.
Yeah, I'd have to hunt it back down.
But I will tell you guys what Tunguska is. So if you guys don't know, Tunguska was a weird event. It happened in the early 1900s somewhere in Russia, where just a big fucking section of forest just, for lack of a better term, exploded. There's a lot of theories about it, but the most prevalent one is basically that an asteroid came in, either, you know, kind of just scraped past us or blew up an atmosphere and caused a strong enough airburst explosion to basically just flatten this one particular part of the forest. It's one of those really weird events that's just, you know, truth is maybe stranger than fiction kind of things.
Yeah.
But if I remember
specifically, by the way, we should say it was a 12 megaton explosion.
Ah, yes.
It is the largest impact that has happened during recorded history. But luckily, it happened in the middle of Krasnoyarsk Krai in Siberia, literal Siberia, middle of fucking nowhere, with 0 confirmed deaths. So, yeah.
Oh yeah, what are they calling this? Like anti-primate ecology?
Yes.
Tunguska?
No, yeah, anti-primate ecosystem or something.
Yeah.
Now y'all, listen, I'm not spoiling nothing, but they did make sure to compare this to Okyu. So like, you know, numbers go up, guys. Numbers increase in order. And some people are like, "Ooh, but the foe." But I'm like, listen. Y'all, I've been paying attention. I've been listening to what Koyanskaya is putting down, okay? And her giant spirit origin. So, we'll see what happens.
I have a few theories of my own, but I said they're just theories. I don't want to necessarily have people think I know what I'm
No, we will be dealing with people spoiling way too much on YouTube and Twitter soon enough.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's all some pretty interesting news. You know, a big story release over here, an upcoming story release in Japan, and again, no hints towards their Christmas either right now. You know,
Christmas train.
We're just trucking along. It's got a lot of interesting things going on.
Mm-hmm.
So, and that after approximately, you know, almost 45 minutes is the news.
Yay!
I told you the show was going to be big.
Big show. Actually, I just realized I need to pull up the community so I can look at your lovely... Oh, I'm gonna melt this girl with Kama. How appropriate. Hang on, I have to bully.
They're enemy riders I haven't been using. Though most of them are mobs, so I'm not doing like a meme run, but I have access to a shocking number of enemy servants, so I do make sure to occasionally throw in a Sigurd, a Prince Landling, Yume Ren, you know, the usual.
Alright, so while Kama melts a Tsundere here. Oops. Let me pull up. Let's see here. I click on that. I go to that. I'm gonna scroll on. We're at 22. Okay, here it is. So, everyone, it is time for this week Let's Talk FGO Mailbag, the segment where we read what you have to say and comment accordingly. This week, melted. This week we have 22 lovely entries, and I'm pretty sure we can get through them all. So we will.
Yep. Barring any which we may or may not throw out into the void, because we're us.
We're us. So let me just uncap some liquid energy here, aka Monster. Flavor is Ultra Watermelon. It's like Super Orion, only a melon.
Somebody edit Orion's bare face onto a melon.
That'd probably be
I will give you 1 internet thumbs up if you do so. You can add it to us on Twitter at Studiomega YT.
What are we punching out? No, punching sabers here. Alright, so our first one comes from the Tiger King, about to hit 149 as I'm writing this. Congrats, my dude. They say, question, hey guys, so it's 6.5 on the horizon, NJP and NA. I don't know if I'm going to call it 6.5, but I guess it's close enough to a 6.5. In the middle of, and NA is in the middle of LB5. What story content do you think JP will do since they... What story content do you think JP will do since they roughly do 2.5-ish story chapters a year? Would it be more stalling until LB6, like 6.7 or 6.9? Or will we just have go straight into 7 in the final fight later next year? Either way, my wallet and body are not ready, so take care and have a nice evening. P.S. Hope you guys are able to grab the sweet shirts that were announced on stream. I was not able to get the shirts because I was looking at them. They didn't have like the super limited one in double XL. They only had it in XL. I'm all like, I'm a big dude. Even if I'm not like necessarily fat, I'm still a big dude.
Yes.
So nah.
I chose not to because
they're pricey too.
Listen, I don't get out enough, and it's like $50 for a nice shirt. And I'm like, nah. If we were going to conventions, maybe, but I'll catch another one sometime when I will be seen by people. But otherwise, I'm just gonna chill in my closet.
Feeling seen.
So, on the point of the story rotation, I think it's an interesting one, right? Because, you know, as you do, we do actually usually get roughly 2-ish and a bit story bits done per year. Mm-hmm. With, like, some of them being a little slower, but that's because Lostbelts 5 and 6 were written directly by Nasu and are very, 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 very fucking long. Mm-hmm. You know, everybody, you know, open your slides up to Mafia slamming down the stacks of printer paper. So, I believe we're done with that. I'm pretty sure in interviews, Nasu has said that he has full-blown stepped back from writing FGO. He has, you know, told his assistant writers what to do and where the plot's going, and he has taken a full step back and is hopefully getting some vacay time, but otherwise I think is focusing on the second half of the Tsukihime remake.
Yes.
In terms of his personal writing. So with that in mind, I do think we can actually pick up the pace. I would expect that, because this is going to be year 7, right?
Right.
This is the 7th year. I expect Lostbelt 7 this year. It lines up. Probably, you know, as they did with Lostbelt 6, probably just before anniversary a little bit. You know, because we're doing this thing at late December, so, you know, probably a few months in, we'll have something resembling Lostbelt 7 Part 1 or whatever. We'll see how dense it is. We'll finally get there, and I would assume if that's it, like if we're actually ready to go to the big conclusion, keeping in mind that Nissan and the other like directors talking about like long-term plans for FGO have said that they have content up to year 10 planned already. They said at year 5 they had 5 more years of stuff planned. So FGO won't end in year 7. But assuming they don't need to draw out this part anymore, because you know there's always flashbacks, guys. We're gonna have we have some questions about the timing of Imaginary Scramble. Okay, later. But given how compressed the timeline of FGO is already, they could easily like just give us Lostbelt 7 next year and then do whatever our equivalent of Time Temple Solomon. You know it'll happen at the end of that year, and then. Is it just seasonal events? Is it, you know, side stories? Do we actually have a part 3 planned after that? I don't know, but I feel like with Lostbelt 6 out of the way, they can't keep stalling, and I don't think they want to keep stalling. Like, I think part of the reason why we've gotten these, like, little bits and bobs, like Heiankyo and, like Imaginary Scramble and stuff, and even OQ before it, and now the Tunguska Sanctuary coming up, is because these Lostbelts, especially 5 and 6, are just so fucking dense and have so many plot points that can't get resolved inside the actual Lostbelt stories that they have to, like, keep coming up with side events to keep answering lingering questions, but they still have main story to advance. So, I don't know. Unless, like, it is just straight up, like, Nasu was lying to us and he's gonna go write 7 as well.
He might.
I mean, listen, the man has a problem.
The man literally has a problem. Like, you didn't note this in the Aozaki notes, but there's a point I want to bring up about how Nasu is literally unable to stop himself from writing.
Oh yeah, I mean, I can bring it up now because there's one element of that I did put in my notes. But after they turned Mahoyo into a visual novel, they announced it in '08, by the way, and it didn't come out until 12. After it came out, Nasu said that he had 2 sequels planned. Where the fuck are those? I don't know. Like,
and the original Mahoyo, when it was a novel, he couldn't get anyone to publish it because he couldn't get it underneath the page count.
Yeah, he wanted to submit it for a contest, but it was 400 pages. He managed to get it down to 350, and it still wasn't compact enough. Which is why it was only, like, in a very, very limited print run. So, like, yeah, the man can't be stopped. Once he starts rolling, he just doesn't cease. So, I know he said in interviews that he's given other writers, the rest of the Lostbelt, Part 2, Cosmos and the Lostbelt to round out. But will he actually do that? I don't fucking know. I don't know if you can trust that man, okay?
So, back to the actual question, though. I think we're actually probably going to see more of these 0.5 events to maybe pad things out. Because I'm pretty sure we are going to get into Lostbelt 7 next year. I'm pretty sure it's going to be split up into, 2 distinct parts. I'm pretty sure the Tunguska event here is going to be our 0.5 from that, but I'm pretty sure we're also going to have a 0.5 after 7 that will lead up into our actual final confrontation. Maybe we have to go, after, everything's done, we learn some stuff, we have to go to another place to go get a MacGuffin so we can go deal with the final boss.
I'd also, by the way, if you want predictions for what's happening and, stuff, I would like to point out we had an intro for this chapter explicitly brought up Area 51.
Yes.
Which did not look super bleached in that story aside. And it is not covered at all by any of the Lostbelts that exist. North America isn't touched at all.
No.
Which makes sense. I mean, there were some very complex Native American cultures, but I don't know if they would have what we're looking for in terms of Lostbelt. Also, we'll see what the fuck happens in 7. We literally know nothing. I'm sure we will have a wild and wacky wave of speculation once all those fucking question marks come out of Lostbelt 7, right?
Oh, yeah.
But for now, there is a lot of build-up. 7 years, 7 Lostbelts. I can't imagine that they won't get to the start of 7 sometime in the next year. But, again, who truly knows, what that means? It could be a straight-up split, like Atlantis and Olympus, which are split not only because the narrative is long, but also because of the separate maps.
Mm-hmm.
But all kinds of things. Who knows?
It's crazy. But unfortunately, with that, though, I'm going to cut us off on that question. We're going to move on to the next one. So this next one comes from Praise Prelude to Pandora Pageantry. Umu. You get a thumbs up for alliteration, my dude. They say, "Hey, Omega and Lucky, hope things are going well as we enter the next part of the holiday season. My question for this week, is the summoning system based off the one used in Summon Grands for combating beasts? And King Hassan is the only candidate, at least we know of, for Grand Assassin? Does that imply that humanity's first conflict with a beast requiring a Grand takes place after King Hassan's timeline?"
No, the Throne of Heroes goes both ways in time.
Yeah, no, time does not... Remember, time is distinctly... time is a measurement, not a particle, I guess you could say.
Yeah, I think I used this analogy the other day. Time is not a force; it is a function of the universe.
Yes, and
while the timeline has a physical body in the the quantum time lock and stuff, no, the Throne of Heroes explicitly exists outside of the axis of time. So no, cavemans can fight a beast with Gramps.
But unfortunately, I don't think we have anything else to say on that, so we're going to keep going.
If you ever wonder if it's possible to get things before you're dead, do remember, Shiro Emiya fights himself from the future. And that's in our first fucking Grail War, too. BT dubs. Nasu thinks about this sci-fi shit way too much.
I mean, you can definitely see that in this Lostbelt.
Yeah, if people didn't believe me before when I said that Nasu's actually a huge sci-fi guy, they will now. God, each shit. Anyway, we'll get there.
We'll get there. We'll get there.
You're going to hear that a lot, I think, throughout Mailbag.
So, with that, though, Well, this next one comes from Moon is super glad we got Lostbelt for a Christmas event because that means she can farm to her heart's content. Final exams are in early December. Yeah, it works out for some people. Oh, hang on one second, though. Oh, excuse me. Carbonation. But they say, question, hey there, Lucky Omega, hope you're doing well. And the last fan sermon segment about a fairy night got me thinking, do you think they'll add Fairy Queen Titania in Fate at some point? I mean, it's not off the table, but who knows?
I'm wondering if I should say something or if that's technically a spoiler. Well, I mean, actually, I don't think it's a spoiler because it doesn't stop them, as Lucky said. I believe in Oberon's profile, it's noted that, at least from his perspective, Titania is fictional.
Oh, interesting.
That was an invention of Shakespeare, but also, I mean, Sherlock Holmes is like a major story character, and he is fictional? Question mark. So, I wouldn't rule it out. There are also other Fairy Queen characters. The Queen of the Fairies is a very commonly recurring motif, so I don't know if they could do it, and if they would.
Actually, if I remember, well, yeah, no, there's just some like, even characters we have right now actually have some criticism with some Queen of the Fairy types. Morgan has some criticism with some queenly fairies. Same with Maeve, of all people, believe it or not.
Yeah, it's not referenced a lot by the FGO version.
Mm-hmm.
They go a little bit ham, but there is actually like a major like mythographic theory, because much like the Nordics, the Irish only wrote down their shit after some Christians decided to scribble it down.
Mm-hmm.
So everything, like even the Book of Invasions, is post-Christianization, and it's very weird. Everybody drink, go watch OSB's video on that. But there are strong theories that Maeve is not actually a human queen. She is actually like the patron goddess of Connacht.
Yeah.
So, like, yeah. Also, I believe it's actually mentioned in FGO somewhere, but Diana, aka Artemis, was also part of Shakespeare's influence when he wrote Titania as a character, and also several other fairy queens. So, you also see this in in Legends of the Wild Hunt. They are sometimes referred to as the Hunt of Diana.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, there's a lot of recurring themology.
But when it comes down to it, all of it's fiction. So who the fuck knows?
I want to throw this out there. Somebody in chat brought up King Protea has Titania in her Saintcraft. Yes, but not as in the Fairy Queen Titania, as in it's similar to how the Romans had the epithet for Juno of Saturnia, daughter of Saturn. The deity that King Protea has concepted is... Oh, Lucky showing off. He's only got 61% battery left.
Yes.
The deity that King Protea has is clarified as a daughter of a Titan, a female Greek Titan. So she's got an Earth goddess of the Greek variety inside her, not the Fairy Queen Titania. So yes, it is.
You have to be a little. They do have to be.
It's one of those weird things where, like, if you just look at the list, you're like, oh, it's Titania, and then you actually read the subnote. It's like, not the Fairy Queen, a Greek deity. You're like, really?
Can't we have just called that something? I don't know. Anyway, you got to be careful about this. Like, I was actually a little bummed out about Echidna in Atlantis until I realized they always preface it with a "the." I was like, wait a minute.
Yes, that's something So you brought up Echidna a couple times, and I'd already seen the sprite. I knew it was going to happen, so I wasn't going to say nothing. But yeah, the way they translate that as the Echidna, and how everything in Atlantis is like mass-produced and mechanical and everything, it is very interesting. Especially in later segments that we won't really touch on, but they start talking about how. But it's not a spoiler, but it becomes a discussion point later where, like, I think Mash brings it up, where she's like, hey, we've met divine spirits before, like Urali and stuff, and, like, they're like humanoids, so what's going on here, guys? And Jason's like, I don't fucking know, man. Stop asking me questions. You don't pay me enough for this shit. Fuck.
It's like, we don't pay you at all, Jason. Exactly!
Yes. God, I love Jason Atlantis so much. Like, he's a huge asshole when he's an antagonist, but as a guy on your side, he's just like...
He's still an asshole, but he's your asshole.
Yeah, he's like, God, fuck, why are you making me do so much work? Oh my God, I can't believe it. You need me to do hero shit? Oh, God, fucking... And then he stumbles and he's like... I just imagine him doing the shit-eating grin with, like, a big ting at his smile. Sometimes a hero stumbles and falls, but true heroes get back. Like, I'm like, oh my God, Jason. Come on, dude. Okay, there's been your 60-second Jason diversion, but I think we have delved into that question.
Yeah, so short answer to your question, Moon. The answer is most definitely maybe.
As most feet.
But thank you very much for that. We move on. This next one comes from Attacking Alternative Alliterative Attempts. Guys, I love alliteration. Give me more. Just give more. Flexor grammar. But they say, I just finished reading parts 1 and 1.5 in time for Atlantis to finish it. The feels, man. The feels! It has brought up a few questions, but I'll wait till next week to ask the spoiler ones. My question this week is, how on earth does the lost year of part 1 work? Time didn't stop while humanity was incinerated, meh. Which means that even if no one remembers being lit of fire for a year, anyone with a telescope and passing knowledge of astronomy would know that humanity as a whole lost a year. When does lead to Magecraft being revealed? Do people not remember dying? There are so many questions that pop up in this situation. I know I rambled a bit, but I would like to know your thoughts on the subject. Hope you guys are enjoying Atlantis. P.S. The feels! So I have ideas on it. Oh, yeah,
I do believe some of this is commented on a little bit when we start Epic of Remnant.
Mm-hmm.
They bring up the fact that the year is lost. The mages, the clock tower, like immediately figures out some shit went on, and they call up Chaldean and are like, "Yo, you guys observe history. What the fuck happened?" And Da Vinci is like, "Boy, do I have a story for you, brother." Here, sign this check. Anyway, so yes, I do believe that some people can observe that they lost a year chronologically. Now, also, by the way, the Mage Association does have access to memory editing magic. They do actually, Men in Black some shit. Also, they work with the UN, so
I'm pretty sure, like, honestly, I'm pretty sure it was a mass cover-up. It was probably explained as some sort of, oh no, everyone's calendar is just off. Because honestly, guys, I'm gonna be real. How do you keep track of time with clocks, digital things? Yeah. Well, not. It's like, it might take a little bit of doing, it might take a little explaining, but if you pay a whole bunch of dues just to be like, oh no, there was just a weird cosmetic event that like threw off everything. Don't worry, nothing's fine. Everything is fine. Everything is fine. All those people singing underneath, they're conspiracy theorists.
Like, you asked the question, do people not remember dying? No, because they didn't die. Because remember, time cops. When we destroy the Temple of Time that is outside of time and we fix the incineration of humanity, because we observed that year, because Chaldean observed that year, it happened, but nobody remembers it because they didn't observe it. But they still existed, kind of, and we're not incinerated because that was a thing that happened in the past. It was a time crash. Gatia, went up into space and shot giant hot space beams to burn up the human history as rocket fuel to go back to the past. And wow, it really just sounds like I'm explaining Scientology right now. Anyway, Gatia's plan is fucking nuts. But nobody remembers dying because they didn't technically die because we fixed that. Okay? We fixed it. We got out our time wrench. We smacked the time stream. We fixed it. Okay? So, well, obviously, like, yes, via astronomical drift, you could tell some things had happened, but also a lot of things are cyclical. This is the reason why constellations and, like, zodiac calendars work. It's because you know that based on the traversal, things occur. Now, there is wobble and stuff, but only people with really, really great telescopes would do that, and I suspect that the Chaldean Security Organization, with their ties to, like, the UN Security Council and the Mage Association, would just, like I said, cover that shit up.
Yeah, so, I don't know if you can tell a year about as far as...
I think that government conspiracies would know, but it would not be a big deal. But there is a reason why, like, our organization is nearly dismantled after that, because they're kind of like, guys, what the fuck? They put us on probation.
I was like, you only say you. Actually, I still think it's fairly fucking weird that they're like, how dare you? And I was like, what do you expect us to do?
I mean, I suspect some of the political factions of the Mage Association would prefer if you burned up and died rather than break the rules. But, not our good buddy Goldorf. He'd call his buddies at policies and get us off. I wonder, by the way, if that's going to become a plot point if they do a part 3.
I honestly hope it does.
Like the association finally realizes that our shit's fucked up, and they're like, no, you're not going anywhere, buddy. And Goldorf is like, hello, reverse that shit.
I mean, I find it super fucking ominous that Goldorf's like, oh, you'll never get a ceiling designation. And I was like, weren't we talking about in the prologue how I might get a ceiling designation because I'm so fucking weird? Like,
and then he's like, and if you did, don't worry, I know those guys at policies. Oh. Thanks, buddy. Glad to see political corruption is alive and well.
Hey, it's fine it's fine when it's on my side.
I'm ranked cause, don't you know?
Let's see here.
Well, also, yeah, somebody said in chat, so you claim to have saved the world. Sure. It is true, because we reversed the time crash, there was no observable proof other than our own records that we did that stuff. So, like, I suspect some people in the clock tower had to take it with a grain of salt.
That's all. Like, you are all trying to unravel the secrets of the universe, and you can't fucking take... excuse me. A group of fucking nerds down in the Antarctic that maybe some shit went down. Fuck you guys.
I absolutely believe that about Mages. I mean, I'm sure if he still exists, even though we also have him in our Chaldea, like somewhere El Meloy II is like, no, this shit happened. It's absolutely happened. This isn't even the weirdest thing that's happened to me this week.
If we get to part 3, I want our servant Meloy to meet actual Lord Meloy, and he'd be like, this is fucking weird.
He's got, like, because it'll be, you know, by then it'll be, like, actual 2020. It'll be, like, 15 years later. He actually has, like, gray hair from all the stress. He's like, this is fucking weird, dude. Why am I so short? Something about being in your prime. Fuck.
We don't know how they're going to cover up the bleaching, honestly. That's a problem for future us.
Yeah. Well, that would require them to actually tell us what future Rin is like. That's a problem about FGO being set roughly in the 2015 plus period, and a solution they get around by constantly murdering all of humanity, so you don't ever get to ask this question. Is Fate is really bad at showing us what future characters are like. They're very, very slow. Like, I think there's like a couple of drawings of like adult Rin kicking around that they haven't done a story about.
Well, isn't, like I said, the new Case Files series? I mean, Adventures of Meloy is post.
Oh yeah, no, Adventures is post FSN for like the first time in like a bajillion years, and Rin is actually a character in it because canonically she goes to no matter what ending you pick, she goes to study at the clock tower for a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
So, yes, that is a thing. Also, thinking about the timeline makes me weird. Guys, this is relevant for later, but thinking about how the timelines are different, if you met Aozaki Toko in the current year of FGO, she would be in, I believe, her late 40s. Because Mahoyo takes place sometime in the 80s, and she's 21 canonically. That was the 80s.
Listen,
that was 40 years ago. Like
she's probably using some puppetry to just keep.
Well, I mean, I don't think she would look different, though. She does look more mature in the Case Files key art, but also she's doing something with her hair. I don't know. We'll talk about that later. We're gonna talk about that for a long time. Lucky tweeted this out talking about our show notes. 3 pages is just my Aozaki notes.
Like, these are just 2 people, literally 2 people. That's it.
But they keep showing up. It keeps happening, and you'll find out why. But I think, yeah, we've talked this one down. There's some theories. It's unclear. I feel like Epic of Remnant was kind of supposed to address that, but didn't really, because they went kind of into the... They did basically the same thing that Part 1 did, which was when Part 2 actually started. Oh, fuck, everything is broken. Fuck, everybody's dead. Dave, fuck, time. God damn it. Fuck.
Random bullshit, go!
And everything is ruined. So, forget what you know, because we broke it. And you're like, cool, great. So, I suspect we will have new problems to deal with when we unfuck this timeline.
Escalation. Where do you go escalation from a foreign god? Fucking politics.
I mean, having done so much research about the Mage Association Clock Tower for this, and knowing there's so much fluff, I forget his name off the top of my head, but the author of Case Files is, killing it, just writing about this nonstop. Like, there's definitely a lot of places for them to go, and a lot of interesting mysteriums. So
like,
we had to defend the past, we had to defend the present. Send us into alternate futures.
That's what I was thinking about if we're doing time things.
Because we have there's several future timelines in Fate. Extra and Stella, Angel Notes. The super distant future, shit like that. Like there's some shenanigans we could do. We could do some Samurai Jack shit.
We get contacted by the Moon Cell. They're going to use all their...
That would be... Yes. Because we haven't actually done the Moon Cell. That's another one. Somebody talks about the reverse side, where we're not supposed to go. But, yeah, we could actually, go into what's left of the spirit world.
Yeah, maybe the reverse side is trying to entrench on the real world and is creating these weird future things that we have to, prune. Or something. Who knows?
If we do go into politics, I'll make sure to bring my best negotiator, Space Ishtar Origin. Yes, yeah. Let's bring my let's bring our giant floating space goddess. Hello, this is my lawyer. Sup. I'm sure the Counterforce has noticed our efforts because they keep trying to send us back up. It doesn't always work, but lordy, they're trying.
Honestly, this is one of the points I want to bring up. Going into Atlantis, I feel like we've come in at the 25% mark.
Yeah, I love that about it. I love it. Everywhere you go, it's oh yeah, no, there were all these, the Counterforce realized that Lostbelt 5 was such a problem, it sent an advanced force. It fucking summoned servants and sent them literal months before you got there. And it's a really interesting concept.
And apparently it's in everyone's records that they just fucking know you. Maybe not the Chaldean versions of you, but of the servants, but they just know you. They know you're the master and you're coming eventually, one day. It's wow. It's wild.
They know that you're... Because I'm sure because the Counterforce provided them with the info, assuming they weren't... Because... For instance, Chiome references that she remembers Shimosa, and Jason obviously remembers Okeanos. Those were technically proper summoning, so those guys got recorded in the throne, so they recall some. And by the way, Counterforce sent Primo Servant. We know he's dead by the time we get there, but fucking Herc showed up. Achilles got sent. We see in a hologram later that Kentoki is referenced by name. In his Rider form too, which is very interesting. So the Counterforce was not slacking. But we'll get there. Don't you worry. Let's keep going.
So thank you very much for that. This next one comes from currently pondering why so many heroic spirits from the throne of heroes need to prove their heroism 44 times per skill.
What's the fluff on a hero proof? I'm gonna go look it up.
But they say, hey, Lucky Omega, hope you're doing well. Question, have you ever guys had a rebound in luck where rolls for a banner didn't go so well, but the next one was great? Yes, please turn back about an hour ago, where I got 2 SSRs and both in a single 10 spin. I'm just I'm Concernicus now. I'm very concerned about my wallet later. No, I just want Atomic Kick more. I could MP Atomic Kicks.
By the way, the proof of hero is probably the dumbest, stupidest mat fluff ever. Proof that you've been acknowledged as a hero. Many possess it, but they aren't conscious of it, so they forget. That's, by the way, why they need it, because they forget about it. It's literally shaped like itself. I don't even fucking know.
I don't even fucking know.
But also, yes, I've absolutely, to the question you answered, I have absolutely gotten banners that have gone dog shit and then burst.
But they say, I had spent all my SQ failing to get Skahawk and ended up with nothing until the monthly And Invert Tengen got me a murder teddy bear who throws hands as a projectile. Yeah, you can't catch those hands. Jesus, that's a big fist. Anyway, that's all for this week. See you all again. I wish everyone well and having fun with Atlantis and preparing for the grind that is Christmas. Yay! We will move on quickly, though. Thank you very much. This next one comes from Lucky's 21,209th St. Quartz. I have probably spent that many, yes, if not more. They say, "Yo, Lucky," and I wish I knew the actual key for the Omega symbol. Because I would just be like, Alt-01376 or something.
Yeah, I don't know how you type that in Unicode. I just copy and paste myself.
Yeah. Finally, stop procrastinating to post something in mailbag. I've had one question bouncing around for 2 months now. That's a lot of procrastinating, my dude, but you know what? I feel it. Statistically, what is the luckiest multi-spin you've seen / experienced, i.e. multiple limited SSRs? I've had 2 Dante's drops in a temple during Demon Town rerun, but statistically getting spooked by 5-star Neat Hime on the same roll as Zerg was less likely during my Summer 4 rolls. Toho Sniper has said he's seen 4 SSRs from multi before. Just wondering if you guys have seen anything ridiculous as such. Also, following a statement from last week, would you experience a Holy Grail War if it led to an Emiya Sanchi no Kyo no Gohan situation?
I mean, if I knew it would end up with, like, everyday menu, maybe?
Well, then was there even a Holy Grail War?
I don't know. We still don't know how that works. Emiya Gohan does not discriminate. It does not explain.
It's all just, like, we just feel good time. Do
you like food? The question of like, you know, did you see something lucky? I don't know if we confirmed that was real, but didn't somebody post an image of somebody getting like a 5 SSR spin or something in our Discord once? Or am I making that up?
I'm pretty sure somebody
posted some ludicrous shit.
Let's see. Let's go with
the thing that I have seen the most of is on a GSSR, which is, I don't know how that fucks with the probability, but I have gotten 2 separate SSRs in one pull.
Mm-hmm.
I believe I got my Melt and Drake in the same GSSR pull. So that is 2 separate GSSRs. Only one of them is guaranteed. And they were both, you know, out there. But Drake is obviously permanent, you know. So I don't know how that shakes out, but that's I think the like closest to statistically lucky that I've been.
I still think my best roll probably was 2 KPs, 1 roll. I think it was. Listen, I've rolled a lot, and I've rolled things like 2 SSRs, but like 1 SSR, then like, you know, 3 SRs. Like, actually, when I rolled a Super Ryan, I'm pretty sure I rolled like a Chiome and a couple other SRs in there, but they were all MP5 already, so they kind of just faded from mind, unfortunately. But no, like, wait, where's my murder daughter? There, big daughter. But unfortunately,
some people, somebody in chat says that there was a post of 4 Arjuna altars and 1 Napoleon in 1 roll. I don't know if that was legit or not, but we are, chat remembers better than we do. Some people posting some shit.
Mm-hmm.
4 Puntorias is another one that there was much gnashing of teeth and wailing in Discord that day.
Let's try this. And like as I said,
I also it wasn't on a straight up 10 pull, but the 2 Teslas and 6 tickets is also another like crazy if you think about it.
Oh yeah,
because that wasn't guaranteed. But yeah, we've had some weird shit, but I don't. We don't always remember all this shit, and I usually remember my horrible failures more. Like, God, how much St. Quartz I spent to not get Musashi.
Oh wait.
To not get Carmilla Rider, the infamous, you know, rolling for Summer Mordred, getting 3 gosh darned Tamamos and no 4 stars. Back in the day when I was not making enough money off this that I could only afford to spend $50 on St. Quartz and still get fucking nothing. It's, yeah. I usually remember those horror stories a little bit more. Oh, it was Ghost. Okay.
Goose.
I watched the preview screen. And I was like, wait, did King Brody just crush a monkey with a mirror? No, it was a Ghost.
But yeah. Again, like you're saying to your second bit. If I don't know if the Holy Grail like experience like to end up in a situation and like Emiya Gohan. I'm pretty sure Emiya Gohan is everyone just looked at the Holy Grail War and just went nah and just didn't fight.
I have a question. I'm not super familiar with like the manga and stuff. Has Shitty Priest ever appeared?
Actually, funny enough, the English version
hasn't. I suspect that's why.
Gil's in there. Gil does have a chapter where he just eats like shitty junk food, and he's like, mongrels, nom nom nom.
Mongrels. Once you pop these Pringles, I cannot stop. Gate of Pringles. There's another meme at the internet. You're welcome.
Actually, yeah, I'm actually a little sad about the manga.
Gil's dumb. I'm sorry. I pictured Gil's dumb face with the Pringles logo mustache on it.
Today's menu with Emiya Family keeps getting delayed. Volume 4 has been like delayed like over a year ever since COVID happened. It's been pain. I should go check on it again, but we shall see. Actually, I'm pretty sure if Shitty Priest ain't in there at some point to teach you how to make Mapu Tofu, I'm gonna be super upset. Like, you can't let that slip. You literally can't let that slip. That's a joke on a joke.
True.
But we're gonna move on from that. So thank you very much. Let me set up my daughter to smack some shit here. Now, thank you for that. This next one comes from a new Lostbelt is upon us. I am ready to cry. I shed many tears. Oh yeah, by the way, guys, I did beat Lostbelt 5.1. I completed it before we started. So yes, I will
probably, assuming I don't pass the fuck out right after we do this, which help me I don't because I gotta edit the audio for patrons. You guys do give me money for that. But I will also probably get back to slapping it as well.
Slap it. But this person says, hello, Cursed Pirate Lucky and Courier who really likes Bane's Omega. Hope you're both doing great. Kiara. Rude. So I've tried and failed to acquire Skahawk with my measly 270 quartz. My last hope now is the GSSR, so praying that Lady Luck smiles upon me then. I was so happy about the mile above that I forgot to mention that I turned 21 last week, and thus can finally drink in America if I ever travel there.
Entire team is babis. Discord stands will get that joke.
Actually, I think. No, just drink in whatever country you're in. I'm pretty sure you're like America's weird about ages and whatnot. A lot of other countries I've been to, it's like, nah, our drinking age is actually a lot younger. Just be not an idiot. Other than that, it's been finally nice to have something to do besides daily, so I can't wait to play more of it. No questions this week, just can't wait to hear what the two of you think about it so far. Yeah, we'll be there in about an hour, maybe.
Yes, correct.
Stay safe, stay healthy, and don't forget that this
shockingly,
is only the beginning.
As I predicted, I believe, last week, when there's new story content, people have more interesting questions. And also have some bullshit questions, but, we'll take them as they come.
We take them as they come. All right, but let me just unleash Cat here 1 second.
He's activating his cat.
I am activating my cat.
Full power.
So,
I mean, what can you do when you suddenly run into a horny nun in the middle? Have you ever danced with a horny nun in the pale moonlight?
No. KP over 21k right now in health. Jesus. That's always when I see those numbers, I'm always just like, wow. Like
it took them a while, but they have done some real nonsense shit with builds. Like, you know, talking about like Orion's solo damage. Well, if you want to do the ultimate stall, you know, KP's max HP totals are fucking dumb. But I was also very silent there because I was admiring just how good Cat's bit animations are. With the beams throwing the plates. But I yawned because we're at an hour and a half, by the way. Well,
damn it! 20. They always do this shit! Ah! Fucking!
Yeah, I hate Hydras.
Oh, it's defense debuff, son of a bitch. Alright, well... Whom's to give the smacketh? Hang on one second, I need Nero to... That wasn't supposed to be for Cat! I'm dumb! Who's dumb? Me?
Yeah, well.
Cat heal up a little bit. Also... Then we'll do this. We'll do that, and that, and then that. And I will unleash hell next turn. So, this next one comes from a master trying to come up with the perfect gift for Arjuna Altar as we prepare to nuke another Lostbelt together. They say, hey guys, finally stoked for the news story after my surprise that it's happening before Christmas Lotto. Anyway, it seems that in Nasuverse, a mage potential is determined and fixed based on the quality of their magic circuits. Do you know if there's any way for a mage to improve the quality of said circuits? I mean, apart from making eternal pacts with one of the governing forces of the planet. Happy holidays, and may the poor Padoru be with you. I know we covered this.
Yes, we've talked about magic circuits in Magecraft before. There are ways to be a better mage with a poor circuit count, and oddly enough, we are going to discuss some of that later in a specific example. But yes, there is methodology. Also, there's fucking cheating. Semi-spoilers for Mahoyo, but at one point to get even more betterer, despite the fact that she's already a goddamn genius, in Mahoyo, Toko develops a system where she kidnaps mages, translocates their magic crests, and has them, like, float behind her, so she has even more magic circuits.
Oh, these two are still in peace? God fucking damn it.
Yeah, I think he did. He's a fucking asshole. He did.
He did.
You got an Iron out of king size, though.
I do, but, Kiara's about to fucking NP here.
Oh, yeah, well, in that case, you're fucked, because that's true game.
Yeah, I know, I was about to say, it's like, I was counting on the fucking, not the NP seal, so I can just unleash hell, but no, there is no unleash hell. There is just unleash milk.
There's only so much...
Well, we'll see what's in the back half. Yeah, so, there's a, like, it's one of those kind of, if I remember correctly, magic circuits and their quality is kind of determined by bloodline, but you can, like, do some sort of trans, like you can do, you can transplant magic circuits, you can improve magic circuits.
You can also just, well, there's, funnily enough, you know, making that joke about, Shiro, he also, like, that was actually a thing where, pseudo nervous system conversion. This also comes back in Prisma, where you can, like, make parts of your body pretend to be your magic circuits to give yourself more energy. And you can also just get good with the circuits you have. Like, there is both a quantity and quality. So there are different systems that can happen.
Alright. So, with that, though, we're gonna move on. Oh, KP did survive! Go, girl!
Yeah, AoE.
Hey, stop it! Stop it! Okay. It's time to bonk that horny. So, hang on here. How does fucking Hassan work? I don't even fucking remember right now. You know what? Fuck this!
He has a chance to inflict instant death on every hit.
We're going again, KP!
Oh, yeah, that works. Those stacks. Let's do the NP again.
So, This next one comes from...
Sorry, I'm chuckling to myself because I noticed that Battle Continuation A, level 1.
Listen, he's a berserker. Battle Continuation doesn't mean shit if you just die immediately the next hit.
I mean, it's true. You need to wait until they buff it later, I think. But no, it's just funny because Vlad is one of your oldest and longest running servants.
No,
but also he needs fucking bows, so...
Yeah, his first two skills are... I thought smack shit. Jesus! Sorry, this is why, okay, I guess I ate shit there, because yes, that guts just saved my fucking life. Thank you, 15k crit. Fuck.
Yeah. It's fucking open palm, you know, heart crusher. Gramps has a guts too.
Yeah, so let's just activate everything. Activate everything. What do you mean? Hassan, are your eye glow? Your eye glows are like right below your eyes. I don't know why.
They're like floating moons. Big spooky.
Biggies. Let's see here. Yeah, let's go for art strats, I guess. Wait, do I have any
chains?
Nah, I'll keep my daughter alive. Why? I should keep the berserker alive, but I have priorities.
You know what's up.
I know what's up. So, this next one comes from Gahulian God, who says, if you had the ability to choose a story for a 1 to 2 episode OVA for Fate Babylonia... What? Oh.
This is one of those really drawn out questions.
Hang on a second here. There's a read more.
Very specific.
Hang on. Okay. If you had the ability to choose the story for a 1 to 2 episode OVA for the Fate Babylonia based on any of the interludes that involved in the aftermath of the Babylonia Singularity...
No. Singularity.
Singularity, excuse me. Which would you have to choose? A reminder, some of those interludes are below, and if there were interludes, I have not seen them or don't remember. Why is this so specific?
This is really specific. You included a recap in case we forgot. You had to tell us so we could answer your question. Maybe you should just pick out of a hat.
Kitoka's interlude, where we, him, Fuma, and Shuten travel to the mountains to finish off Ibaraki Gilgamesh summoned.
That's a very fun one.
Ishtar's interlude, where help her attempt to break into Gilgamesh's treasury to obtain her share of wealth, which was her payment for the Ave. And Enkidu's interlude, where Enkidu brings us Moriarty, Nursing, and Mephistopheles to Babylonia to finish off a remnant of Tiamat and recover a chain of Kingus.
That one was sad.
I didn't do any of these, by the way. No, I did Ishtar's. But I don't have Kintoki yet, and I haven't leveled my Enkidu.
That was a Kintoki interlude? I guess it must have been. I did do it. I have done all 3 of these. All right. Which one would I pick?
Ishtar, go!
Fuck you.
I mean, I only one I have here is Ishtar. Again, you have this weird assumption that I've seen these.
I actually still need to catch up with some of my... There was that whole new interlude campaign. I don't think I did any of those interludes. I need to go do them. Bonk. Later, after I catch up on the story. Bell bonk. Thankfully, alter egos don't take reduced damage.
Yeah! I've done 3 rank ups! Now I'm gonna keep doing more, because doing them on stream is probably the only way I'm gonna fucking do them, because
It's a good way.
So... Yeah, Nero Bride! Oh, that's why you're fighting Kiara. That makes sense now. So, with that, we're gonna move on, because I don't have an answer for that. Shit. This next one comes from, can you hear it? Tabadoros, grow louder. I'm scared. Kawaii! Kawaii! But they say, hey, Lucky Omega, hope you had a good Thanksgiving. Not American, so I'm not sure what it's about. But it sounds like an excuse to hang around with fam and eat stuff your fells until you can't move. It sounds great. I mean, you got the gist of it, really.
Yes. That is what Thanksgiving is about. It's an excuse for you to come together with your family and eat big meals. If anyone wants to apply any deeper meaning for it, they should probably not do that.
No, just enjoy food. Live best life. Bring karma to all your fights. That's what I'm about to do. You know what? Fuck it. Let's give Nihime some love here. And wait, where's my Carmilla? Carmilla. I need Carmilla to get some love. Let's see here. So Carmilla gets Buster. Osakabe doesn't actually need anything, so we can give her fragments. Where is it? There it is. And fucking the Devilish Bodhisattva is the best thing to just to put on a fucking comment. It's just amazing. Alright. And we go. So, the getting on to say, my question to you is, if you had to pick a male servant for the next Santa, who would it be? I'm slightly partial to Santa Gil, who gives gifts from his treasury to all the good Zashus all over the world, with maybe a premise similar to A Christmas Carol. Best of luck to the two of you and your Chad Oreo roles if you're going for him. Cheers. Another male Santa. Actually, I feel like they should double down on an old joke and do Ozymandias, have him be the Santa again.
Yeah. I could see that. He's got the right to speak.
I mean, he does have a giant sunboat that we never actually fucking seen.
Yeah, it's true. It does it from far away. Because they went with a very offensive application of Remuseum Tesitrus.
Again, like, this actually caused me confusion earlier because I thought he'd be more of a caster with that, but no, he's a writer. But he's using, like, what would basically be a caster MP. I'm just like, wait a minute.
Yeah, he summons his temple complex and he uses it to squish his enemy. And all of his beams are shot from his off-screen sunboat. Because why? Anyway.
But let me see here. Other than that, who else would I like to see as a Santa?
Emiya, Santa Mask.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm just like staring up into the ceiling, just trying to think of what would I like to see. And I have like throwaways, but I think they're like more influenced just by recent events, like Santa Super Orion. I think that'd be fucking hilarious right now.
That would be interesting. Santa Herc, he's gonna come with Enderloop batteries.
He just has a big Christmas tree over his shoulder. He just beats things with.
And then at least in one gag, it's coup.
I mean, that has to be his extra attack where he just reaches into the tree, pulls out a coup, and just throws it. Too good.
Lancer just screams, "I'm dying."
A Santa coup would also probably be pretty cool.
Yes, you can at me on Discord. I don't have notifications turned on, so it won't fuck up the recording.
Yay. Oh. Also, we can also double down on sheep jokes again. We could have Santa Paris. I think he'd be a good Santa.
Well, and you can get your son joke in, too. Even though it's not been enough time, Santa Oberon, the Jolly Elf King, he's just like, what the fuck is happening?
He'd probably be Krampus.
Well, I did... Did you see me? Actually, no, you've been hiding from Twitter a little bit. You might not have seen that. People on the internet located a thing for me. Also, yes, I have seen the Orion Melon. It is excellent. We may want to turn it into a
Oh, yeah, link it to me.
It's in the Discord last time.
Oh. Together real quick.
While Lucky's doing that, I'm looking at But apparently, it was a thing.
Hang on one second. Hang on one fucking second here. Hang the fuck on here. I am not letting this slide. Where is it?
Is it the single white pixel?
No. It's not that. It's just I just have to share this with the world. Hang on, I'm in my OBS right now. I'm...
Oh, and I got it too with the mustache. Oh my god. This is the benefits of live shows. I'm getting to run these up and post these on Twitter after as a action report. This is why you should watch the live stream, so you understand these jokes.
Hang on. Well, for one of them, I can definitely... Hang on. Where is it? There it is. Is it transparent? Yeah, it's got that one white pixel, but what the fuck ever. Here we go. We're just gonna slide that. We're just gonna slide that right there.
Lucky, I'm also going to drop a tweet in Mod Channel in reference to your Krampus comment earlier.
Okay. Perfect.
Yes! I thought that's what you were going to do.
There we go. Alrighty. I can't put the fucking... Pringles one in there, but...
Go on our Discord and you'll get it. Or, like I said, I'll probably round these up and tweet them after the stream is done. I'm calling this an absolute win.
Oh, that's interesting.
But also, there's the context of the tweet as well. Look at that little guy. Basket.
He's like, this is great. All right, what was I doing?
Yeah, so I saw a tweet the other day that apparently for a brief period in the early to mid-century, the Germans, of course, known for their kinks, did giant lady Krampus, and she is giant. She's got to be like tall vampire lady tall, who punishes bad men. And there's this little image of a dude in her little Krampus basket, just got his fucking hands together, like he's going ooh. I retweeted this a while ago, so you can go hunt it down. But yeah, no. So Krampus, funny area. Oh, another funny Santa. How Moriarty stole Christmas. I think we've made that joke before, but I would like to throw it out again.
Oh, I think it'd be good. Well, that means it'll probably be a Santa Holmes. I think
I mean, we could still make Moriarty the welfare.
That's true.
We just have Sherlock in the event. That would be interesting. He's not in a lot of events, you know?
No, he's really not.
Usually he occasionally gives some commentary from the back, like he's talked about some summers and stuff. There was, of course, Kogetsu-kan, but that was its own thing, which I love.
I'm going to melt this.
Did all of these rank ups come out in like a batch? Is that why there's so many gosh darn Hydras in here?
Maybe, I don't know. I'm just literally going down the list. I'm trying not to think about who is it. I'm just like, go. Go. Alright, but I'm sorry, I have been thoroughly distracted from mailbag because you people are wonderful, wonderful animals.
Yeah, we got in the weeds a little bit. I think we've answered the male Santa question though.
Yes.
We can move along.
Yes. Thank you very much for that. We move on. This next one comes from the abandoned warehouse. They say, "Hey, dear Lucky and Omega, what? I finally got a new phone so I can at last play the game again. Just in time for Atlantis. It took so long because I had some problems at work. Did a celebratory multi and the story banner and got Valanche, Herzog, and Emiya Alter. See, look at that roll. God damn it. All new units, so all is good in the world. No questions this time. Just wanted to say the Dion scene at the beginning of Atlantis was sick. Is this a good sick or a bad sick? Because I make a joke here. I call it Dion capitation.
It was definitely one of the most... They talked about this on the stream, actually, because the PV was very violent as well.
Oh, yeah.
This is one of the bloodiest stories. Like, they had fucking 3D motion graphics and shit.
Mm-hmm. Good luck.
We have the re-upload without the pixel.
Oh, perfect. I'll go pick that up in a second here.
Yeah, we'll turn that into an E for sure.
P.S. People, don't try to take over your boss's criminal organization right at the end of the year. It makes a mess of everything and screws with everybody else. See, this is why you're sus when you tell me these things. I don't know if you're lying. I don't. I genuinely don't. But with that, we're going to move on. Wait, was there a question in there? No, you're just updating shit.
Yeah, just talking.
Well, thanks for letting us know. Hope everything is fine with your new phone. Thank you, and we move on. This next one comes from Zed, not understanding the word simple, just Zed. Not all the world's evil, but damn close. I am out of PF practice. PF? I thought my question from 2 weeks ago would be good.
Out of practice, but I'm out of practice.
Oh.
Spelling is important, y'all.
It is. Records from the throw. Mori and... My phone buzzed at me. Mori and Okuni smiles protected. Lancer Romeo tamed. And in the news, I got Okita from a YOLO 11 spin. A YOLO-kita, if you will. We're going ham on the names. Trust me. I actually made a mega like bust up a little bit earlier with one of mine.
Yeah. You'll have to deliver it to the people later.
Comment. Hope things are going well for the two of you, and the two of you are doing well. Didn't you just say the same thing twice? Hope things are going well for you, and that you two are doing well. Yeah.
No, we do good here.
No question this week. I'll try and keep more future questions actually simple from now on. Listen, trust me, man. You don't have to give us complex questions. You can give us simple shit, and we'll go off on it. This is why we can't do.
Honestly, yeah, just give us simple stuff. The complex ones are usually the problems. We're just like, what the fuck do you want from me?
So with that though, thank you very much. Oh, I gotta keep punching things. This next one comes from Casual Viewer, who says, "Hello, Lucky Omega, who recently got the commemorative Camelot Blu-ray CE with Aussie and a koala. As an Australian, not a true blue Aussie, but I lived there my whole life. I mean, that's good enough. That doesn't know much world mythology, history, or Nasuverse lore. I was wondering. Question: has Australia Oceania been important or shown up in Fate/Nasuverse? Are we too young? Do you know of any Australian myths/stories, especially any that can become a servant? Maybe I'll just have to wait for a spider servant. Thanks for all the content. But I only casually enjoy it. Let's talk if Geo. Sorry for not watching anything else, despite how much you ask. I mean, you do you.
I mean, I'm gonna keep asking, but you know.
Yeah, you do you.
You're free.
And on the subject of Australian Oceania mythology, I can't necessarily it does exist. Australia actually is quite interesting in that, well, it doesn't have so much what's the word I want to say? Well-known mythology. It does exist. Like I said, there is an indigenous people there that
yes
has the stuff. And from what I do know, Australia does have a fucking bevy of weird creatures. Mm-hmm. Look up the fucking bunyip, guys.
Yeah,
and
there is a long history of Aboriginal mythology, which is vaguely understood.
Yeah.
Also, and they also mention Oceania. You know, in that general region, there's also lots of Maori and other Pacific Islander cultures. You know,
there's if you get into the Pacific Islander, there's a lot of stuff, but it's a lot of little individual things that usually make up a big thing. Like fuck.
I'm not super familiar with that. Obviously, not. Well, I mean, I shouldn't say that. I lived on the island of Guam for a couple of years, but that was when I was very young. I don't remember. Other than that, they taught the local Chamorro language in school, but it had a lot of Spanish loanwords, so that's how come I know how to count to 10 in Spanish. Because they taught us that, because that's also how you count to 10 in Chamorro. But I do know that it is acknowledged by Fate. I do believe there is at least one character pertaining to Australian myth in Requiem.
Oh, really?
Obviously, I don't know a lot about that because Requiem's a light novel, and we don't localize those, I guess, because we hate money. But, yeah, it is at least acknowledged. And I suspect that being in Japan, that Fate probably has some passing knowledge of some of the stuff that goes on there, because there's a little bit more of an overlap there. It's a little bit easier. Mm. Hops.
Australia does have a rainbow serpent, but funnily enough, there's a lot of rainbow serpents. There's a lot of feathered serpents. There's a lot of snakes in mythology of iridescent colors.
This is why you should watch God of War, because especially when it was just me last week, because lucky food poisoning. I do a lot of just rambling about comparative mythology.
Yeah,
because it's funny how similar we have with some stuff, you know.
Mm-hmm. Excuse me.
Storm God fights the watery chaos. What mythology am I talking about? Oops, it's a lot of them.
With that, though, we're going to move on, though, so thank you very much. We move on to the Yinzer, who is depressed about his football team. Oh no, the sports ball. Dear Lucky Omega, with 22 coming soon, what servants are you looking forward to most in the new year? Hope Yins have good luck with your roles. Looking forward to most? We're talking new servants? It's probably Yang.
22.
Probably Yang, then, I think is the most.
Interesting. Right up at the front.
Right up at the front. I mean, there's a lot of them excited about, but new, like I said, I'm most excited. Like, I'm gonna be real. I'm not super excited about summer next year. I'm really not.
I think summer 5 is merely all right.
Yeah, it's like I'm excited about
I
the.
like some of those 4 stars.
The what?
I'm excited about some of those 4 stars, but otherwise, it's it's kind of okay.
Like right. I'm excited about the the CCC main interlude and the Oki rerun, but that's because I'm trying to get more MP levels of servants I already have.
Because you're Madman, yeah.
Yes. Himiko is great, but like I said, I am torn on whether or not I'm actually going to be able to roll for her. Vitra is also, good Civ, but, permanent. Odysseus, I'm going to be real. I beat this event. I'm not sure what to think about him right now. I know he's probably a cool dude, but right now I'm just like, I'm having the Gwaine problem. This guy is really trying to fuck up my shit.
I'm excited. I have not been shy, though, of my appreciation for the Odyssey. I'm trying to think myself what is my most...
Like we also have. I mean,
it will shock some people who only know about things in the context of reading them as they happen in English. But Canis finally gets to exist, and also D3 at the same time. That's gonna be another one because I've only seen a very tiny amount of them in the front half of the story. They are. I don't know if gremlin is the right word, but They also don't make great impressions.
Nope.
I have to question what the Fate writer's logic is. Nasu seems to do this a lot, where he just writes servants as complete fuck-up assholes, and then is like, why don't people like these characters? It's because you wildly altered their default characters to make them annoying little shits as antagonists, and then you put them out later. But I'm super excited for Odysseus and Canis to be real units. Because for some reason they are not summonable now, but they are later? But Europa's summonable now? It's weird.
Well, I'm pretty sure they were literally saving Odysseus for the White Day event, because there is actually a whole
Well, yeah, they planned it as an actual event, so I'm sure that was intended.
Yeah.
And then the other big one is like, I guess technically in the year, like, I like Ibuki. But also, she is a Saber who defeats units that have buffs literally like a month before there's going to be another Saber who, like, defeats things with buffs and pierces defenses. He likes swords, so that's technically 23, so that starts our year of chaos. But yeah, for me, it's probably the front half. It's like I am decently interested in, say, Shonagon, and I'm very much for a lot of our Olympus release units. I expect I'm gonna love Romulus Clearness, I'm sure, and then yeah, the Odysseus thing is a big one for me. Though, it also that's another permanent. So, but I mean I'll play Colors by Flow on loop. So.
I wish I could post that meme right now, but I shan't.
It's okay, Lucky. Rent free. I thought of it. I thought of it. But yeah, that's what I got. Let's keep moving on, keeping on, because we're at an hour 50. I don't know why I keep glancing at the audio track. I have the fucking live counter. But it's been a while.
So, this next one, thank you very much by the way, comes from Voidless Crusader dying because of Final Gear Evangelion collab. Never played Final Gear, unfortunately, but if you're dying, I believe it. It's Evangelion. Someone's always dying in Evangelion. It's Evangelion. Real talk, if you want to talk about weird out of the fucking blue things, apparently Final Fantasy XIV did a collab with Sia And Sia did a cover of "Fly Me to the Moon," you know, the Evangelion ending, and it's just like, huh. Everyone was
I haven't heard the cover, but I have seen its existence.
It's one of those things of like, that was not on my release bingo card. It was on no one's bingo card. Listen,
I think that was a joke I have seen people make.
This is like Florence and the Machine doing Stand By Me for Final Fantasy 15. This came out of nowhere. I love Florence and the Machine, but what?
I mean, it's interesting because it's definitely like we're reaching that point where the pop cultural transfer through video games is such a big deal that like people in the West are like, yeah, no, dude, I love Final Fantasy. You know, like you can get these kind of interesting cross pulls.
So I'm just enjoying just Kama just slapping everything. It gives me much joy. But this person goes on to say, nothing for me this week. Good luck on your summons for Super Orion. Well, you know how they went. We went okay. But thank you very much. We're gonna move on. This next one comes from Fortune108, who says, hello, Lucky and Omega. How do you both feel about Mandricardo being the last 3-star we get? P.S. Hope the weekend is a great.
Yeah, it's interesting. That is true, by the way. Mandricardo is the last 3-star release so far. Mostly it's been... I mean, I appreciate that it feels like in the next couple of years, FGO does a lot to try and put out a lot of permanent 5-stars in different roles, right?
Right.
Like we've already mentioned Dioscuri and Odysseus off the top, later Galatea, who got a buff, for instance. So, like, they're doing interesting things, but yeah, it is a lot of 4 and 5 stars. Even if one of those, several of those 4 stars, but one of those 4 stars is story free. You know, I am hopeful that we will once again get 3 stars, like at Tunguska or later, or I don't know. Maybe we could listen. I know you guys were busy the past couple of years trying to do some stuff, but I don't know. Maybe you want to release a whole shitload of new servants at an anniversary, maybe? You know, like you do.
I mean, we're coming up on year 7. I think it's time for another bronze batch.
And I do believe all the bronzes that came out have been covered, because like almost all of them are in Atlantis and Olympus, and then I think all the others that weren't were in Camelot.
Did Salome show up?
Actually, yeah, it's true. I believe Salome is the only one who
Salome.
hasn't.
Sorry.
Yeah. I think she is, like, the last one. Watch, she's going to show up in Tunguska for some reason.
I mean, to be fair, you say for some reason, but you never need a reason for a servant to show up.
True. They decided that fucking Cagliostro was in Heian-kyo, and then just were like, nah, that would fuck up the story. We'll just have them be defeated already. We'll come back later. Apparently got to the art step even. We're working on the assets, and we're like, nah, it's not going to fit. So even FGO does cut some stuff. But yeah, I mean, I'm not going to be sad. Like, we still do get new units, right?
Right.
I think that, there's been a big push for permanence, right?
Right.
But, thinking about, like FP rolls, like, what are you rolling on FP for? Well, I mean, you get Saber Lily, you can get Habitrot, they're adding 4 stars to FP Gacha. That's kind of neat, but it's not the same, They did the funny thing with Nomikatsu, but they didn't bring that back for another one. I would not mind seeing more of that action. People have also been talking about how there aren't a lot of males this year.
Mm-hmm. I'm pretty sure people are now vibrating in their chairs, especially with male comma designs now out in the official wild.
Yes. Well, and I think that there's now very strongly a couple of characters we could work with, but we'll see what happens. Mm-hmm. I'll talk about some thoughts on that maybe later when we get to actually discussing the Lostbelt because story, continual story characters show up.
Mhm.
Oh, my bad.
The what?
Doing a question, I just completely whiffed what battle number I was in, and I wasted some NPs on guys.
Oh no, I do that on occasion.
Whatever, it's fine. It's just a request.
So, with that though, we're going to move on. So, thank you very much for that. This next one comes from King of Apples, who can't wait for a certain someone to splatter them with asteroids. Question: We know that both the Greek god machines and South American gods viruses are from space and therefore not Gaia's original gods, which I am assuming are the fairies a la the British Isles. So what about Indian gods and other Eastern deities? Are they actually just fairies? Are they something from space? Or are they even weirder? So first off... Oh, go for it.
Well, I was going to say, this is an interesting question because despite the fact that we had a whole Indian Lostbelt about Indian mythology, because Arjuna Altar kind of squished them all together, we didn't really get into the origins of any of that or any of the backstory. We also, for instance, don't know anything about the Nordic gods because they were all fucking dead.
Now, I want to say this off the front. So, first off, the Greek god machines, technically, those are Atlantean gods.
Yes, that is an actual good point. They do bring this up. Those are technically the Atlantean once the the White Titan incident happened and they all lost their powers, then they became the Greek Olympian gods. Their original forms were destroyed in what must have been an epic giant space battle.
Yes.
Between Velbur 01. By the way, I like how I think it was Jason is discussing it. He's like, it probably had something to do with the White Titan, but maybe not. And he just doesn't explain fucking any of it. And I'm just like, I know it was the White Titan. I actually played Extella.
Listen, they used at one point they used fucking sun in front, sun in the underworld. And I was all like, no.
But yeah, so like the giant robot spaceships we see, these things that are capable of at the very least, we see Artemis in low orbit, and there's all these giant robot bodies which have heads strewn around. Forming these island chains. Yeah, those were technically the gods of Atlantis. After that happened, they had to redistribute themselves. They went to Greece. They became much more humanoid in their terminals and the like. They talk about at length about how they were very human-like and fallible, but also still very, very exotic in their rationale, right? So
yeah, unfortunately, I don't know much about the South American gods being viruses. I know that's a thing. Apparently, they came in from space on an asteroid, but
yes, it's discussed with Kets that they have some of them anyway have like possessive qualities and they can like switch bodies and iterate. And we're maybe supposed to have come from a meteor or something, but that's not very clear. Presumably, we will see some of that when we do Lostbelt 7, I'm
hoping, yes.
Because that's where it's located. We had maps. But yeah, it's not really clear, like, where do, for instance, the Aesir work into this? I would say that I don't know if, because, like, here's the thing. I don't know if fairies count as original gods because elementals are just extensions of the planet.
Like
they are part of the force of the planet and just part of Gaia's existing as a thing.
Yeah, no, you can probably just think them as energy, like so powerful that they gained consciousness at some point. Like seriously, think about like Nordic fucking mythology. Remember, Northern mythology is based on having literally 9 realms stacked one on top of each other. That literally sounds like some reverse side of the world shit right there, and just some process, to travel between them.
And the way the 9 realms work is very interesting. As far as we know, like the Babylonian gods, which I noticed this person did not bring up in this question, they just existed. Like they came out of the fundamental chaos. We have some team at PSTSD even in this episode. But
actually, that's That's actually, like, I think actually one of the most charismatic things. Like, all these gods always come out of some primordial chaos.
Yes.
Usually.
The primordial chaos is one of those underlying mythographics. Like, every human culture has basically agrees that, hey, in the beginning, things did not make sense. They were chaotic. They were weird. And then sense happened. You know? If you go into Shinto, for instance, if you read the Nihon Shiki and the great, you know, sources of the Shinto canon, the universe is just formless black chaos, and then it separates into different layers, with the highest layer becoming heaven, basically. The plane of the gods, Tahara. And then just, by the way, also in Shinto, some gods just show up. Like, they just appear. There's like 10 of them, and they do nothing. And then eventually, you know, we get it properly sorted out, Izanagi and Izanami, and they go down and they stir the great watery chaos. But like,
the interesting thing about that is that's just Japan. They're just the gods of Japan, not the world, just Japan. It's super fucking weird.
Yeah, because when they get married and they have kids, those kids are the kami of the islands of Japan. Yeah, and related forces. Nasu does talk about a little bit about syncretism, because there is a through line of Hinduism to Buddhism, and then that Buddhism flows into Japanese Buddhism, which is closely tied to Shinto. Nasu has definitely bought into some of that syncretism. You know, this is effectively literally the way Journey to the West works, right? You know, but even furthermore than that, like, literally, because of some weird temple shit Nasu has seen, where he once visited a temple of Amaterasu where there was the Hindu goddess Daikini as a fox was enshrined in the innermost shrine. He was like, yo, what if Amaterasu was just Daikini? Like, literally some of the Hindu gods are transplanted into Japan. They moved to Japan because they liked it better there. Similar to the Greek drift, though, but I would assume that that's basically what they're going for, is like, whatever happened to the Indian age of gods got too chaotic, and so they kind of like drifted on down to Japan. But also in Extella, speaking of which, Tamamo talks about the Velber, and she talks about how, as a solar deity, her origin, Amaterasu, already existed when the White Titan attacked and was just chilling in the sun. And was just like, damn, that sucks down there. Good thing I don't have to deal with that shit. Bye! And I don't know how that connects to the Atlantis backstory, because keep in mind, Apollo is one of the 12 Olympians, traditionally god of the sun. Obviously, Helios is more of an embodiment, but you know what I mean. Like, I don't necessarily know how this is supposed to line up. I don't know if it's supposed to line up 1-to-1, you know?
It might be one of those things of like as Atlantean gods, believe it or not, like, they actually have like super specific functions. Like, I can't go into
very specific roles.
They have very specific roles, and usually it is on such a grand scale that you wouldn't normally think of it in Earth terms. Like, so slight spoilers. The Atlantean Poseidon is a terraforming machine, specifically a marine terraforming machine. So, like, fucking Apollo could literally just be, yeah, I'm an artificial sun. I'm here to ensure that we have optimal growing conditions for land or whatnot. I
could see that, yeah. Like or a power plant thing.
Yeah.
Because Apollo's other functions don't make sense in the context of Olympus, because Apollo was an artisanal god. He was in charge of like music and poetry and stuff.
And literally could be White Titan. Apollo's just like, fuck this shit. I'm done. I'm gonna go be a sheep and bother the Shota. Among other people.
Apollo, goddamn. I'm so glad we have the context of Asclepius, and then we actually see Apollo in this, and you're just like, oh my god, you little fuck. What are you doing here? Somebody call the cops. It's like Dragon Ball Z abridges I need an adult meme, and Apollo's just like, I am an adult. And I'm like, no, you are a sheep. Shut the fuck up. But yeah, so the very specific functions, and it could also be, because again, I talked about how they talk about the lesser gods that serve them. Those could have been terminals that kind of spun off. Like, maybe Helios didn't exist first, but like, when they reorganized, they kind of like spun off, Apollo like spun off his authority into a new deity, right?
Hades was probably administration, and storage inventory.
Yeah. Gordov talks about it in a later section that we're going to cover, but I think it still matters. Like, it's a technical discussion. He discusses how enemy gods would get vilified and turned into monsters. What? Huh? What was that? Did you hear a poke? No. So I believe there is also the collective unconsciousness curveball in all of this. All myths are true because at one point all of us believed in them in different amounts, and because the age of gods passed, all of it fades into mythology, so you have different interpretations. Orion talks about how he literally can't remember meeting his dad, which is very interesting, I think, in the overall context. But also makes sense because being the son of Poseidon is not super relevant to his myths. It's mostly just an excuse for why he's a cool boy.
It's like, I'm part god. Nice.
Well, also talking about what Hades does, he could be mining.
Oh, yeah.
Resource gathering. There's a lot of the whole weird sci-fi thing we'll get into. But yeah, I think that there's not a strict definition of where everything comes, but there's definitely a bit of wiggle room in that multiple of these things can be true, and I just don't think that we've gotten to referencing them yet. Like
I said,
Babylonia doesn't bother to explain where the fuck Tiamat came from. She just existed. Oh fuck, I thought we got rid of her.
Oh no!
Oh wait, no, she's literally the mother of humans around here, so if we get rid of her, we would die. All of it just reminds me that Scion is a really cool role-playing game, and I need to dig up those books. That second. Which knows what I'm talking about.
I've never played Scion.
No, you were not part of that. You would enjoy it, though. Scion is a White Wolf RPG where you play Scions, which are demigods. You are the children of gods. The actual mythological gods fighting actual mythological monsters. The Titans are trying to wake the fuck up and escape and make shit shitty again, and you gotta fight them. It's great. You have special powers, all the different pantheons, boons and stuff. It's great. Well, like I said, I'll dig it up. I'll dig up the second edition. It's actually functionally playable. They did a weird thing that I know that White Wolf games have started to do since they switched to like Onyx Path and stuff, where like the first book was like playing regular dudes in the setting, and then they were gonna bring up the Scion stuff, and I'm just like, guys, you did this in World of Darkness. Don't. Do people want to play normal dudes in the World of Darkness? No, they want to play superheroes with fangs.
Yeah, this is correct.
I know what people want to play in old school White Wolf. I know those people. I listened to a whole premium podcast series called What the Heck, where they recapped all of the old World of Darkness books, which got weirder and weirder. Anyway, we're not here to talk about White Wolf. No, we're not.
We're not.
Though I do find it interesting that lycanthropes do show up. You know, we bring back werewolves in this. For no kind. But
because of Lycon.
Hey. Yeah, King Lycon.
Thanks, OSP. Everyone take a drink. So, with that, though, we're going to move on. I hope we answered your question. Gods are weird, yo. Period.
Yeah.
So, with that, though, we're going to move on.
We're almost done.
Yeah, we're almost there. So, with that, though, we move on to the next one. This next one comes from That Which Hangs High, Ever Present, who says, Chronos Lucky and Time Phone Omega.
You should probably flip those.
Yeah, probably. If you rolled, I hope you did well. No questions this week, but Lostbelt hype! Have a wonderful day. You too!
Yeah, you have a wonderful day. And you be hyped, because we're not even to the Lostbelt part yet. We are over 2 hours, and we haven't even got there.
So, this next one comes from Coolio the Foolio. You are, boy, illiterate. Question, 'tis the season. Are there any holiday characters you want to see based on, or based around weird Christmas stories, or holiday music that you want to see in FGO? I mean, if someone turns a fucking Mariah Carey's All I Want for Christmas into some sort of attack, I will not be surprised, because Jesus fucking Christ. I take mental damage every time I hear it now. Comment. Personally, I would like to see something with Krampus. I feel Carmilla could have been someone to have the Krampus energy. Again, side-eye to Lady Krampus. I want to see, but I doubt we are any more Carmilla arts after we got Summer Carmilla, sadly. I would also like to see if we get Italian Santa servants to bring a Dominate the Donkey in some way. Dominate the Donkey comes from a song about Donkey delivering gifts in Italy. Cool. I would also be very happy if there was a mention of Befana in FGO. A very happy early days to y'all. And they actually had to fucking make a reply to this, but I will read it because they do actually explain this. Befana, in really simple terms, is an Italian holiday witch with some interesting similarities to holiday Santa. Additional fun fact, that might be something my family may have made up, but if you see her if you see her when she is at your home, she'll whack you with her broomstick. Actually, that kind of looks like that woman there. Well, it's not a broomstick, but it's a fucking, like, a sheaf of wheat on a chain or something. And that man looks like he's about to get a whacking. I mean, if we get a Lady Krampus that just, like, smashes together some German and Italian mythos into one, I can see that fucking happening. That'd be cool. Thoughts, Omega?
BRB writing down notes to do something Friday. Actually, I do need to bet. Uh-oh. That poll is up, by the way. You should check on it later. But not now.
Not now.
Later.
Not now. I'll fire the Vinci beams, though. So, with that, though, we move on. Thank you very much for that. That has been informative. This next one comes from Artoria Stan, who says, "Greeting, Lucky and Omega. I hope that both of you are doing well, singing the good vibes." That was me sending good vibes right back at you. Questions. If you were making a Mystic Code, what would it be? What would you like it to do? What servants would you ask to help you make it? If you don't have any ideas or time this week, you can't skip. Have a great rest of your weekend. I mean, I have a Mystic Code. I wanted to do... Oh god, what do I want to do? Probably debuff clears, like all debuff. If there's a debuff, get rid of it. And combine it with a small heal. I love heals. I need HP back. So
yeah, healing I feel like is something that's a little... Considering we do it a lot in the fluff. Healing a little restricted.
So give me a debuff clear with a small heal. Give me a big stonking arc buzz, and then give me an MP charge on top of that. Boom, that's what I need. I want arts to hit harder, I want an MP charge, and I want a small heal with a debuff clear. And let me get fucking Tamamo and Medea on that. Actually, Tamamo doesn't have armor range, but I'm pretty sure she can help.
Oh, she might not have it game because not having any debuffs, but I think fictionally she had.
I know she's good with, like...
They did some really weird stuff with the game with, like, item create, the way they did, like, item the skill.
Yeah. I think she can do charms and curses, but I don't think she can actually, like, make it. I don't know. Anyway.
I could look this up, but
you shouldn't, and you should just tell me if you have any ideas for a Mystic Code.
If I do, I don't have them right now. I'm pretty sure we've fielded questions about Mystic Codes in the past few weeks, and I had some ideas for some stuff I'd like to see in more Mystic Codes. Definitely around when Captain Chaldean came out. But yeah, I don't have anything right now.
All right then. So thank you very much for that. We move on. This next one comes from 3-in-1, who says, "Question: is there a direct relationship between Atlantis and Olympus aside from being Greek?" The answer is Plato, by the way. And any particular reason that Wanted Super Ryan was streamed live instead of being uploaded as a regular video? Didn't you premiere it?
Yes.
And how so for the other Wanted videos? How went the accidental summons for Skahawk? Oh, these are just literally 3 questions in one. Huh. So,
well, yeah, the direct relationship between Atlantis and Olympus is Plato made up Atlantis.
Literally
made it up, by the way. There were a lot... basically, Plato was so much of he world built so loud, guys, that later historians thought his accounts by Timaeus and Critias must have been real and were definitely not made up for his fanfiction about how
cool
Athens should be...
Yeah.
should be more stoic and Spartan and less like political and materialist.
No, he literally wrote Atlantis as like some world naval superpower that would be defeated by Athens if they fucking, you know, man the fuck up.
Because it was basically the reverse of the Republic, which I have also actually read. The Republic's really interesting. You should read it. But basically, he was like, hey, here's what in our past, Athens used to be a perfect enlightened society because we had perfect equality and we're superhuman and we lived really ascetic lifestyles and we didn't give a shit about material gains and political power and shit. Imperialism sucks, and so there used to be this giant super empire outside the Strait of Gibraltar on a mudflat that used to block the strait, don't you know? Giant mudflat has never blocked the Strait of Gibraltar, actually. Which I believe they called the Pillars of Hercules in the time. And they tried to invade ancient Athens, but because we were super cool, we beat them back, and also they fell to nepotism and political corruption and blah, blah, blah.
And so it sank beneath the waves.
Yes. Once again, OSP is a great summary of how this started versus how it went, where people are just like, Atlantis. Yeah, Legend Summarize Atlantis.
Oh, I should watch that sometime.
Yes, it's pretty good, and but Red explains how much of a lunatic Plato was with his world building, down to like the counties of Atlantis and the names of the kings and maps and shit, which is why historians thought, oh, there's nowhere Plato just made this up. He couldn't have possibly world built. He must have been recounting something historical, and so people insist that Atlantis is real when it is probably super not real. The closest we probably have is that Plato would have been aware of certain volcanic islands in the Aegean and the Aegean Sea, which fucking fell into the ocean. Thera, for instance. Now the island of Santorini, which is, if you guys haven't heard of this one, which I would be shocked, but it's possible. Not everybody probably watches as many programs about volcanoes as I did as a kid. You know, young people can't actually watch, like, the Learning Channel and Discovery to learn things as much anymore. They have to watch Ancient Aliens and Ice Road Truckers now. Thanks, ratings.
Thanks.
But the Greek island of Santorini is literally a ring because the middle of the island blew the fuck up. It's a caldera island. The volcano that used to be the island blew the fuck up. The middle sank into the caldera, and there was an ancient society there who is probably related to the Minoans or the Mycenaean Greeks, and they're all fucking gone now because their island blew the fuck up. So yeah, like there are analogies to Atlantis. A lot of people have comments about that weird thing in the Eye of the Sahara that like looks a lot like Plato's maps. But also that doesn't make any sense because in the original Plato's dialogues, the point was that Atlantis was a naval superpower. They were descendants of Poseidon. Also, by the way, another fun thing how that works out.
Yeah.
The question about Wanted, it was not streamed live. It says premiere. You can tell it's a premiere because it has that obnoxious music before it. And it says premiering now and premiere all over it. Well, okay, I'll preface this. It says that on desktop. I don't think I've ever watched a YouTube premiere on my phone, so I don't know if that's visible. If it's not that visible, that's not my fault. That's YouTube's fault. It's a premiere. I usually do that with Wanteds when I have them shot well ahead of time, and I know that there will be, say, several hours of maintenance. The premiere, you know, it gives a little event. It like lets everybody know this thing's coming up live. Here's when you can actually watch it. Build a little excitement. People can kind of chat to each other as it comes out. Usually when I don't interact a lot with the chat, but usually when we do a premiere, I monitor chat to see if anybody's like asking any questions or anything, or just being like, poop. But yeah, so it was not streamed. It was premiered. They are different. I know some people have some trouble with this, but they are not the same.
And with that, we are done. That is all the questions. We got through them all. What's our mission clock, Omega?
The audio, which includes the count up to actually going live, is just over 2 hours and 23 minutes.
And we are at the halfway point, y'all.
I warned you, dog. I warned you.
I warned you, but I think at this point it would be a good time to go take a quick break for everybody.
Yes. I will pause the audio, so we don't have to edit this out later.
I will not pause.
We will take a quick intermission.
But I will switch to the top screen. Be right back, y'all. Hey everyone, let's let you know that I am back. I have... Hey, perfect. Then let's just switch right back over to the main screen.
So I will unpause the audio recording. Dismiss that warning YouTube had where it was like, yo, bro, you don't have any sound. We know. That is a feature, not a bug. People are excited about talking about Lostbelt 5. The answer is, no! Not yet. We have one regular segment we want to get through first as we enter Free Talk. By the way, Robin, you can just leave the time codes in the comments of this episode. If Robin's still here, Robin might be dead. I don't know. But no, we're going to do really quick. So you didn't get that 5-star. We're going to talk about Mandricardo. Yeah. When we do Lostbelt 5, we're going to stop at about 11. We've already alluded to some stuff that happens after that because I'm a little bit farther, but mostly non-spoiler stuff. YouTube's still telling me about the audio bitrate.
Let me double check that. Let me sure we got. No, we got audio going out. Actually, everyone out there listening, how is the audio balance? Everything sound okay? I've heard no one bitching about it
because Robin is sassing me. So don't worry, we will. Like we said, we at least have the outlines of like some of the section. Well, we have all the section names, and some of our notes are organized by section. So we will be able to like let you know when you should probably like mute the stream for a little bit and when you should come back.
Mm-hmm.
But let's do so you didn't get that 5-star. Let's get it out of the way. Let's talk about Mandricardo.
Yeah!
Mandy Ricardo. Our last 3-star, as we alluded earlier. A writer with a quick arts buster deck with stats smack in the middle of his rarity. Slots right in the center there. So his NP gain is high because his hit counts are pretty normal. I wonder how long Mandricardo's been designed. He's got like 2 hits arts cards and like a 3-hit quick cards or something. A lot of the weird futzifying with NP and whatnot. So, it's pretty interesting. He's a 3-star, so he should hopefully be pretty easy to NP 5 overall. His NP is a single target arts, which ups all of his card damage first for 1 turn based on overcharge. So, quick buster arts all get stronger. But after he completes the NP, he gets a demerit for 10% attack down for reasons. A lot of reasons, actually. I love, by the way, how deep they're diving into this. I knew they kind of made it a thing, but I find it very interesting how much of a deal they have made it that like Mandricardo's kind of a weird one-off antagonist character, right?
Oh yeah. No, I honestly haven't played him. It fits very well into the story overall.
Yes. But so that's his NP is he recalls the sword Durandal and but it breaks his stick afterwards, so his offense goes down a little bit. Now, his first skill is pretty normal. He gets himself a 20 to 30% defense up for 3 turns, and a 10 to 10% party attack up for 3 turns, because he's got Hector's armor. Yay.
Yay.
Referencing the 9 worthies. Now, his second skill is the weird one.
Yeah, it is.
Mandricardo is pretty straightforward as a unit. This is really where most of the trickiness comes from in using him, and I don't even know what the optimal choice is here. So, this is Brink Shot. If you have 50% or less HP, you can activate it. It gives him 30 to 50% attack up, 50 to 100% crit up, and removes an enemy's defensive buff on hit. But it has a technically removable, but counts as a buff on hit death effect because it's tied to his remove enemy defensive buffs.
Mm-hmm.
That kills him after he lands 1 hit. So it's not super ideal for your NP turn because it's got that crit effect. But yeah, it's a really weird thing. I'm pretty sure the idea is just when he's a 3-star, he doesn't have superlative HP. He doesn't have hard defenses. He's gonna be going down eventually. Especially because he has a taunt. He's a low rarity taunter. So you proc the Brink Shot when you're ready to get him out of here, and he just is self-cleaning, as it were. He does big damage, possibly on an NP fire, or as a suicide bomber to be like, this enemy has an annoying hard defense. Mandricardo, get rid of that. I mean,
you can almost think of him as a single target, Arash almost.
Yeah, that is certainly one way to do it. That at max level, that's a 50% attack up, and then he's got a 20% team attack up.
Mm-hmm.
the fact that he has a demerit doesn't matter. He's got an overcharge base, which obviously being 3-star, overcharge is not hard to come by. You could certainly use him as basically just a boss-killing version of Arash and just be like, there's an annoying enemy mid-boss or boss here. Let me just crash Mandricardo into them after lowering my HP. And there's probably, I think one of the easiest ways to do this in the long term is just stick Black Grail on him. So he just slowly eats his own HP, and then when you're ready to go, you're just like, all right, let's go.
Well, honestly, if you do like a single, you only have to be under 50%. Like hitting his focus target will probably get him underneath that 50%.
Yes, because it's one full turn. Yeah.
Yeah.
So his third skill we talked about, that's a further 10 to 20% quick and arts up for 3 turns, a pretty typical dual card, and a 1-turn taunt. Which, in of itself, just more taunters is always more interesting and effective. Plus, he has a 30% defense up for 3 turns. Mm-hmm. And you actually want his HP to go down to activate Brink Shot, so it's a pretty interesting strategy. He, can draw aggro, he can turtle up a little bit, and then once you've done your taunt or whatever, he can clap back fairly hard. It's just that then he goes away, unless you guts him. I do believe guts should proc. It inflicts death.
Well, I think the defense is good because, as I have lamented a lot of times, if your character, takes a full turn of enemy attacks by themselves, they usually just go down. They just go down. Like, your units don't usually have the ability, unless they have some sort of debuff a lot of, defenses do, which, to be fair, Mandricardo kind of does. He has, 2 abilities to raise defense on them. They'll just go down. That's why most taunters have some way to also, you proc an Envol, do a defense up, or something like that. Because otherwise, they just die. They just fucking die.
Yeah.
So, the point...
For instance, one of our other famous low-rarity taunters is Leonidas, who has 2 sources of guts.
Mm-hmm.
Georgios is one of those guys who can get, I think it's, maybe 60% defense up.
Mm-hmm.
If you use all his skills, kind of a thing. So, you need to turtle a little bit. At least on, current story content, right? If you're just farming events or doing rank ups or whatever, probably okay. If you're doing current story content, that shit is guys, we're going to talk about in just a second, but can we talk a little bit about this Trios Konami stuff?
So
and the fucking everybody with their damage cut. I mean, it's an interesting... FGO comes up with a lot of interesting ways to prevent you from being super OP to basic enemies, and boy, this is one. The damage cut and also damage up. It hurts a little bit.
Nano Machine, son.
Wait. Does it not? I know Nasu likes Bloodborne. Has Nasu talked about Revengeance? Does he like Metal Gear Rising?
I don't know.
Is that an intentional joke? It could be. The man likes video games.
I think there is a line somewhere where it's just Nano Machines, we don't have to explain shit. At some point, if I remember correctly.
But yeah, his passives are he has perfectly normal magic resistance C and writing B. There's not really anything complex about his kit. The most complex thing is when you time Brink Shot, when the appropriate time to Brink Shot is. Basically, think of him kind of like a missile. You can expend all of his go in a couple of turns, get some slick hits in, and then he just gets out of there. I would say, personally, I don't think that because he's only a 3-star, the attack and crit buffs on Brink Shot are enough currently. It's only 50% and 100% crit up, Mm-hmm. Those effects are perfectly normal, at least on... if they were solo buffs, they're perfectly normal buffs that I would say not even lumping them together makes them worth killing him or losing a gut stat.
Mm-hmm.
But... certainly that defense buff removal on hit effect as well can be very useful in a pinch if you're in hard content and you're just this motherfucker's used a whole turn invul. What do I do? Mandricardo.
I got so many rank ups to do, god damn it.
Yes, this is a problem I don't have, but I need to catch up on it. But yeah, so Mandricardo, a very interesting unit. We'll talk about his story involvement later. But he's a great character. There's definitely a little, thinking about heroism and myth, there's definitely a little bit of a theme in some of the characters who appear, being, relatively minor, or at least not feeling like they're very heroic. Even Jason, yes, he is a big, mainlining hero. Jason and the Argonauts. It's a movie title, right?
Mm-hmm.
But in terms of servant capabilities, Jason's not that weird. Like, yeah, he's pretty strong in the myth, but like, he's just a relatively normal dude. He is not as cool as some of the freaks of his crew. But the journey of the Argonauts, the actual Argonautica, epic, it is cool enough that everybody wanted to be either on the crew or related to somebody on the crew. Like, for instance, depending on the telling, both Achilles' dad and Odysseus' dad were Argonauts.
Mm-hmm.
But Mandricardo is a great character to slot in. He's got a very interesting role. I certainly like, that taunt and that 30% defense up. That's a very solid move. I kind of hope maybe we get some buffs sometime to maybe make that brink shot, even more worth it.
Mm-hmm.
Or maybe, an NP increase. But I get what they're going for. He's got a fairly resilient and fluff-appropriate kit. And it works out pretty good. He's got a little niche, what are your other budget, single-target 3-star riders?
3-star riders?
Yeah.
No, we got Medusa, we got Alexander.
Ooh.
Those are both AoEs. We have
both solid, but
George is technically
George's single target. You usually use him for the taunting.
Yeah.
But he does have funny damage potential because his NP applies the dragon trait.
Yeah.
Martha's a 4-star. Also,
Ushi.
she's not a damage dealer.
Ushi.
Yeah. Ushi is our primary quick single target. That's
Yeah.
it. And let's be real. Well, first of all, Ushi is a different card color. She's quick focused, but her talents, while she has been buffed to be very resolute, are very much in a different direction. Ushiwaka is a very classic, single target kill rider. Hello, I will drop a big hit on you and generate lots of stars. I'm going to suck up those stars and I'm going to crit you.
And Boudica is a support NP. So.
Yes. Boudica is an augmentative damage wise. AKA the Romulus Clearness support unit.
That hurts me a little.
Well, I mean, they also made her relevant in that she has abilities that are hard to get on. Guys, once again, I would like to remind you, I really miss OG Mash's kit so much, guys. Oh my god. just playing this so many times, and there's a lot of times where you gotta put Mash in the team comp up front, and I'm just God, Mash, I wish you had your fucking AoE damage cut right now. 2 taunts is cool, but it's not as cool as just free damage cut. Ugh, I weep. We'll get there. But yeah, so there's certainly roles involved for all the units, but yeah, several people in there are like Ushi. So in terms of single target arts rider, he's the only low star. It's freakish to think about how long running FGO was when certain niches weren't fixed. Fuck, we literally just got our first quick caster this year,
yeah.
right?
Right.
FGO is, and I know, this kind of thing kind of ties back to that comment earlier about people posting about how few male units there are. FGO is not necessarily super ham with its unit releases. Usually you get a new SSR with a big event.
Mm-hmm.
Story blocks are usually a lot more units over several banners, but our releases tend to be a little more low test and a little lower rolled out. So it takes a while for niches to get fulfilled. And if you want just a single target arts guy, in the writer slot specifically, Mandricardo is perfectly serviceable, and he has certainly some extra application. Like I said, would not mind a buff, make those numbers crazy high, but you could also just, like I said, guts him. Pretty sure that works. So now it is time for you to buckle in for our Lostbelt discussion, or put on your earmuffs, one of the two, because it's time to do Lostbelt 5 Part 1 Atlantis initial thoughts.
So, I mentioned this earlier. I was going to actually try and sit down and write up the clip notes for everything up to Section 11, because that's where there is a shift, I want to say.
There is the patented fate turn. You think things are going in one line, and then, oh, fuck, everything's fucked. That's the like Act 2, like everything went to shit moment, and you got to figure out what the fuck you're doing.
But unfortunately, I didn't get it. I got like, again, because I was actually trying to do some speed reading through the previous chapters. I was like, God, this is a lot of fucking text. And things happen constantly. Like, there's a decent amount of this that is just like, oh look, there's a battle happening. We're just like, oh okay. But then there's like, now we're gonna exposit a lot. I'm like, oh.
Yes, there are a shitload of no battle pips. There are a lot of organize your party before battle pips. There are a lot of forced support servant pips. Some of which you don't even get your master skills on because you're not fucking there for. Like, there is a lot of off-screen storytelling in Atlantis.
Like a lot of it.
Yeah, so this chapter overall is very dense. We will probably be here for another hour just unpacking the front half, right?
Right.
Because it's dense. Meaty.
So, general thoughts overall, we wrote a few thoughts, but in the first half of this, shout out to making this Lostbelt still seem like really shitty, despite being it's space magic, superhuman bullshit.
Yeah, I wrote this one down. I always comment on this when we get to a Lostbelt because, you know, we're here to commit an act of temporal genocide, right?
Yes.
You know?
Yes.
So, usually FGO tries to not make us feel too bad about it, because even if there are nice people in these Lostbelts, usually they still suck. I was a little curious, and I'll be even more curious when we actually see Olympus, because that place is described as, like, really slick. But at least in the outskirts, when we meet these humans here, I am immediately like, hold on, something's not right here. This shit's a little fucked up. Like, these humans live for hundreds of years, and they're all, like, super tanned and buff and everything. But also, they are literal exiles, and they can't go back. And, like, the gods don't acknowledge them.
And no matter how cool the civilization in Olympus is, these guys are still living a tribal lifestyle.
They literally live in the ruined husks of dead god robots and have to fight demonic beasts to live. I'm sorry? They don't travel between islands a lot. Like, they are living, like you said, an ancient tribal lifestyle, and yeah, sure, they're superhuman and stuff, but, like, it's not... Considering how advanced this thing is technologically, the general people are not benefiting. It's a lot like Lostbelt 3 in that way, right? Where, like, these individuals, yeah, they're hopped up on god nanomachines and shit, but, like, they're not really living their best life. Even as seen later, to jump ahead to a bit, when, Artemis decided to shoot her space gun at an island, and they're just like, woo!
It's like, we can notice it!
Giant space Artemis!
And it's literally notice me, Space Senpai.
Yeah. The fucking, I don't remember his name, but the sprite edit on that kid's eyes, oh my god. I was just like, that was when I was like, hard, get me the fuck out of here. Drake, are you absolutely sure you can't step on the ocean? Get me the fuck out. Even I think at that moment, Jason's like, Master, we should get the fuck out of here. And I'm like, yes, I agree. Let's go. But yeah, so like I said, shout out to, like, all the crazy Magitech shit in here, and still being like, but also this sucks. This place sucks, dude.
It does suck. But something else that this Lostbelt is strong in, it is super strong in bro energy. Oh. Like, I was actually thinking about it, like, this Lostbelt, well, this half of this Lostbelt actually has a very, very skewed male to female ratio. Most of the characters you interact with are, like, servants are guys. I think, let's see, we only got, we got...
In your main party, at least as far as I've gotten, and I remember, it's Corday right away. You run into her almost immediately. And then, later, Chiome is literally hiding in the ground.
Yeah.
And you get some messages, some letters from Medea Lily.
Like other female characters, but like the bulk of your forces are just a bunch of dudes, and we're gonna hang out and be like cool and stuff, and talk about you know hanging out and being awesome together. It's very bro, and honestly, I love it. Now, Me personally, you know me. I love a good harem. I love being surrounded by beauties. But there's something that I've always kind of hated about isekai harems, is that very often they don't actually give you like another male character to foil yourself against. You know, you don't have a male character to be your lancer or your foil or anything. It's just a bunch of girls. And I know this is FGO. You could also be the female MC, but I still think the thing still applies, especially with Mandricardo, because Mandricardo and Orion, they're very what I want to, how do I want to put this? They're very personal, I guess is the way I want to say. They don't. It's like their servant status is almost, what's what I want to say? It's something secondary to them. They're like, no, I'm Mandricardo. My life's kind of sad. I'm like a 30-year-old something. I'm very depressed. Do you want to be friends? I think it'd be very cool if we were friends. You know, and Orion's just all like, hey, I'm here to pick up chicks and maybe shoot down my girlfriend. Maybe. I'm not sure yet. Please don't tell her I said that.
Yeah, I mean, I get it for reasons, but Orion starts with like internal conflict where he's like, hey, I'm just kind of hanging out hunting monsters. I don't know if I want to help you in this fight and stuff, but like we're still cool. I'm gonna stay here. And then you're like, are you sure you don't want to come? And he's like, yeah, I'll fit. Listen, I got some stuff to think about. I'm working through some stuff.
He's working through some stuff, so I appreciate.
And then he works through some stuff, and then he's like, I'm here, but also, is it time for stories about me and Artemis, Bareface, Heart, colon 3? And we're like, Godolph jumps in and he's like, whoa, don't give me that shit.
No, so it's good. So
Godolph is like, normies explode.
So I appreciate the fact that these servants, like, while we're in like these big dire circumstances, these servants are definitely more about the personal relationships. You can even say this about Corday as well, but Corday is a different kettle of fish, I want to say.
Corday has her own problems, though. I do think it's an interesting parallel in the greater, basically both she and Mandricardo suffer from basically an imposter syndrome problem. Like, Mandricardo is like, I am a literal bit character. What the fuck am I doing here with like in a scenario that killed Heracles? Why am I here? And similarly, Charlotte's kind of like, I don't really feel like a hero. I just kind of like stabbed a guy and got really famous for it because nobody thought I could do that. But like, I'm really just a noble woman who was raised in a monastery. And I have no idea how to do anything in this scenario other than, like, bake cookies and give Ligma some. But she's still, like, so supportive, right? Same with Mandricardo. Like, Mandricardo has several... Out of all of these characters, interestingly enough, he is the guy who's, like... He's the one, knocking on your room door being like, yo, we need to talk.
He's like, are you okay? Because I'm not okay.
Yeah. There's a very interesting conversation that is post our spoiler cutoff point, so I won't discuss the context, but he basically, in the front half, he tells you the first half of some of his legend. He comes back to tell that story later, and he's also like, I want to talk to you about some shit, because I want to relate to you as a quote-unquote weakling. Like, are you pushing yourself too hard? Are you doing, you sure you alright? Because, like, shit's fucked. And you can kind of be like, yeah, shit's a little fucked. Also, by the way, I think we canonically in that segment have our first instance of the master showering for sure. They play a shower sound effect and a little knob squeak. I don't think I've heard that particular bit of Foley before. But yeah, so we have some very interesting foils. But like, there's a lot of that, like you said, that broiness. Like, even Jason is like Jason's an asshole, and he really doesn't want to do this job, but once he's on the quest, he's like, all right, well, fuck it, we're doing it,
Once he becomes the captain, he's all like, well, I'm the fucking captain, I gotta do shit. I don't like it.
I'm responsible for your shit, so fuck it. This is now the Argo. I am the captain. You will listen to what I say.
It's like, you are now the new Argonauts. I was all like, oh, put me on the Wikipedia.
And yeah, but and like, even when he's cracking jokes or not taking things seriously, he will still depart both both heroic advice and also just life advice. like he's just full of like, guys, if you think about it, this like Mandricardo talks about being an adventurer, and he's like, yeah, Jason is like, yeah, being an adventurer is fake. It's like we call it an adventure to cover up the fact that it's a really pain in the ass thing you have to do to like get to your real goals. And yes, Jason the hero would think that. Right?
Yeah, Jason the hero was
he went through the whole Argonaut journey was like his father was killed, he was tricked out of his kingdom. Hera tried to set him up, but his evil uncle was an asshole and told him, you can be king, you can be king if you can get the golden fleece. And he's like, well, fuck, I should be king, but I guess I have to go get the golden fleece now. And bullshit.
This is bullshit. This is what he's probably saying on the way to this fucking ship. This is bullshit. This is fucking bullshit. All this is bullshit. Why am I dealing with this bullshit? And
Heracles is just like, yeah, bro, I know. Hey, do you want to see me bench press that island?
He's like,
and
yes.
Jason is like, no. Yes. Also, but speaking of like bromance, well, I mean, you know, we've got Achilles shows up later after the cutoff, but you would know he's in here because I talked about it before in the pregame and stuff. We're in the spoiler zone. But like, you know, there's a lot of interesting relationships, but Jason will not shut the fuck up about how cool Herc is. Like it's that perfect relationship of like Herc is the cool friend. Jason is knows he's not as cool and as strong as his bro, but man, he's gonna stand up for his bro.
Literally, I think at one point someone badmouths Hercules, and Jason was just like, "It's fucking go time."
Yeah, no, Canis is like, I bet Herc committed suicide to get away from your useless ass, and Jason is like, you're not wrong, but also fuck you. Master, hold my giant gold shoulder pads. I'm gonna get in there personally.
And it's kind of fucking great. Like honestly, like
this is also really interesting to think about in the context because Canis is also an Argonaut. So like
they mentioned, Jason does talk about that a little bit.
Yeah, Jason calls Canis a traitor, and Canis is like, "Fuck you, I'm not a traitor." There's some symbolism. We'll get there. We'll talk about that.
There was a lot of trash talk. Like Canis will do some trash talk, but then you went up against Jason, and it's just like, oh damn.
Yeah, Canis continues his/her trend, their trend of
yes.
Of just being an absolute vulgar shit talker. There's not as much sexual commentary in this so much as like, I will murder you, I will stab you so much, oh my god, I am going to kill all of them.
Honestly, believe it or not,
I will make their blood rain from the skies.
I don't know, I think Canis is a bit tamer this time around. Especially since they are starting to realize that Chaldean is not exactly the pushovers that they thought they were. But then the Canis starts getting...
Yeah, I like this character arc. We can just talk about it a little, because technically, by the point we get to the end at Section 11, you know, watch out for your earmuffs, but like, Canis exits the scenario.
Yes.
She gets beat the fuck up by us, she gets backstabbed by the Dioscuri, and drops into the ocean, and laments her fate. Like, because there was so much that Canis still wanted to do. But we do actually, like, see this, like, it's really interesting. Canis is... a lot of people shit talk Canis for their appearances in the previous Lostbelts, what's going on with them, and you know, his or her opinions on things, threats, motivations, whatever, you know. A lot of people have a bad relationship with Canis in the meta, in the community. Well, now we get to Atlantis, and we realize, oh wait, all of Canis' alleged allies in the Lostbelt also have a terrible relationship with Canis. Like, Canis is full-blown the ally nobody likes. Like, no, we do not hear an unsummoned sound cue. You hear a command seal sound cue. I want to point that out.
Yes.
That's a thing. It's not the desummoning sound. That's a command seal being activated. So whatever that means, don't know. But yeah, like, so... And it kind of puts you in this weird relationship. It reminds me of the quote from Jurassic Park, you know, John Hammond is talking about the thing, and he's like, the other one on my side is the blood-sucking lawyer. Like, none of Canis' allies really like Canis, but Canis starts to grow to respect you, and, like, even when having these kinds of, like, Canis and Jason and fight like only close associates can fight, right? Like, both of them know exactly the button to press.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's the... No, that was not the unsummoned sound. It sounds a little bit light, but no, that was the... I listened. I had full volume and
It's the ching kind of sound.
Yeah, it's the sound that makes when you spend a command cell. That isn't very appropriate. Yeah, no. So I do not think that story ends there, but like it's a really interesting arc for all of this, like talking about like, you know, how Canis really hates the gods, doesn't like all this stuff.
Well, like honestly, I'm
have grown to respect us as like not complete idiots, right?
Still gonna murder us though.
Yeah, because Canis wants a good fight.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Canis also wants a really good fight because this is a very important thing. Canis reveals that Wodaime said that Wodaime had seen the future and knew he would only have to fight, what was it? Did
Twice.
he say exactly 2?
Twice, yes.
Yes. He will only have to face us twice. So Canis really wants those 2 fights to be good.
Mm-hmm. So, yes. But, like, speaking of all these things and good fights and stuff, we're going to move on to the next general point here.
Yeah.
This needs to be hella be animated.
Yeah, I said this after I read, like, the first actual chapter. Like, guys, just picture it. Just picture, like, episode 1, maybe, yeah, probably the end of, like, episode 1 of, like, Atlantis, the anime. The fucking Nautilus breaches the storm wall, gets in there. Oh, my God, holy shit, there's enemies everywhere. They're shooting shit at us. They're firing Lamias like torpedoes. And then it just does... the shot you see in the CM, where we zoom out into space. Because this is handled great. We just boop, 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 boop. Oh, holy shit, there's a spaceship. Oh my god, it's firing a space laser. Like, just imagine Babylonia, like, Sakuga-style animation on that first Artemis shot, and you're just like, fuck, dude, damn. And, like, it doesn't stop either.
No. No, it's great. We'll probably talk about a lot of points that just need to be animated.
But, like, just in general, like, just think of this thing in motion with the usual, we should, I don't know what the acronym is, but like how they talk about the UFO table adaptations, you know, unlimited budget works and heaven's funding.
Mm-hmm.
We need to figure out what the GO for, like, so much money abbreviation is, but that's the treatment we'd get, and it would be really good. Like, there's a lot of activity. But yeah, I can also say, because this is also my point, I can say our next general point, and we can start into our work. But yeah, I talked about earlier about enemies with Theos Kilnomia. This Lostbelt actually made me bust out some units I haven't had to bust out in a long time, namely Jolter. I actually timed out on that first Cerberus fight, because I brought all foreigners.
Oh.
And foreigners are not really good at high-speed damage output. Abigail does a lot of damage, but she does not charge that NP for shit, even with 3 arts cards. So I just couldn't rack up the damage, because guess what? A robot dog, is not a man. So Hokusai does not do bonus damage. So you know what I did? I busted out Jolter, Waver Merlin with support Merlin in the back, and I just gave her you know, Golden Sumo, and I fired 1 NP, and I did about half its HP bar in 1 turn. If I you know, decided to use my brain a lot and went for some, you know, plug suit, you know, high brain strats, galaxy brain stuff, I probably could have done the whole HP bar in 1 turn, but I didn't think that hard about it. And yeah, no, so like, there are actually, these enemies can be quite chunky. Estrella was another instance of being very, very chunky with her. Everybody does neutral damage.
I believe I had to do the Estrella fight twice, personally. If I remember correctly.
Yeah. So it's actually made me, like, you know, be like, okay, what's my, like, highest damage output unit I have? Oh yes, right, I have Jolter Merlin. Let me just rub some Dragon Witch on this. And it works. It still works, guys. I suspect, though my skill levels are awful out of Blue Archer Gems, I suspect also just using Super Orion works for a lot of this stuff, but I've been having a lot of fun tapping a lot of old wells. For reasons, I have leveled my my Drake's Pioneer of the Stars to 10 finally, and I may be using that a lot for some reason. But yeah, it's actually kind of fun to bust out a lot of the units. I mean, there's a lot of riders, so I've also been for the lulls, I've been throwing Python at a lot of problems.
Mm-hmm. And
it turns out centaurs don't like being covered in burning explodey blood. Who knew?
I mean, if I have an excuse, I rub comma on everything.
For some of the bigger enemies who were riders and single targets, I have used my comma as well. But for wave clears. San.
So, with this, we're actually gonna get into our list, and we're gonna start with the prologue introduction. They had a lot of pips, actually.
Very long.
It's very long.
It's very lengthy. I remember booting it up at 4 a.m. or 3 a.m. when this started, and I'm like, oh my god, there's a lot of fucking text, guys. Jesus.
But we start off, we're in Nova Chaldean. They straight up state it's been 2 weeks in India, so fuck your time shenanigans, I guess. And basically, everyone's getting called down to the dock. And second point here, I don't actually remember this. Have all the survivors from OG Chaldea been given names? I don't actually remember this. Because I
think only Millionaire and the woman we saw in the Lostbelt prologue were named previously.
Yeah, but
I do not remember her name because she's not been on fucking camera in literally 2 years.
Yeah, so they name everyone. There's 8 survivors, including Millionaire, then plus Goldoff, Mash, and the protagonist. Apparently, I guess because they're servants, Da Vinci doesn't count themselves or Holmes necessarily.
Makes sense.
Yeah, but everyone's like, "Hey, we get to the dock. We got cool stuff." You go there, you see that the Nautilus has apparently been complete. Apparently, and they're about to take it on a test dive. And you get
fast forward.
Fast forward.
Ah, the test dive went great.
What happened? We don't fucking...
Literally, I don't remember it, but I thought
it was cool. So yeah, I guess they probably had imaginary scramble planned for a long time, and maybe I don't know why they didn't do it ahead. Maybe they're just trying to get story. I bet they're trying to get story content, so much story content out in a year.
Yeah, I suspect they did not do it because they didn't have enough time the end of the year was already decently packed with stuff. You had Saber Wars 2, etc.
They probably wanted to get at least a story, one half of the story out event before the end of the year, because otherwise, wouldn't have literally just been India.
Yes, it would have literally been India. They wouldn't have had Olympus ready yet, and also, while he's way more featured in this, and also the Nemo Marines, you've got a point about this later. That also would have they would have needed the playable Nemo added, which I am sure they were not at because they did not have to have that ready. And there's a lot of new mobs and bosses in Atlantis, and there's even more new mobs and bosses in Olympus. So they were probably pushing pretty hard to actually get the content ready to be playable. So they were like, okay, we know we're gonna do this later to buy time. We can just tell you it'll happen, and you guys don't care because time space shenanigan.
Time space.
It hasn't been 2 weeks since Lostbelt 4.
So, side point, the Nemo series are wild and I love them. And turns out they are both boys and girls. I actually had to double check this. Excuse you, Blue Archive, I will play you later. I actually did some digging on this, and this actually is clarified in Nemo's profile. Basically, it's explained that while Nemo himself is male, the Nemo Marines, because they are made from partitions of his brain, by the way, that because guys can have girl thoughts and girls can have guy thoughts, the gender of the Nemo Marines can be either. He's not going to tell you which one is which, though.
Yeah.
So that's a mystery solved.
Partitioning your mind thing is that's an Atlas Academy thing.
Oh yeah, I think Sion actually does it too.
Yeah, I think if it's not wasn't alluded to very briefly in the front half of this, it's stated somewhere else that maybe in his actual profile that Nemo picked up that ability from Sion. It's one of those cases where the master rubs off on the servant.
Yeah. Thank you, Filthy Casual, for your donation. Yes, we are still going. Welcome to live. This is one of the reasons why we're doing it live, so Omega won't die literally waiting for this to upload.
Yeah, no. Yesterday, I don't know when you would have got it, but I would have been fucking melted. I was already dead ass tired. I rallied a little bit, like, just relaxing and playing Atlantis and, like, you know, getting some dinner and, you know, like, I had a hot chocolate later and stuff. So, like, I juiced up a little, but, you know, it's still, I would not have been, like, in a good condition because we're already at 3 hours and we are barely in the prologue, right?
Right.
So this would have been something that wouldn't have been finished, like, editing, processing, and uploading until, like, frickin' 7 a.m. And I would not have lasted that long. I did not last that long, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So, we're doing it live because it's a big, chunky episode, and we're glad to have you here for it.
Oh, yeah, no.
No, we've not quite got to Blue Book, but that's our next point.
Our next point was... Oh, no, Blue Book! Anyways... Because
in general, well, go ahead and finish your thought here, because I think I can turn that into a whole talking point I like about the intros of these Lost Belts.
And meanwhile, at the Legion of Dune, roasted bananas are super yummy.
Yeah, so this is the thing I kind of like about our Lost Belt intros, is not only do we see what Novum Chaldean is doing, right?
Right.
But we usually check in with the Blue Book thing, though I'm pretty sure that's done now. He was shot by an anti-spiral, I think.
I think that's the best way to put it, yes.
Yeah. At Area 51.
Which is, you know, still exists.
Yeah. Temple of Time, Area 51. Nasu can think of some dumb name for that. But also, I don't know why, but I fucking love all the table scenes and how they do it every time, right? Everybody all around the table. And this one's really interesting because you can see it even in the key art, right? The guys are actually all around a table for once.
Oh yeah,
like the everybody but David, who's still doing his own thing, and the two women who are dead. Now, so you could work on that one a little bit. Not that fate hurts for female representation, but it is interesting that we're 5 Lost Belts in, and somehow only the 2 female cryptors died. Kind of. One of them became an angry ghost and eventually went to the Throne of Heroes, probably.
I mean, she bullies me in the cafeteria, so whatever.
Yeah. But, like, I just love how these scenes are put together with the song, which I believe that OST track is called Light of Humanity. It's one of my favorite tracks, just that you know, slow kind of ascending tune they do, often associated with the cryptors expositing or stuff. But, like, and then just all of them sit around the table, you get to hear the big echoing steps. Holy shit, Kadok speaks! He really is alive after all these Lost Belts. And he's talking to Pepe, who's like, you know, oh, I lost like a bitch. I'm so funny. And fucking Beryl just rolls up and he's like, yo, I left my Lost Belt. More Lost Belt 6 lead-up lore. He explains that it was never the plan to maintain the tree in the Lost Belt because it was directly over the abyss of the clock tower, which has bad things in it. And Wodaime would know this because he's a fucking genius at the clock tower. So, yeah, there's a lot of really interesting things. Beryl reminds us how much of a sex pest he is.
Yes.
And he needs to go to the underworld, actually. We'll skip Horny, get jail, and put him in the ground.
Nope, still not like this dude.
Yeah, no, he's not great.
Listen, I
appreciate his relationship with quote-unquote the boys, though, right?
Yeah.
Like, it's funny to see him interact with Kadok and Pepe and kind of form this, like, power trio while Wodaime is just like,
I'm too cool for all this.
Mind my own business, making my own plans. Hey, what's up, alien priestess? Are you going to stop me from doing my own shit? No? Too bad. Doing my own shit. You really... I like that we get the line that Wodaime is not really on the foreign god's side, right?
But
like, he straight up admits, I'm doing my own thing.
Like, to be fair, though, he's like straight up, I'm pretty sure the disciples are doing their own thing, too. It's like, no one's on anyone's side right here.
Yeah, he's just like, I will vaguely act in a way that might accomplish the foreign god's goals, but I'm doing my own business here, and are you gonna fucking stop me? And the lady is just like,
void and shape
that was
of
a
a
deliberate
person.
science.
Yes.
And he's like, cool, I'm gonna go do my thing. And but yeah, it's great to see them all kind of interacting because this is one of the great strengths of ensemble casts. Beryl is still a very obvious shit heel. I do like we've known for reasons because of JP and clairvoyance and stuff and other suggestions that like 6, you know, the Camelot one, Avalon LeFay, really fucked up. It's weird, but I love the like slow buildup of like, oh yeah, no, we weren't even planning on keeping that one alive. It should totally collapse. I don't know what's going on with this wall of light bullshit, but it sucks there. It's weird. You know, talks about like you're much more likely to run into phantasmals than humans, all kinds of stuff, all kinds of foreshadowing. So yeah, it's interesting. The Blue Book thing is, like, I would argue less interesting because it turns into kind of a shoot the shaggy dog situation. Where, like, he's been struggling as this lone survivor who we have no context for now because he's dead. He just gets to the end, he discovers the source, he talks about how he does kind of explain some possible reasoning for why space shit got involved.
I do love the moment where he says there was an alien here and it was screaming and someone heard it and they came, and then you just see in the corner like blue text, is that really the case though? And then it just keeps going on.
Yeah, I love that cue.
Yeah.
Like as far as he can tell, this was like, humanity, we caused this, you know, humans are the real monsters, we caused this ourselves, but it's like, is that really the case? Like, can we trust that that's actually what motivated the foreign god?
No, so
we don't know.
So that was great, but otherwise it was like again, it's just like, oh no. Anyways.
Yeah, it was just weird foreshadowing, and it's like, all right, cool. Well, that'll become relevant later, I'm sure.
All right.
Bye.
Bye. And we go on to the next one where we see our first bit of the... Oh, God, what do I want to call this? Because there's something interesting about this that I mentioned. Like, when we get to Atlantis, we're coming in at, like, the quarter mark. If all of Lostbelt 5, if you were to put it in, we basically came in at the half of the first half. So, the 25% overall. Because apparently... The counterforce was all like, all right, this is like, how do I understand? Like, this is the main point that we got to strike. The master will be showing up eventually. I need to send as many fucking servants as I can to set up some sort of fob of some sort. Do something.
Well, and also to try and delay it, because this is another plot point we get in Legion of Doom. Wodaime's tree is almost complete.
Yeah.
It has grown beyond the Lostbelt. It is visible across the planet. It's touching the stratosphere. It will soon become the vector for which the foreign god can actually fully descend, and then they'll move on to Phase 2, which is something. Some kind of thing it is. And basically, like, I think even Kadak is like, Wodaime, are we even competing anymore? And he's like, hey, David's still out there. He's still doing his thing. He's not here. But we realize that the clock continues to tick, right? Like, it is appropriate for us to try and punch out Lostbelt 5 because if we do not cut down this tree soon, the foreign god is actually going to arrive, and then something happens.
It's probably
what happens?
We don't know, but whatever it is, it's probably not good.
So, yeah, the counterforce goes all the fuck out, literally sends an army of proper human history servants to wage war.
It does not go well. We have, as we like to say, I like to say, the Decapitation.
The intro. This bit, by the way, wasn't shown on stream.
No.
But both the CM and this intro are really bloody. They went over the top with the effects. Like, they do a smash cut to black, but then they do, like, a blood gush, and they make it, like, roll and fall like a body.
Mm-hmm. You hear that?
Somebody in the animation team really busted their chops from this.
Mm-hmm. But you bet you get the idea of proper human strength. They're just being ganked. This mysterious masked figure who looks like he's in a fucking pilot suit is just marking all your servants, and then doing something else. I was all like, oh damn. Is burning up all the ley lines so we can't summon servants. It's like, oh man.
Yeah, he uses the information to summon servants to basically summon on the ley line point, and then when they activate it that way, they, like, cap it like a well.
Mm-hmm.
So you can't... We cannot summon more servants, which you'll notice we don't do.
No.
We have not done in the parts we're going to talk about. We talk about going to a ley line, but we quickly give that up once we realize how fuck all the shit is and we have to move on. I do like, though, relatively early on, when we discover that this has been happening, we do find out that not all is lost. Like, several servants moved on ahead towards Olympus. And allegedly some of them made it. And they made it with OPSEC. I love this. There's fucking OPSEC in this. They're like wiping memories and shit so you can't remember where you were until you get the right moments, and like so you can't reveal to the enemy. Oh, it's wild. But there's also another note. I wrote this in as well, and I red-coded it because it's explicitly my note. So hey, all that stuff I taught you about the Mage Association and stuff last time, that was important so you could know how cool Wodaime is.
He is very cool.
They talk about how he's buddies with the neutrals, the aristocratic, and the democratic faction. Like, if he wasn't an adversary, he would be way too, like, OP Mary Sue bullshit. Like, they go out of their, like, Goldorf goes out of his way to be like, no, this kid was really cool. We thought he was going to found a new department of the clock tower.
Yeah, the 14th department. What would that even fucking be?
I don't know. They talked about how it would be to explore the abyss, so I don't know.
Void.
Yeah, something, you know. But yeah, that's like how legit Wodaime was as a mage. So yeah, it was actually important. If you want to understand some of that terminology, like I said, go back and check it.
And I didn't write. I did not write it down, but there is one more scene between Musashi and a certain robed man.
That was very interesting, yes. That's in the intro. When we first show up, the robed man from Chaldean and Musashi are chilling on a seashore, and robed guy is like, man, they're fucked.
That boat is so tiny. What the fuck?
That is not a big enough boat. These guys did not do any recon at all. They do not realize the enemy knows they're coming. By the way, the enemy knows we're coming. That is the one problem with the Counterforces plan is, while it was helpful for us because it gave us the supplies we needed, it also completely blew our cover. Because we see this right away in Section 1, which is called Crisis After Crisis.
Yeah, it is.
We show the fuck up, and whoops.
We'll talk about that in a moment, but Musashi's there, you know, being, you know, cool interdimensional traveler swordswoman, talking about, nah, it's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. Musashi internally is like, it's probably not gonna be fine, but I believe in them. I believe.
Well, and how much does Musashi believe in us? She's like, yeah, I'm gonna go. Don't worry about it. Those guys. They're so fine. They don't even need my help. I'm just gonna go to Olympus, and she fucking personally ray shifts herself over there, and the robed figure is like,
I see. Okay, all right, cool. We out. We will never meet again. Bye.
I do not see you past this point.
And that is it for basically all the prelude. So we go into our first chapter, which is Crisis After Crisis. We start the chapter with immediately coming out of the Zero Sail, and we're like, all right, we're gonna breach this. All right, everyone get up. And there's fucking ships everywhere.
We are surrounded. How did they tell where we were? They must be continuously monitoring the border.
The entire border. All the fucking time.
Yeah, I wonder how they managed to do that. There's a lot of foreshadowing in this chapter.
Yeah, and right out the back, enemy commander, he's like, this is motherfucking Odysseus. And everyone's just like,
hello, I am Odysseus.
Prepare to die.
Yeah. Your bases belong to us. Basically.
And he just... Odysseus is not fucking around. He does not underestimate us. He does not leave anything up to chance. He is all like, we are going to make sure you are dissolved to your last molecule. Have fun with that.
I'm not even going to ask you to surrender. I'm just going to let you know. I'm going to give you the respect you deserve and tell you, we're going to fucking kick your ass now. Bye. Click.
And proceeds to kick your ass.
Their ass.
Yeah, and asses were kicked.
Well, yeah, he has a great encirclement plan. We are literally encircled by the Atlantis border guards, who are all hopped up on nanomachines, we find out later. They have fucking space triremes with ether sails or whatever. Great aesthetic in Lostbelt, by the way. They have the Echidna, which they are using to mass produce demonic beasts, incling a Kerberos, a 3-headed dog.
I mean, that's official. Technically, Echidna did give birth to the Kerberos. Technically.
But it's a prototype, this kids. So they throw that at us. Canis has been sent down and has the authority of the sea. So she attacks us, and everybody is freaked the fuck out. They're like, if she gets inside the sub, we are fucked. Do not let her get on board. Do not do that. You must stop Canis. Then like Odysseus goes all out. He fires Lamias at us like missiles, and then he has them on the fucking seabed so that when we die, he understands a submarine and has mines ready.
Lamia mines.
Yes. And even then, all of this is just an excuse to lock us down for a little bit, because the real plan is to shoot us with a giant fucking space gun.
Listen, guys, were you ready for Space Laser? I wasn't. I mean, I was because of reasons, but also, hell no, how do you predict that? Shout out to the MC for just being like, nah, we funded down now. Finna die now. Okay, thanks, bye.
We're going to fucking die.
Yeah.
Also, shout out to the sound designers. That is a classic anime bassy, like...
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Also, rewind. We got a brief look at what the Echidna light. Crazy ass design. I do like that how though when the MC saw it, he just had immediate Tiamat PTSD, which just makes sense.
That's another thing this Lostbelt does a lot. Flashbacks, hard flashbacks with the whoosh sound. I love it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So with the Echidna, I'm hoping that the fact that they put a "the" in front of it is not actually Echidna. That means there could be a regular old Echidna servant one day. Because again, give me a soft Medusa face. I think that'd be great.
I definitely think what they're going for is, like, this is clearly, you know, the Echidna is, like, that's a thing they made to produce demonic beasts. It is the Lostbelt Echidna. We see this later when they talk about how, you know, Minotauros was different, right? Mm-hmm. So, I suspect that does mean that there is a proper human history version of Echidna. Whether that shows up in FGO or not, we will see. But
we will see. Like, I'm gonna say, I'm a little upset that the fucking Kerberos are just fucking tentacle starfish. I'm just like, oh...
Hey, they have dog heads.
I know, but still. They're still tentacle starfish.
Stuff. Though, that is the other thing. All of these are, like, mass-produced or origin versions, right? Yeah. Like, Hydra origin, Chimera origin, Lamia origin, because those are all Greek. Mm-hmm. Werewolves are called lycanthropes and stuff, right? Mm-hmm. The Charybdises. I mean, technically, I do believe the actual Charybdis is, like... was supposed to be, like, a big munchy mouth at the bottom of the waterfall, but or whirlpool, but... it is definitely, like, they got a little lazy with the sprites. Mm-hmm. Like, at least the proper Cerberus is like, okay, I don't have a dog body, but I do have 3 flaming dog heads.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty on point. I'm not going to be mad at that. Like, it's pretty sick, I'm not going to lie.
And it has a fucking intimidating story sprite when it pops up, and you're just like, what the fuck?
Ah, it's in my face! So, that was basically the end of Section 1, and we go immediately into Section 2, which is... called Impossibly Miraculous, and we just wake up on the fucking beach, because, guess what? The what?
It's a great shot.
Yep.
Like,
because
it's that classic.
Because we tried to escape, we cannot escape, so we tried to initiate a zero sail, and did not work, kind of.
There was a big explosion, we wash up on shore.
Yep. But who is this sweet girl? It's Charlotte Corday, of course. And Foe is here with us now? Okay. He's my friend. Whack whack.
Foe was clearly, you know, writing in your mystic code, whatever. Mm-hmm.
I'm pretty sure that's
alternatively that means that also you could take that as canonically the master's instinct was when we're about to blow the fuck up was to pick up Foe.
Grab the beast. I actually think there was actually an interesting line, especially when they were firing the laser for the first time. Like, they actually make a line towards Foe. It's like, even the beast, which has lost all its power, could do nothing in the face of this. It was just like, oh. So, they're definitely not letting you forget that Foe used to be a big fucking deal at some point.
But also make sure to point out that there's not shit he can do.
Yeah. So, Charlotte Corday shows up. She saves your life, because, you know, you might have just swallowed a couple gallons of seawater. That's usually not a good thing. It's Age of God seawater, though, so I'm pretty sure it is very healthy for you, like everything else in this goddamn thing. So...
salt is actually...
eh.
Everything's net machine, son.
It might be. Fuck. So Charlotte Corday immediately ingratiates herself as the cute one, and she's adorable. I'm like, no, you're great, girl. But quickly turns out that she's kind of like, I'm not trying to be mean. I'm really not trying to be mean, but while she is a great, what's the word I want to use? Support, she's not there for combat. She's not there to help you fight things. She has no idea where she is. She has no idea what she's doing. She has no idea where she's going. But hey, she's found you and she saved you. So we got that going for her. So you're going to try and get back to the village when she came. You immediately get lost, get caught by a fucking demonic beast. You manage to take down one, quickly get surrounded again, and then someone pisses on them. Literally. Oh shit, it's your boy, Orion. He's here to lay down some very, very meaty, very muscly smackdown. Holy shit. This boy fucking slaps in all ways. Like, this is the point where Lucky was like, close, summon, 10 spin. Like, just from that first few moments, I'm just like, yep, nope, I love this boy already. He's great. Because Orion as a bear is something. Like,
source of comedy.
He's a strict source of comedy. But well, I would say, I think it's something that just occurred to me. He is always playing part of a two-man comedy routine. Exactly, yeah. He's always the sidekick to Artemis. He's always the straight man to Artemis, or the butt of a joke to whatever lunacy Artemis is putting down. Super Orion, though, is a comedic protagonist, I want to say. Like, yeah. He can stand all on his own, and boy, howdy does he. He has thoughts, he has feelings, he has concerns and worries and all that stuff, and he puts it on through this big veneer of, hey, I'm just a big friendly hunter dude. What's up? Want to shake my hand? I'm like, fucking wash your hands, you animal.
I think that's fair. Robinson in chat, easily the least useful starting ally followed by the most useful. Like, they give you a test fight with Corday right away, and I double check the monster levels, and it's like, they went for like a absolutely pathetic lowball demonic beast, right? So you don't die. Like, they go out of your way to show you that Corday is not a fighter and shouldn't be. She is an assassin in the classical sense, in that she assassinated a guy.
One guy.
Now, she does have the ability to like carry that out very well, but like, I do not think that her slightly airheaded personality is ungenerous. This was a woman who was in a nunnery and saw, you know, the Jacobean and the French Revolution and was like, I know how to stop this. I'll shank a guy. And then just stumbled into shanking a guy. Like, they were literally asking her, yo, who are your co-conspirators? And she's like, nobody. I didn't conspire with nobody. I just thought it would solve the problem if I stabbed that guy. Did not solve the problem of the French. But that is a talk for a different.
Definitely for a different.
But yeah, they literally, I think, set up those quests back to back so you can see how different it is. I even thought this slightly uncharitably to myself, but I was like, so this is to let you test how good a Super Orion solo is. Because, like, in that real demonic beast fight, Corday is a little bit of a dead weight, and at the very least, she is way more fragile than Super Orion, who is, like, level 100 NP.
10, 10, 10.
Yeah.
I have never felt so powerful in my goddamn life.
Oh, yeah, no. So, like, yes. Whereas Corday is, while generously, I believe, level 75, she's still a bronze character originally, so she does not pack as much punch, right?
Right. But they talk, Orion's all like, nah, I'm not about this, about saving the world life, fam. And Corday's all like, well, I say good day, sir. I say good day. And then immediately go get lost again, so Orion agrees to take you to the village. Takes you to the village, you meet the person that they've been referring to, known as the Courier. Oh shit, guess what? It's another new bronze servant. It's fucking Bartholomew, who I think... Huh?
It's your boy, Black Bart.
It's your boy. Who, unfortunately, I think is probably actually the most annoying character in this fucking scenario.
Yes, they have... I don't know why they decided to play it so hard. I'm pretty sure this is original to Japanese, because boy howdy were they making this joke a lot on the stream. With Bart's VA there. Guys, there's a lot of... I don't know what's going on with Nasu. Is this like some outgrowth of like his starting as what?
1
like starting as writing like eroge, like there's a lot of side talk about fetishes in this chapter.
Yeah.
It happens a lot. People talk of like joke about your kinks, and like I'm like, wow, this is like weirdly sexual, but not in like a fan service way, but just like in a like we're discussing these topics a lot more all of a sudden.
Yeah, no.
Several people call out Bart because he will not shut the fuck up about Bang.
No, he won't.
Literally every character, he's like, yes, girl who could be cute if she grew out her bangs, and Da Vinci is like, excuse me, I am perfect, how dare you? Now, like some of it's funny. Like later, when you re-meet with him, he's singing a sea shanty about Mash's bangs, and I joined in. Of course I did.
Hoi, hoi, hoi. But he, you know, being fetish aside, he's on the up and up. He's like, hey, yo, I'm here to help. That's like,
I'm the courier. People know me. I know the island. And you're like, all right, thank God.
Yep.
He reveals that indeed the entirety of your team did not blow up and die.
He's like, we can go meet them up with them. Let's go. And we're like, cool. So we go meet up with them. Everyone's all like, oh my God. You and Matt do a power hug.
Yes.
And, you know, everyone starts explaining stuff. Apparently you survived by the power of random magical bullshit super science.
Yes.
I'm trying to remember how it is, but basically because we were half in a zero cell, we were in basically a Schrodinger state. We both existed and did not, and that somehow lessened the impact of the blast. So while the Nautilus was pretty much fucking destroyed and, you know, basically knocked Nemo the fuck out, the Shadow Border was able to survive barely. And they were able to everyone to drift ashore.
And this was covered in the pre-plot. The Shadow Border, which formed the core of the Nautilus Mark I, was made fully amphibious this time.
Yes, they said it was going to be treated as a landing device and lifeboat.
So yeah, the way they explained it is basically, Artemis's shot blew the fuck up out of the Magecraft barriers. You know, the Nautilus had shields, so that those all got blown out. So the only thing we could do is to zero sail, but because of Canis and Odysseus' attack, our zero sail equipment was damaged. We could not verify our own existence, which is, you know, that's very important for race shifting and sliding and stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Because if you don't verify you exist, you get lost in the time goop. So Nemo orders a zero sail anyway, and basically the Nautilus was caught between two impossibilities.
Mm-hmm.
It was impossible for us to survive in the real world under Artemis' space laser. It was also impossible for us to survive in zero space without the proper protection. Would have been crushed by the pressure. But because we were in that moment between those two impossibilities, they kind of like cancel each other out. And like you said, the Nautilus still blows the fuck up, but the power was basically shunted into the ether space and did not actually destroy us. Though it did reveal, by the way, that Odysseus does not care about acceptable losses. Absolutely sent his own guys to keep blocking us up and just get blown the fuck up.
It's one of those things it's one of those things that, you know, people in the field, you know, have to make. It's all like, if we don't kill these guys right now, how much fucking trouble are they going to cause later? By the way, the answer is a lot.
Yes. Odysseus was absolutely right, because we continue to fucking Bugs Bunny our way around, beating up his guys constantly. We even get the space laser shot at us again, and we still find out a way to get the fuck out of that.
Yeah, but
yeah, so we meet up, we explain all our stuff. You know, I'm still very curious how we and Foe were blown clear.
Yeah, that's one of those weird things. But
we were literally shifting into the zero sail at that time, so I don't know.
I blame the Counterforce. Counterforce is like, hey, you probably need it over here.
There's a lot of talk about the impossibilities and kind of balancing things out, you know?
Mm-hmm. Now, unfortunately, this is where we have to kind of wing it by memory of things, because this is where I actually ran out of notes.
Yeah.
But next we come up to Section 3, Enduring Light of the Gods.
Remember if this one is mostly expositional?
It was mostly expositional. This is basically people explaining how gods are giant machines, and that's That's our Artemis up there shooting giant space lasers, and everyone's just like,
Yep.
what? Orion comes in, helps with some exposition, also talks how he doesn't really want to do that, if I remember correctly. Again, if I'm remembering this wrong, people, please let me know. I guess I'm trying to pull this out my ass. I don't want to start scrolling through fucking text while playing this game. Like, that looked very, very weird. But, at this point, we also meet Mandricardo, I believe, if I remember correctly.
Well, yeah, so basically, in our quest for more information, I think even Bart says, I gotta go do a job, I'll be back before sundown.
Mm-hmm.
You guys should go to the temple on this island and see what's up, right?
Ah, yeah, that's what it was, right.
And then on our way to the temple, we meet Mandricardo, who is a rogue servant. And he is like, he asks the wrong guy, because we need to fix Nemo, basically.
Yes.
And Bart tells us, hey, yo, the people around here on Hestia Island.
Yes, Hestia, by the way.
Very important. He's like, if you take him to the temple, he can be healed. People do that all the time around here. So we're like, okay, well, we really need Nemo back up and running because while the Shadow Border is intact and its cloaking system works, it really doesn't have the horsepower or firepower for what we need to do. Because I don't... Actually, yeah, I think Bart does tell us the 3 rings of defense. If not now, soon.
Yeah, but basically we have Odysseus and his army, fucking Artemis in space, just firing lasers, and then Poseidon just in the fucking sea.
Yeah, because they explain on the map that there is a hole in the middle of this ocean, and Olympus rises up out of that. That's where the actual city of the gods in the heavens is. Mm-hmm. And to get there, we will have to not get blown the fuck up by Artemis. We will have to defeat Poseidon, who patrols the waves. And also Odysseus and his army are going out there. This is very meaningful for stuff we'll talk about in deep dive later. Mm-hmm. But yeah, we get our Act 1 plot hook. Like, we have 3 trials to overcome. To overcome some of them, we are going to need Nemo, who is also, he explains, Phantom Spirit fused with Triton, which is one of Poseidon's sons. So we take him to the temple, we meet Mandricardo. Mandricardo immediately shows off his best boy status because he is huge nerd. And he is a dork. I love that you can be like, oh yeah, I remember your name. Or you can just straight up be like, I don't know what the fuck you are. But he explains all the stuff. He even has a method to get the nanomachines, the Theos Telenomia, the God's Legacy. We take some samples, we juice up Nemo.
Also, on a side note, this is one of the things that I wonder, like, why did they never actually bring up using nanomachines on, like, MASH or the Master?
Well, at first it's because we want to analyze them. Like, Mandricardo says it's safe, but we want to be 100% sure.
Yeah, and then Da Vinci Chan's all like, oh yeah, no, these things are 100% safe, and they have a whole bunch of benefits. Let's just use them on servants. I'm just like, wait a minute.
I think the idea, I'm going to guess the idea is because servants are unsummoned anyway, it's okay. Whereas for us, I'm going to guess, like, I really wish they'd brought this up, but my thought would be, I don't know what happens when we erase the Lostbelt from the timeline, and we have some of the Lostbelt in us, right?
I know, but like, again, here's the thing. The thing I think that bugs me the most is they don't address it at all.
Yeah, I kind of wish they'd come at it.
No, like, isn't that...
No. Our bodies could totally handle it. They mention it would be perfectly safe. It does nothing but enhance you.
Yeah, no, like, because all the people, all the exiles have nanomachines in them. And they live up to...
Or at least the normal Hestia Kilonomia, anyway. They do explicitly point out the Athena's legacy. That would require somebody with divinity, otherwise they'd fucking explode. Yeah. Because like, that would augment your combat potential.
Yeah, like... Probably not like any of the the hyper-specialized one, because that's what they said. Like, they had the God's Legacy, which is the generic one, and then all the gods took it and then hyper-tuned it for specific purposes. So those ones, honestly, I can see, because from the way that sounds, it sounds like those gods' intent is in those nanomachines. We see, it lets for like specific things, but just... No, let me just have some...
For instance, later, Hephaestus' legacy increases durability factors in individuals, but also has abilities related to manufacturing and modifying items.
Yeah.
It could also be limited supply. We only have so many servant doses, and we need it to power up their noble phantasms. We need it the least for sure.
I don't know. Again, I don't know what to say about that. Like, usually, like, At any point in this, they constantly call out how the Master is literally the weakest link. The moment that the Master goes down, everything is fucking lost. Like, like I said, this is my survival center, is usually you shore up your weakest factors first to ensure survival.
Yeah, like I said, I agree with you. I think this is a weakness in that, for some reason, Nasu just didn't acknowledge it. Like, at no point do I remember a dialogue line about why we don't take it after Da Vinci says it's perfect.
Yeah.
I think, like, the idea is, as somebody said, limited supply. Like, we are supposed to first focus on getting these two Nemo so that Nemo can be fully repaired, because even one dose of the regular Theos Kill Nomia doesn't fix Nemo completely.
Yeah, it doesn't.
He's just like, okay, I'm conscious now. I can maybe manifest a few Marines. I could rebuild the Nautilus, but for us to succeed, we need to get even more, right? And then after that, it becomes, okay, we also need all of these to juice up Orion, because we need Orion to shoot down Artemis. For reasons we'll get to in a second. But yeah, it's a little unclear. But yeah, so that's the nanomission details is minute assembly of authorities.
Yep.
Section 4, like, because in case you can. So we go to the temple. We have a lot of temple exposition. We marvel at how fucking sci-fi it is. We brought Goldorf with us to carry Nemo, so he actually goes out into the field. A lot of the Gothans. Love it. So, you know, we bond with Mandricardo. We meet back up with Black Bart. He shows up and he's like, okay, we gotta go. And he explicitly says we can't go out at night for some reason. Artemis is a moon deity. She's a lunar deity.
Moon!
So, yeah, apparently her senses are much more attuned at night. I assume it's probably like using like a thermal camera at night is just, you know, during the day there's fucking sunlight and shit, but at night it's like, hey, what's that thing? But so we, you know, power through all this, Wodaime checks in with Odysseus occasionally. He's like, hey, did you find any bodies? And Odysseus is like, nope. And he's like, okay, cool, you probably didn't get them. Keep searching. And Odysseus is like, I'll do that. I'm keeping searching. It's very interesting to see Wodaime and Odysseus kind of bounce off each other, because they feel like they're in very similar places, you know?
They seem like they're both people who know what they want to do and how they want to do it.
Yes. They're very tactically minded, very strategic, and very rational, and they just kind of bounce off. As opposed to Canis, who is just like, those motherfuckers survived? Well, I guess I gotta go kill those little shits myself. I'm gonna go in the ocean again. Sploosh! I
do like how Canis was like, if they survived, I want to be on their fucking side, because Jesus fucking Christ. And that's when they had the whole conversation, like, they probably fucking survived. And he just turned to Canis and like, so what'd you say? He's like, I said nothing, fuck you.
Canis is like, fuck you, you can't prove anything, Copper. I'm going in the ocean. Aquaman noises. We also, somewhere in here, I think it's more around 7, but we see we get some dialogue first and then see some designs for Dioscuri, and they are creepy twins.
Yeah, they are.
I do not like them. They are unpleasant. But yeah, so we resolve our Act 1 quest. Like, we have the Act 1 call to adventure, which is all that effort we put into. We built the Nautilus and we blew it the fuck up right
immediately.
Away. Thank God we can fix it, but we're like, all right, cool. We have a submarine. Oh, we've been space lasered. Whoops. And that turns into basically our Act 1 quest, which is like, okay, we have a plan. We have to rebuild the Nautilus and make it better and collect servants by powering ourselves up. Because that's the other thing Black Bart introduces us to, is he tells us the story of like, oh yeah, by the way, these servants are here. I was left behind by the advanced unit. And I can't remember their faces or true names because they edited my memories. But Master, we came here and we fought ahead of you. And some of us have gone on ahead to Olympus to make sure that you can get in. And this is when I think he explains the 3 rings of defense, right? Mm-hmm. So we move on, and he's like, there's a very important person waiting for you on the next island, which was... which one was it?
No, I think...
I'm blowing the fuck out. Heracles Island. He's like, I'll take you to the next island, Heracles Island. There's somebody who's very important for you to see there. Isn't there, Charlotte Corday? And she's like, oh, fuck.
Yeah, because apparently Corday went to this island to go get Jason hangover drugs.
Yes. Medical herbs. But Corday remembers that, oh yeah, she's been in contact with Jason. And Jason sent her on a mission, and she completely forgot because she has no idea what the fuck she's doing. And Jason clearly knows she has no idea what the fuck she's doing. So he probably sent her on a snipe hunt or a suicide mission. Anyway, we go to Heracles Island. Also, was it on Heracles or was on? Again, we didn't write these exact notes down. We didn't have time to sketch them out. But we do another cool sci-fi thing where I think it is on Hestia Island. But Bart tells us to go see how the people make their clothes.
Oh yeah, and they talk about how like it's super high tech, super strong stuff that will like ruin a knife. And actually, I just remembered something. You guys talking about the nanomachines? I remember the first island had excess nanomachines. We just couldn't fill Nemo more with any of them. That's why we had to go to other islands. So there was more nanomachines around. We just didn't use them.
But we didn't know they were. We didn't
know they were safe at that point.
Human consumption yet. It's interesting we don't double back, but I think that again, not commented on, but makes sense. We don't do a lot of doubling back because we are worried that the enemy is hunting for us. Like
this
Shadow Border's cloaked nearby.
It's like it is definitely one of those things.
We're on Heracles Island. We go there because Drake's plan is great. We'll talk about this stuff, but yeah. So they show off the invention of their clothes, which are like their fucking cloaks are like, meta materials that are like immune to steel knives and stuff. And they're just like, oh yeah, we just use some Theoscolomnia and we use some fabrics and we make our clothes. And Bart uses this as an excuse to be like, hey, this is the fucking people you're dealing with here. Like, don't think these guys are backwards because they live in the post-apocalyptic ruins of a robot god. Like, shit is weird here. But yeah, so we depart for Heracles Island. That's a really interesting one. We fight some more demonic beasts. This is where we start to they start to build up how interesting this place is. Like earlier with Orion, or actually no, it was after the clothes lady. Mm-hmm. Some hunters come back and they kill the Hydra. They killed the vodka Hydra.
It actually had vodka.
Yes, they talk about how there was booze in it and like they're gonna eat well. And Holmes is like, fascinating, Captain. I'm Mr. Spock apparently.
He is Mr.
Spock. Think how crazy it was that you guys fought one Hydra or Orochi or Krichat, and you're like, you're right. And these guys fought a Hydra. Four men to a Hydra. Like, you even drilled down and are like, excuse me, sir, explain to me how you guys hunt Hydras around here. We're from a different island, And like, so yeah, the humans here are tough enough and geared enough that they can fight demonic beasts, which is something that is, for us, normally is not possible without Servant. We are dog shit at that,
It's one of those things of like, there's dangers, but there's not excessive dangers.
Yes.
Because they actually, draw parallels to literally to LB1, where they talk about the Yaga and their magic rifles, and how in Lostbelt 2 it's like, no, people just die.
Yeah. But so there's some very interesting stuff going on there. But we go to the new island. We talk to the new people there. There's a guy who there's a quote unquote kid, but he's like a couple hundred years old. Everybody's aging is really weird and stagnant. They do throw out the stagnancy word a couple of times. We find Jason drinking in a bar, and who's at the bar? Drake.
But it's not just any old drink. It's fucking Extella costume Drake, and he's like, God damn it!
Yes, in my notes, in all caps, I put, Delightworks, give me Drake's costume, you moral cowards. I am the Ubermensch. I do not care for your petty human concerns. Give costume.
So here's the thing I found interesting, hilarious, and a little irritating at this. Jason, this is Okeana's Jason. He clearly remembers what the fuck we did.
This is Servant Jason. He was summoned from the throne and returned there and remembers.
He remembers us from Okeana. He's like, oh, you motherfucks. But Drake, also Drake, who, hung out with us and did stuff, it's like, I don't know you guys, but I feel like I like you, so hang on.
Well, I have a theory on that. Remember in Okeanos, that was real-ass Drake. Like, that Drake was the historical person Drake. She was not a servant. She was able to fight like a servant because she had a holy grail. An explanation they never gave for Nero.
That explains.
But that Drake was supposed to be the alive Drake. who was actually in history. She was a historical figure who we helped out. Whereas, obviously, the Drake we see in Atlantis is the servant Drake. So their two memories do not necessarily correlate.
Okay, that makes sense the more I think about it, but it still makes me sad.
Yeah, it's a little weird that like they put us on those terms with Jason, but also it's very funny, and it's a little bit gay how Mash is just like, oh my god, Drake, it's so good to see you. Oh my gosh, and she's like, haha, you sound like you know me very well. Well, I feel like the camera is just reveling in Wada Arko's art.
Yeah, just on that particular boob shine, just right there. Just,
But yeah, so Drake's here, and you talk about recruiting her, but Drake is like, yeah, I got a problem. I'm really fucked up. I received a horrific wound I am still recovering from, and also I am super cursed. Poseidon cursed me. If I step on the ocean, I will die.
Probably because the ocean is nanomachines.
Yes.
So
we don't find out how that works until later, but yeah. So Drake just runs a bar on Heracles Island where Jason is, and Jason is very sad because all of his friends are dead or deleted themselves from his memories.
Literally mentions that Herc died because he tanked not one, but 2 of Artemis' lasers.
Yes. He used up all of his god hand on blocking Artemis's shots, which, by the way, is a very funny callback. I think I talked about this in the Orion Wanted, but remember, Artemis is very disappointed when she shoots at Heracles in Okeanos and doesn't instantly kill him because she's like, wait a minute, my authority should have completely canceled out his god hand. And then we get to this, and no. He is the strongest in the world. He has the Batcon. He can't be stopped. He takes 2 still. So even if Artemis had worked the way she wanted to, it still would have taken 2 in Okeanos. But yeah, I think it's because that's our memory form of him, but also it's the one that has the god hand, so he's very resilient. But yeah, it's so, and that's why Jason's really depressed, because all of his Argonaut friends are dead. He doesn't have his boat anymore. He literally when you fight against him and when you fight as with him later, his NP is reduced. He can't use it.
Yeah, he has a buff like a captain without a ship or something.
Yeah. So like his NP is sealed because he's lost his boat. It's blown the fuck up. He is just like, he's just sitting there drinking his days away. And you're like, come on, Jason, you got to help us the fuck out. And he's like, no, I don't have to help you the fuck out.
I was like, 1, we're enemies. 2, fuck you. 3, fuck you again. Goes back
3, fuck you, my friends are dead.
Yeah.
And 4, don't get involved with the gods. Dumb idea.
Jason, like I said, this is like something that I really like about this. This is one of those this is 5.1 is definitely the Jason redemption arc. Mm-hmm. He's still a fucking heel and still kind of an ass, but when he's on your side, it's kind of more lovable than despicable.
Yes, you understand his logic a lot better. He's the captain, right? Mm-hmm. And he even talks about this. I'm supposed to be a king. Like, I'm kind of supposed to be in charge. It's very funny if you think about divine right of kings and stuff, right? Mm-hmm. Like, Jason literally has the divine right of kings. Hera was like, you shall be king. Thanks for carrying me over this river while I was disguised as an old lady. And Jason, honestly, if you talk to FGO Jason, he would be just like, I should never carry that old lady. I would have been much happier if I stayed a farmer, but fuck it. God told me I was supposed to be king, so I decided I'm going to be the fucking king. And it did not work. You know, somebody asks him, how'd that work out for you, bud? And he says, it did not. But you know, that's how it goes. Mm-hmm. But yeah, he's like super depressed. He's literally in his cups. He's very dismissive of Corday, and Corday is dismissive of him. I kind of like their back and forth. It's like he, unlike Orion, he never like hits on Corday or anything, despite the fact that he got in trouble for adultery, kind of.
Well, the adultery was his master plan.
Yes, his adultery, and honestly, while it was still shitty to Medea, it was not the worst, because his basic plan was like, hey, Medea, I know you've sacrificed a lot. I literally murdered your brother for everything in here, but it's like, to secure my political alliance, I need to marry this princess, so we're gonna like get divorced, but don't worry, I'll still take care of you. But Medea is like, that's not good enough, though. Also, your new wife's a bitch. Like, well, I mean, I fucking tried. I think also, depending on the version, Medea was concerned that Jason's new wife and his new father-in-law would be concerned because that she'd already had several children by Jason. And, tried to dispose of them anyway.
That is a legit concern, unfortunately.
Well, yeah, in most of the plays, Jason is he's not going to completely dump Medea, because he still is like, I did kind of whisk her away from her homeland in Colchis, which, by the way, is on the Black Sea.
And Medea did murder a lot of dudes for me. A lot of dudes. Including,
she made my aunt and cousins go crazy and rip apart my evil uncle, the king, with her magical powers. Because Medea is horrifying. Like, there's a reason why Jason is freaked the fuck out whenever Medea comes up. If you actually read Argonautica, this is why for the homebrew I did, you can listen to it, I made Medea an assassin. Medea murders a lot of people with magic. Like, she is, like, setting dudes on fire and, like, you know, blowing up Talos with her mind bullets and shit. It's...
Medea wasn't necessarily in the right, but like I said, fucking Jason's patron god was fucking Hera, you know, god of marriage. And
the goddess devoted to marriage. And so because he broke his marriage vows, like, and some versions media straight up tells him, he's like, you killed our kids. You're gonna get fucking punished. That's a great sin. And Medea's like, dude, you're backed by Hera, okay? Nothing's gonna happen to me, man.
Yeah, so technically it's one of those things that Medea did not do right, but considering, quote unquote, according to the laws of the land, she also did nothing wrong. So she's like, bye.
Yeah, I mean, it's why traditionally older Medea is seen as a villain. You know, as Castor in Fate Stay Night, she is a villainous character, but she is also very sympathetic. Like, she does bad things, but you understand her. And also, when she's horny for Saber, you understand. You know?
Best Medea is when she is ooh-wooing over Sager, though. Give me a Sager pseudo just so I can put this happy couple together. That's all I need in my life.
Just give me more Medea, guys.
Honestly.
Even in this case, Lily shows up, even though arguably her later form should be stronger.
Well, I think this is the problem. Medea Lily is probably the only one that would actually work with Jason. Older Medea will probably just stab him and just be like, fuck this.
Yeah.
Medea Lily knows what's up, but she's still bound by Aphrodite's, ooh, woo, I love this man.
Also, Medea Lily is literally her as an Argonaut, which makes sense, right?
Yeah.
She would be the one that is summoned. We don't name check Atalanta or other Argonauts a lot other than Heracles, but I assume that, like, when Jason showed up with the Argo, he was probably with some of his best crew.
Honestly,
the counterforce was not slacking.
I don't know if this is in his profile, but I feel like Jason's doing, like, it's in his MP, but I feel like he should have the ability to summon the Argonauts if he has the Argo.
Yeah, I mean, I expect he can. I think the problem is that they were already summoned and are already somewhere else.
Probably.
But yeah, so we go through this whole drama with Jason, and we talked about it. I love Lostbelt 5 Jason. Like, the Lostbelts have done a conscious effort to reuse characters we saw already, right?
Like, honestly, like, I mentioned this, fucking this chapter really seems like a return to Okeanos. We have a lot of the same Hallmark characters. We really do. Like, we're back on the ocean, we have Jason, we don't have Blackbeard, but guess what? We have basically his foil, Bart,
who even says, do not compare me to Blackbeard.
We have all the Argonauts, Artemis and Orion is hanging out here. You know,
but we also have these weird twists, right?
Yeah.
Like, as opposed to being, you know, the implacable enemy we must defeat, you know, Herc's already dead. He was on our side and already sacrificed himself. There's no Asterios. Asterios was Minotauros, but he's gone. This is a plot point again that is after our cutoff.
Yes.
Well, we'll talk about that later. But they straight up, you go to an island with a labyrinth, and he's just not there, and you have these flashbacks, right?
Right.
Like, so there is so much commentary about Okeanos. Drake is here. She's still got her weird relationship with Poseidon, but she can't leave the island. Like, she can't support us.
It's like it's almost like we're on the opposite side.
Yeah, it's a very interesting inversion. of how this works, but it keeps to the themes. It's also I think it's interesting you say that because yeah, there are a lot of parallels in how some of the Lostbelts are set up. Like Avalon is obviously supposed to be, you know, with like the fairy knights of the round, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's obviously supposed to be calling how Camelot is laid out. But also because it's actually in England, and especially after this foreshadowing, I suspect it is also a parallel to London.
Mm-hmm. Also think about it.
We had a big deal about the clock tower getting blown up.
Mm-hmm. And also think about this. In Okeanos, Hector was on the enemy side, but on this one we have Mandricardo, his successor.
Yeah.
Like, no, there's just full-on parallels to Okeanos here.
And Mandricardo plays a role that is opposite. He is basically a foil to Hector, as seen with some later stuff we won't get into. Mm-hmm. But, like, Mandricardo is like, I don't think I'm that famous. I have no idea what I'm doing. I want the Durandal. Whereas Hector was, like, a cool old guy. Like, he was an antagonist, but he was, like, competent, direct, professional. Mm-hmm. And even you could argue that, like, as opposed to how Okeanos worked, right, where, like, you know, Eurali was on our side and stuff. We had a lot of gods on our side. Mm-hmm. There was even that whole thing with killing Herc with David using the Ark of the Covenant, right?
Right.
In this case, everything that is divine is trying to kill us, for the most part. Like, it's a very interesting inversion. So Drake gives us a plan to get Jason on board. She's like, hey, you guys need that Theos kill number, right? Go to the temple. I've got a secret access code. Extract from some. You're probably going to have to fight some guards. And you're like, okay. So you beat up the guards, and you get the stuff. You power up Nemo, and Nemo's like, ooh, this is that good shit. Not only can I make the Nautilus now, but I think I can make it better. You got to keep giving me on this juice, man. Mm-hmm. This is also where we get Professor Nemo.
Yep.
Love it.
We keep cutting her off, and she's not okay with it. She might stab a bitch.
Mm-hmm. But I love this result, right? Like, we go through all this process. We already know that the moment we thump a guard, Odysseus is like, I think I know where they are.
They did not check in.
We also know that Artemis knows where they are because we get this great aside scene where Orion in the woods talks to Artemis's terminal, which is just an alt art of normal Artemis's spray. And you kind of get to see, like, maybe how they could have been an item, right?
Right.
Like, they are a little flirty. They kind of like each other's presence. I should also note that according to, like, Orion's profile, Artemis is still a virgin goddess, right? It's not like they, like, ever went anywhere with the relationship. It's just that, like, Artemis felt a certain amount of affection towards Orion, that Orion was shockingly chivalrous towards her too, and Apollo was like, that's not okay.
Call it. It was a platonic love, kind of.
Yeah. And that's kind of what Super Orion's NP is, right? It's like this idealized form of, like, you know, the goddess's love put me in the stars. I am big now. I love his NP quote where, like, all right, I'm gonna kick your ass now. I'm gonna beat some guys up. I'm busted out. I love it. It's
also probably why, though, Orion was probably fooling around with other girls, though, unfortunately. Yeah. A man has needs. Physical needs.
That, and also he was a notorious womanizer. Some tellings he, flirted with the dawn goddess Eos. There was that whole thing that got him temporarily blinded with the king of Chios. Go watch Wanted Orion, guys, if you haven't already. I dive into all of this. There are a lot of Orion. But in some versions, he was married before that, even. He had a wife, Side, whose name means pomegranate, who Hera yeeted into Hades because she was supposed to be prettier than her.
Oh, did she actually turn into a... Oh!
But her name is Pomegranate. By the way, you pick pomegranates during the season when Orion is in the sky. And also pomegranates are connected to the underworld. Like, there's a lot of, like, weird syncretism we don't fully understand because one of the major sources of Orion, one of our original sources, Hesiod, he briefly summarizes the story in Works and Days, but the original work that would have talked about more is Astronomia. Hesiod wrote a series of poems about star forms. That's lost. We have lost the original Astronomia. So the only summary of Hesiod's version of Orion's myths we have are from later commentators who summarized it. Though also, if you're wondering why does Orion use a club, that's our boy Homer. Odysseus actually sees Orion's shade in the underworld in the Odyssey, and he is hunting the shades of animals with a bronze club and his dog Sirius. Thumbs up. Like, the FGO team does their research, guys. But yeah, so, like, there's a lot of womanizing in Orion's backstory. But yeah, so, also, I'm shocked, though, that even though a certain sheep appears, that Orion is not possibly more upset with this guy. But he's kind of easy.
I'm about to say, that's another thing, too, because all of this fell to ruin because Apollo was all like, I don't like this. I'm going to ruin it.
Apollo is like, I will throw a romantic shit fit about not even my own romantic entanglements. I'll drag my sister into this too. Apollo, by the way, notorious for being the guy who gets his lovers, male and female, the most fucked up. Yeah. Like Zeus and his constant cat and mouse dance with Hera is bad, but like if you want like pure suffering quotient, it's Apollo. Think about Asclepius, guys. But yeah, so we get this lovely aside scene where like Orion and the Artemis terminal are kind of talking, and the terminal is like, yeah, my main unit's gonna fucking blow that island up when those guys are known, and he's like, yeah. We got even a flashback where like, basically it seems like Orion basically makes like a peace treaty with Artemis where he's like, okay, I'm not gonna get involved so long as you don't get involved, and then she gets involved and he's like, all right, the kid gloves are coming off.
Axe, why are you calling Paris a creepy Shota? That's me. He's adorable. It's the sheep on his head.
Creepy at all. Apollo, yeah.
We
have a discussion about that sheep. There's something wrong there. I already made that joke. I need an adult. I'm a god. No, you shut up. You're a sheep. Don't you talk to me. Don't you at me, Apollo. And Apollo's just like, I'm gonna at you. I even have a special sprite where I light up when I'm speaking. I'm like, quiet you. Shush. Somebody bury this sheep. We're eating mutton tonight, boys. But yeah, so basically, Artemis's terminal reveals that Artemis is going to blow up that fucking island when it's confirmed that Chaldea is in there and Odysseus has surrounded it. And Orion is like, the whole island? Even with the people on it? He's like, yep, even with the people. He's like, that steals Super Orion's resolve, and he's like, that's not okay. It's not okay. So he decides to hop over and join, which he can do because he can walk on water, by the way. That's a mythologically attested power.
Listen, if you're related to Poseidon, you can do all sorts of cool bullshit on the water.
Yeah. So he pops over to he's planning on jogging over, but Artemis is like, well, I gotta go over there anyway. I'll just teleport you. And he's like, okay, cool.
Because the terminals act autonomously. They're all connected, but I think so.
The terminal is basically Space Artemis's spotter drone, right?
Right.
Like she gives the coordinates and then Artemis makes the shot. But we actually get Space Artemis' point of view later, and that's very interesting. That's another thing that in general happens a lot in this Lostbelt. We'll probably talk about it more in depth when we do our full dive, but there are a lot of cutaways to other characters' POVs in this.
We get a lot of Canis, Odysseus, a little bit of Odaime, Space Artemis. Space
Orion
Artemis is
Achilles too later.
Yep.
But yeah, you're saying about Space Artemis?
Space Artemis, you get like her monologue, and you see that, things aren't as grand as one would have seemed, even for the gods. Apparently, they've been around for a long, long time. A long time.
It's really boring being in space, and she's just processing numbers, and she's just like,
and just like slowly killing her emotions so she can cope with this shit.
Shoot down, pierce, born through. It's like, how many things have I murdered in space? Like, damn, dude. I mean, I think it's good to give her a sympathetic standpoint, but not one where you're going to be upset when inevitably Orion has to shoot her, because that is the thing that Orion says, right? He's like, I gotta do it.
Well, that's another thing, but that's the entire thing. Orion's not shooting down. One doesn't want to shoot down Artemis out of hate or revenge or malice. He's doing it out of love.
Yeah. He's like, I gotta stop her, and it's not okay, this stuff that happens.
No.
But yeah, so we cut back, we wake Jason up, we tell him we got the things, and Jason immediately figures out what the fuck is going on. He's like, Drake, you motherfucker.
And Drake's all like,
and he turns to you and explains it. He's like, yeah, Drake is just, you can just imagine Drake is just double finger guns. Sucks to be you, Jason. Get the fuck out of my bar. Do something with your life.
Because otherwise...
Like, Drake's not passive-aggressive, but I almost feel like Drake basically being like, you can go in the ocean, motherfucker. You should be doing something.
Yeah, because I think this backfires a little bit, because I'm pretty sure Drake was thinking that the soldiers would come.
Yes, Odysseus would come.
And everyone can just make a jolly escape. And Odysseus wouldn't fuck with her because she's just one broken servant trying to run a fucking bar. It's like, leave me alone.
But yeah, so Jason is like, well, we gotta move out now. We gotta tell people. And then I think Orion teleports in and is like, no, guys, you don't understand. Artemis is going to shoot the island.
And then the Artemis terminal is like, Artemis turns like, oh yeah, no, she's gonna shoot down the island.
And then we're like, oh, fuck. So, first of all, we do what the Master would do in every situation. We try and warn the people, hey, guys, space laser, island, you're fucked. You gotta leave. And then shit gets creepy.
And they're like, oh, the gods are paying attention to us, finally. And we're like...
I mean, these guys are just huge simps.
The simps.
Like, I phrased it earlier as they're basically doing the equivalent of begging Artemis to step on them, right?
I mean, it's closer they're begging Artemis to shoot them in the fucking head.
I mean, yeah, but, like, it's just... Damn. Yeah. Like,
and they're like that. They're just like, oh, God, like... They said death by a god is, like, better than, like, whatever existence they have or not, because it means that the god actually paid attention to them for that little minute.
Right, because this is where we learn about their deep existential crisis, right?
Right.
Atlantis has been in stasis for forever. These people are exiles. They were not perfect enough for whatever is going on in Olympus, so they have been living on the literal ruins of their own society, and they do not get acknowledgement from the gods. Literally, nobody acknowledges they exist, except I suspect if you try to actually get into Olympus, Poseidon probably, like, eats you or something.
No.
But, like, they get no credit for the gods at all, other than they get their legacy, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're leftovers. So to these people, getting blown up by Artemis is, like, literally the best way to go. Although this does remind me, by the way, of another reason why maybe we didn't want to take the nanomachines. It is clarified later that the locals can become Atlantean border patrol. And they take a lot of the Theos Kilnomia, but they give up some of their humanity to do so. So maybe we were a little worried about getting a little too robot-y ourselves. It doesn't really seem to bother servants, so I don't know, but that's another thing.
Again, it's one of those things of all, like, there's not enough information.
It's just, Da Vinci should have just thrown us another line of exposition about why we're not taking it.
Yeah.
But yeah, so then we're like, oh shit, these people aren't gonna fucking leave. We have to get the fuck out. This is when Drake pulls her ultimate move where she's just like, all right, Jason, I've got a plan. You need to get the fuck off this island. I hereby bequeath you my golden hind, which is locked up there.
Throw you the car keys.
Yeah, you can undo the docks on my ship, but I have one condition. You must take it and call it the Argo. And Jason is like, sure about this? And Drake is like, I'm literally going to get blown up. Yes, I'm sure. Jason's like, okay, I understand. Like, Drake is basically doing the whole dare to be badass. Like, no. You were going to captain some Argonauts now, motherfucker. And Jason's like, okay.
Honestly, sorry.
Well, I don't know if that's
I was going to say
sooner or later.
Well, someone thinks that it would been better in character for Drake to die at sea, better to die at sea than die a fish out of water. Yeah, if to die at sea though, it would still be the Golden Hind and not the Argonaut though, because Drake has already been crippled and broken and has fought the good fight. Like, really fought the good fight. Jesus fucking Christ. Like I said, I beat the Lostbelt. I fought that boss. I'm like, Drake, how would you do this by yourself? Explain this.
Pioneer the stars.
Literally, I think
possible.
I think that was literally it. But
and it's discussed that Drake says she can't do that anymore.
Yeah.
The implication that she already used up the Counterforce already sent Francis Drake here, and Francis Drake used up all of her juice to get that fragment of Poseidon's core, which she throws to us, which is the thing I was going to bring up. She also passes like, you will need this MacGuffin.
Gives you a cool blue gem. It's like, yeah, I got that from Poseidon because, you know, I saw his big, huge fuck me lights. I was like, I'm gonna fuck that up.
And I was like, that sounds like plunder. I got hella cursed, though. I also want to say, I mean, I suspect being obliterated in a giant wave of light with a bottle of booze is probably less painful than whatever awful punishment would have happened if she set foot in the ocean. You don't fuck with Greek curses and hubris. Like, I do not know what would have happened if like, it's very unlikely that it would have just been Drake falls over stone dead. Because that's not really how the Greek gods roll. And
listen, by the way, Drake already died at sea once. Time for something different this time.
Yeah. So Drake stays behind in her bar and drinks as the beam comes down in a great segment. Very cool. This is our first, like the first space laser shot is like pure like crisis punch, like, oh my god, what the fuck, stakes raising, right?
Yeah.
This one is I think our first like really big emotional beat.
Oh, yeah, because, you were talking to the character Timmy, who's like, oh, yeah, I'm going to become an Atlantean guard and visit other places. And he does a complete 180 when he hears about the goddess, shooting the lasers, like, oh, man, this is way better. And then at the last moment, he's all like, oh, wait, maybe I should have gone with them. And then he just. But
he has that thought of, like, why was Corday so concerned? She seemed really upset about me. I guess, shit, I can't ask her. I'm about to get blown up. And then, like you said, he's like, oh, fuck, maybe I should have gone with him, and then just white out.
You just
Drake,
go to...
drinks in her bar. As everybody else, literally all the other characters on the island are cheering it on. And you guys barely escape in the new Argo. Jason sets the ground rules we talked about. I'm the captain now. You listen to me.
Huh?
You got to do what I say. Go.
Calls you the new Argonauts.
Yeah. There also is another poignant moment is the terminal stays behind. She's like, yeah, Orion, if I go with you, Big Brain's gonna know. We're literally plugged in. We're synced up. She's gonna know the target data moves, and she's just gonna shoot you in a different spot. And that's I think that really crystallizes it for Orion. He's like, man, this is fucked up. I gotta pay you back for this. And the island blows the fuck up. Literally is deleted from the map.
There's just a hole.
Gone. And then we get a little bit of our oh shit dance, because like Odysseus is like, a ship fled just before we blew it the fuck up. That means they probably lived. Damn it. Find them.
Send people out to all the islands.
Yes. And Wodaime calls up and he's like, Canis, I need you to patrol. Canis is like, all right. And then he's like, no, but not just you. I'm also sending some more buddies down there. And this is where Canis, like, starts their slide into not having a good time.
Yeah.
Because Canis is already like, oh, don't send those fucking kids. You sent those fucking kids. God damn it. Like, the Dioscuri show up. It's not good for anything going on, with Canis. Wodaime has a private conversation in a second. I think it's when you get to the next island, but Wodaime has a private conversation with Odysseus where he's like, hey, did you get my code? And Odysseus is like, yeah, I got your code, nerd. What the fuck are you doing? And he's like, listen, we gotta have a private conversation. I don't trust Canis not to go herring off on their own and punch Chaldea. So don't tell Canis about this. I'm coming down there. When you find out where they are, call me direct. I'll just get teleported. And then they have this great moment where Wodaime hangs up the phone, and you just imagine the camera doing the pan, and Canis is standing right there.
It's like, God damn it.
Odysseus is like, I promise not to tell anybody. You forgot to double check if anybody else was here. Because he sent all his soldiers away. If Canis was there, Canis would not have gone away.
Yeah.
And this does actually, literally, in the great irony, sends Canis tearing off to fight Chaldea personally, because this is where Canis brings up, yeah, that motherfucker told me he only has to fight them twice. So I'm gonna make sure they're good fucking fights, damn it. And goes off. So we go to the next island. Not Thetis Island. God, I should pull up the fucking world map. I don't remember what the name is. Is it Hephaestus Island?
It might be Hephaestus, because we do meet...
Yeah, we do go to his temple there, so it might be Hephaestus. Hephaestus for the rest of us.
Yeah, it has to be Hephaestus, because they talked about like how his unit was damaged and stuff.
Okay, yeah, so we go to Hephaestus Island. And this is where we get a lot of lore drop, right?
Right.
So, for two reasons. Yes, Odysseus does say he feels bad because literally everything in Atlantis is coming to kick our ass, and he's like, I kind of almost feel sorry for those guys. Anyway, it's Hecate Island. That's right. Yeah.
Hecate. Oh yeah, because Jason was all like, I have a bad feeling about this island.
This island does not sound good, which is accurate if you know anything about Hecate. But yeah, so we go to Hecate Island, and we start getting exposition. Is this where they say that there's no, I don't think we run into the assassin until after the king fight, right?
You know, because the assassin's in the temple.
I did all of this in a rush to complete section 11, so the stuff's gonna get a little jumbled, but we'll try and run through for blow by blow really quick. Basically, you go to another temple, you get another shitload of exposition.
Yes. You learn about the fucking Hephaestus, banana machine son.
Yeah.
You're all like, Nemo's all like, ah, yes, this is the good shit. Give me all of it.
Yeah. Not with this, I can not only remake the Nautilus, I can not only make the Phantom Nautilus, I can innovate. I can make a whole new ship we're going to need. Mm-hmm. It's that good shit. You also find out about, like, we do some strategic planning on how we have to eliminate Artemis. Yep. We have to shoot her down. It's a fucking kilometer-long spaceship. Actually, I think Da Vinci even rounds up. It's a click and a half. You know, energy levels, whatever. So we'll have to shoot it down. It seems invincible. There's only one way we're going to do it. And Orion is like, yeah, it's me. Yeah, I'll do it.
Well, Orion's not like he's going to do it. They're like, I don't think they've actually have a plan right now because...
Well, they talk about how, like, they would need somebody with long range, and Orion is like, that's probably me. That's probably what I'm here for, Chief. Mm-hmm. Later, they find out about the Divine Construct rule, and he's kind of like, okay. Then I guess I don't have to do it. We'll get Achilles to do it, because we mentioned that Achilles is rattling around here.
But there are two things that happen here. I can't wait, because Jason gets a letter, because on these temples, apparently someone figured out how to fucking download information into their brains.
Yes. And record data.
Yes. And so Jason gets a letter from Medea, and he's all like, shit.
Yeah.
Jason really does have
go to the next island.
Jason really does have a love-hate relation with Medea. It's interesting.
Well, she's very useful.
Mm-hmm.
But it, like, she did a lot for Jason, but also he knows how this shit ends, and he remembers Okeanos, so he's like, okay, you're helpful, but damn. So yeah, we get the exposition, we get our next juice of the nano machines, we juice up Orion with them and stuff, and he basically is like, okay, I've remembered now because of this letter. Basically, we've moved on, but Medea was part of the group that advanced ahead of us, so they've left us clues that we need to be aware of. No, that's a couple islands from now, I think. I think that's on, it's later. Like I said, my memory is jumbled a little bit on this. But,
if you guys don't mind, I can pull up the map, and we can try to remember this. It's just, it might be a little different than the map you've seen. I think I'll do that. I think you all. I mean,
people can hide their view. I did the pregame, so I know the rough outline of the bosses and stuff. So I know the general order of events, but as always, the details are unclear. But basically, we go to a couple different islands. This is where we start this kind of like weird memento shit, or some other of those like amnesia-based movies where like to maintain OPSEC, Jason's memories were edited when he decided to stay behind. So Medea like explains that like you guys have got to go to the next island and get more intel, and keep going and keep finding servants. You got to look for the servants that are left behind, and go through all this business. We're moving on to Olympus, you know, like you guys already know. So
okay, I remember we stopped off at Deimos Hecate, but then we went to Deimos Island.
Yeah, so Hecate Island was first. And then, and there you can see the hole. And then Deimos Island was next. So the first one, that's where he gets the letter, and he's like, okay, we gotta go.
And then I think Deimos is where we meet Chiome.
Yes.
I think.
But I think Deimos is, we flee Deimos after the incident, I believe.
I believe so.
Because, like I said, I don't believe Chiome is present when we fight Canis. Because basically, we get the plot that we're moving on. We know that we've got to meet up with Hephaestus stuff. Or do we? It says Hephaestus, god of blacksmith, is before glimmers like a meteor. I don't remember. Maybe it is after? I should review this myself. Like I said, I crammed all this in a blur.
No, I'm pretty sure...
We get some data dump from Hephaestus somewhere in here.
Because I'm pretty sure we go to Thetis, but I'm not Thetis. We go to Hecate, and the only thing of note there was that Medea left a letter that says we have to find more people, and that there's someone at, like, and it gives us to our next location or something. I can't remember exactly. So that's why we started heading to Deimos, maybe / Thetis Island or something.
Yeah, it's Deimos Island. I remember because Deimos Island is where we meet Hephaestus, because that's the autonomous temple where Chiome is hiding.
Mm-hmm.
And she's hiding like in a cave, and we help her out. And she's like, what the fuck happened here? Because that temple is defended because Hephaestus's brains are still in it.
Yes.
Well, not his brains, but, part of his data is recorded there. And this is where we get a reveal, like, Medea reveals herself in the hologram, Kentucky reveals herself in a hologram, and there's several other servants. We're basically like, hey, we've all gone ahead to Olympus. We are leaving this so that when the master gets here, they can follow our trail and get ready to get past the rings of defense.
Yes.
And we have allies, and Hephaestus talks to us and gives us a big boy lore dump. Explains, like, how the gods of Olympus came here. They all, like, fell into their roles, but they stayed distant from humanity. The locals, the indigenous life forms, were just kind of part of their like, building the world. I think this is where I think this is one of the first times I brought this. I specifically looked this up. This is one of the big times when Zeus is referred to as the demiurge.
Yes.
This is a term from Platonic philosophy originally, and then later Gnosticism. But the demiurge is an artisan-like figure who is responsible for fashioning and maintaining the physical universe. Not necessarily creating everything, but shaping it and making sure all the stuff works correctly. Which I think is a very interesting way to discuss Zeus, right, as the chief god. Like, he didn't make the world. He didn't make Earth, right? Because they arrived from space, the Olympian gods. But he is in charge of making sure everything runs smoothly. And he's really buddies with that. But we learned that originally there were 12 Olympians here. Now there are 6. Why? Because at some point they figured out about this proper human history thing, and 6 of the Olympians sided with us, sided against their own Lostbelt with proper human history. I believe that list was Apollo, Hestia, Athena, Hades,
Ares,
Hephaestus,
Ares,
and Ares. Yeah. I mean, it kind of makes sense. Ares is the god of war. He would be much happier in a world of human conflict than the other way around, right? Because you'll notice this Lostbelt super fucking peaceful. And they were destroyed, and their abilities were distributed. We learned that, for instance, Poseidon has basically gone crazy. He's gone sea mad. So he just kind of rambles around the ocean fighting people. So we get a big lore dump. This is all very important, and I think it's very interesting if you think about those gods that side with us, right? Mm-hmm. Like, not like no. Well, actually, I would say Demeter is probably not a soft goddess. There was that part where she tried to kill everybody.
Yeah, Demeter is kind of harsh, honestly.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I think the game Hades has a really harsh interpretation of her, but like, Demeter is the nature heart-of goddess. Like, she definitely takes after, her grandmama Gaia in that sense, right? Mm-hmm. Like,
it's like Demeter probably is someone who probably thinks that a bunch of fucking humans running around fucking shit up is a horrible idea.
Yeah, no, just grow crops, live your life kind of a thing. Mm-hmm. Simple stuff. Hera obviously would side with Zeus, even though they have their problems. Artemis is kind of you know, a wilderness goddess. Like, she doesn't necessarily hang out with people, etc.
Artemis probably didn't actually care one way or another and just went with probably, like, whatever Zeus wanted.
But as I brought up, Apollo would care because, remember, he was a cultural deity. If he was aware of proper human history, he would understand that that's kind of his deal, is humans and their culture, right?
Right.
He's also associated with medicine traditionally, and healing. Hestia is goddess of the hearth. She is not a big deal. By the way, shout out to Nasu canonically ignoring Dionysus. Makes sense in this context, though, because adoption of Dionysus was later. Athena has always been fairly tight with us. She is one of the least jerk-ass gods, probably because we get a lot of our culture from Athens, and she was their culture hero deity. Ares is interesting because Ares is usually portrayed as a huge asshole. He is Hephaestus' brother, though, and also, like I said, it would make sense for him to be on the side of humans in a conflict because... Yeah.
Listen, gods don't fight wars, really.
Yeah.
Not anymore. Humans fight wars. We had the Gigantomachia, but that's about it.
Yeah. And similarly, of course, Hades would suck. It's Hades. Like, he is one of the most reasonable and professional gods in the mythos. He, like, literally never fucks with anybody unless they try to fuck with the rules of life and death or try to bang his wife. That is the only time he ever gets pissed off at people.
And honestly, even when there are people trying to wander in the underworld, he's usually kind of lenient on them. As long as
if people walk up to the underworld, he's like, "Oh, hey, are you just visiting? Okay, visiting hours are so and so." Like, even
take this
with
trial.
Orpheus, yeah.
Please
even
sign
with
this form.
Orpheus, he's like, Orpheus plays so beautifully that it moves him and his wife to tears, and he's like, "Okay, it's against the rules, but you can take her back. Just remember, don't look back." And then you just know with him and Persephone related, where it's like, damn it, he looked back. I was rooting for that kid.
It's like, rules are rules. We can only bend them, not break them.
Like, I know that in some tellings, he's the one who complains to Zeus about Asclepius reviving the dead, but like I said, that's going against the natural order. Like, Hades is like, well, bro, you gotta do something about this kid. He's fucking with the natural order. I can't bring people down here and then let them back out. That's not how it works. And then, Zeus deletes Asclepius with a lightning bolt. I can just imagine Hades being like, no, I meant ask him to stop, you moron, you giant mook. Just tell him not to do it. Don't blow him up. And Zeus was like, but I like blowing things up. I never get to use my thunderbolts.
And then him and Poseidon be like high five, like, yeah, we're awesome. And Hades just like,
because Poseidon is god of earthquakes, by the way.
Yeah.
Also, being water and earthquakes, yeah, Poseidon is not a necessarily nice deity. Also, he has a couple of sexual assaults under his belt.
A couple, you say?
Like, with Hades, there's only the one, and that usually gets softened the further away from the original hymns we get.
I mean, they stayed married, and...
Yeah. Like, there is an implication in some of the really old, like, Homeric hymns that it's, like, what would have been typical at the time. Like, Hades rolls up and is like, hello, you are my wife now. Let us go to the bedroom. Which is not consensual, by the way. That's not how that works. But at the very least, they seem to have an oddly happy relationship where they don't cause problems. It's so good that Persephone is willing to stay most of the time. She only splits her time 50-50 with Mom because Demeter is literally trying to kill the world. She's fucking with the biosphere, man. Climate change.
Yeah, wait. Yeah, no, like,
this is a really interesting point, and I could talk about this for hours, and we should not, because we've been going for 4.5 hours already.
What did I say?
We got the big one. We haven't even done the Teach Me yet. We will, though. We'll do it. Damn it. I need to get it out of the way. But, like...
We'll probably take another break after this Lostbelt, though, just to let you know.
The big conclusion, the big turn in 11, though, is... First, step 1. Boss fight with Canis. Canis shows the fuck up and is like, hello, Jason, I am murdering you now. And Jason talks big smack, because Canis talks big smack. And, like I said, Jason really hammers it home.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
He calls Canis a masochist and a bitch, and that he basically triggers Canis.
Well, yeah,
he does the thing that you're not supposed to do.
Talks like honestly, a lot of people have been pushing Canis's button, like, because I remember the twins were all, like, talking about how she received the love of the sea god, and I'm just all like, no, that was not love, baby.
Yeah, that's not how that works. But the twins seem to be, either they are the Lostbelt Dioscuri, or they downloaded the Lostbelt data, so, like, they don't seem to give a shit about this. Naturally, the gods are perfect. There's no problems, and Canis is like...
There's definitely
like,
problems.
this is the discussion point where, like, Jason calls Canis a traitor, and she's like, fuck you, I'm not a traitor. I hate these assholes.
And this is where we're talking about the masochist, about, like, oh, but you sure love wagging your tail for them, and Canis is just all, like, just goes red eyes, and you're just all like, oh, shit, it's on.
I mean, like, once again, to talk about how Jason's an asshole, like, people have a bad perception of Canis. She is a trash talker, goes out of their way and everything, but... at the same time, Jason is literally, like I said, actual trigger warning. He is throwing Canis' history with sexual assault back at her, right?
Well, I mean, this is also the point that, Canis is also, throwing shade at his best bro and friend who literally sacrificed his life to save everyone.
Yeah.
So it's like, no, Canis ain't squeaky clean either, and honestly...
No, but, like, it's why it's so intense. I said they fight like only old friends can.
Yeah.
And I think it's interesting talking about, like, some of Canis's back and forth relationship here with these guys.
Like, honestly, believe it or not, I dislike Canis a lot less after all this. I really do.
It's very humanizing for Canis.
Yes.
And Jason even brings up something else important later, but I love this quote because he's talking about the relationship of heroes and, like the Trojan War, for instance.
Mm-hmm.
He says explicitly, victims become victimizers, victimizers become victims.
Yeah.
Like,
I love that line. It's so true.
Our society is not cut and dry. It is perfectly normal for, like, if you are under pressure to turn back, and if you cause harm will be caused to you, basically.
Mm-hmm.
I know, Robin. Listen, just whatever. This is just the Lostbelt first impressions block. But yeah, so and we have this whole discussion, like I said, it's really humanizing for Canis. So Canis gets us in a knockdown drag out, and, like, it's an unwinnable battle. You can't win it. It procs when, like, Canis literally gets the proc. What did you do? Because Jason, not accidentally, but Jason hits Canis with the bit of Poseidon's core,
mm-hmm.
and actually injures Canis. Because remember, in Myth, after the incident, to characterize Poseidon is a bit of an asshole. As he's laying there smoking his cigarette, he's like, "Was it good for you too, babe? I had a great time. What do you want?" And Canis is like, "Hello, I would like to never suffer harm again, asshole."
Oh no! If I remember correctly, it was all like, "I would like to be a man, so I never experienced this ever."
Well, yeah, I think it was specifically, I would never like to experience this situation again. And so Poseidon is like, "I'll do you a 2-for-1." And so Canis becomes Canis with an E-S.
Masculine.
And also Poseidon is like, "But it was so, I had such a good time, babe. Bonus, invincible skin." So yes, Poseidon has a noble phantasm of being indestructible. In fact, Canis dies after being with the Argonauts, retires because some centaurs that Canis murdered in a blood feud, because centaurs.
Crushed under logs.
Bury Canis under logs and suffocate him because he cannot be pierced. Take that how you will. But yeah, so Jason figures it out, and then he throws it to Orion, and he's like, "You're a son of Poseidon. You'll do this." By the way, super agitates Canis. Canis is not okay with this giant muscly man. And then we have a fight. We have our actual boss fight. It's all 3 bars. It's a big deal. It was not super hard because basically my story support Super Orion lasted just long enough to do his job and break that first HP bar, and then he exploded.
I think that was the same for me too, honestly. But once you break that invincibility, it becomes a fairly easy fight.
Yeah, it becomes a normal Lancer fight. You just have to watch out for the gaining the 2 NP pips, but no actual NP. It's just extra attack.
Thank God.
If that was Canis' actual NP, that fight would have been a lot fucking harder.
Oh, yeah.
Pretty sure Canis is AoE, too.
I don't remember.
I think. But yeah, this is where Sigurd came. And also Mordred shows up because I'm trying to get her to bond 10. And then, by the way, this was surprising to me. Like, I knew it was it was the final fight with Canis for this Lostbelt. But we do the whole knockdown drag out, and then we cut to the end, and like, damn, dude, we fucked Canis up.
They actually gave you sprite art for this. It's just like, oh.
Yeah. Canis is like beat bloody, her clothes are falling off. Yeah, AoE buster. Like, you know, bloody nose, bloody lip, and everything. You know,
leaning
red
heavily
eyes,
on the spear.
Yeah, leaning over. And you guys are fine because once Super Orion had the secret weakness, he was good. Yeah, I'm very glad Canis did not. That would have been brutal if Canis was firing an AoE every 2 turns. Jesus Christ. Oof. And me without my proper mash first skill. So yeah, no. Canis gets beat to hell, and then you're about to finish it, and Jason is like, "Now, Master, I know you're a humanitarian type, but Canis is really fucking dangerous, so I'm a stab him now." And you're kind of like, "Yeah, okay, do it." And then things go bad for a lot of people. Yeah. Well, so I believe that the first we get a call from Da Vinci. Munir actually is like, "Holy shit! Long range spatial distortion incoming!" And then Wodaibi fucking teleports to us. He's just like, "Hello, sup?
Hello, I am here.
Sup, nerds?
How you doing?"
And Canis is like, "You motherfucker! You show up now!" And he's like, "You're in a bad way." Hello, Dioscuri! And then they show up, and they're like, "Can you guys take Canis somewhere safe?" And they're like, "No, I'm not gonna do that. I don't want to touch your filthy blood." And he's like, "I repeat, can you go somewhere and take care of Canis?" And they're like, "Oh, I get you." And even now, Canis is like, "Go from me. I don't like you. Don't touch me." Like, you really start through this whole sequence of event. You start to feel bad for Canis because, like, Canis is an asshole. But mythologically speaking, Canis is not any worse than any of our other Greek heroes we're friends with, right?
Like, you start to realize Canis is only this mad because literally forced to serve gods and been collared by this dude who's basically treating her more as a tool than anything else.
She does not have the best master-servant relationship with Wodaime, and it makes sense. The limited mythology about Canis I've read was that, after becoming an invincible dude, Canis was kind of big dick on campus. Like, he rolled with the Argonauts, he, took over a nation, and, fought centaurs and stuff. Like, he did typical Greek, adventure hero things. But is known for that bad relationship with Poseidon. So, yeah, of course, Canis would be upset, one, to be summoned as a woman, and there's mythological reason for that. Like I said, there's a couple of interpretations we'll see when Canis actually becomes summonable, but also, I mentioned this before, Canis is referenced a couple of times as a female shade in the underworld. Canis appears in the underworld and is a woman again. The spelling is different as well. So there's some, like I said, there's some mythological basis for it, but naturally Canis would be a little bit miffed. And then what does Wodaime do? But basically, well, I am. This is an assumption. I have not gotten that far in the story. I am assuming what Wodaime did is he, in addition to using Canis as kind of his advanced scout because they can also walk on water, it seems like Wodaime is basically, because Poseidon is now mindless, he's just kind of rampaging around pointlessly. Wodaime is basically employing Canis as his Poseidon substitute. Just rolling around on the waves, taking care of sea threats, which would obviously give Canis the agitation. Canis literally doesn't want to go hang out in Olympus. She's down on boots on the ground because she's like, I don't like that place. I hate that. So, yeah, you start to feel for, Canis lashes out constantly because, horrible workplace stress.
Yeah.
But yeah, so Wodaime has showed up to fight us.
And boy, how does he fight us. So,
yeah,
there's a little
fight I talked about. It's infamous because the man has 5 fucking HP bars.
Listen. Like, how badass are you that you have a battle sprite as a human master, and you have your own NP? Like, what the actual fuck, Daime? Or as I screamed in that fight, whoa, Daime!
This is what got me busted out like 4 hours ago, by the way. Yeah, but it's so on point. The man not only is a boss fight, he's the first human to do that, other than, Yume Ren, who is not a human. She is a elemental.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that was her flip. No, this guy's just that fucking good.
Literally busts out, he does the fucking Amiosphere chant that, you hear at the beginning of the fucking Lostbelt trailer. It's that one. You know it.
Yeah.
Plays the same fucking music, and when he MPs, he has an MP, it's called Grand Order something. Can't remember.
Grand Order Animusphere.
Yeah. Honestly, this gives me hope that maybe one day the Master will have a sprite and will be able to do his own Grand Order MP. Like, that's a hope I've had in my heart for a long time.
That would be a really cool way to, like, finish the, like, final boss is, like, you appear on screen, have to do it.
Mm-hmm.
Like imagine if they, and honestly, I would imagine that if they did it now, that's probably how they would have done Human King Gatia. Like, just you master skills and, like, animations of you punching him.
Mm-hmm.
With the shield or something. Anyway. But the man has boss subtitles, like you said, he does the chant, there's a special arena, he has an, purely fight-wise, just marvel at what this guy does.
This was the,
5 turns of buff block.
We literally went to the final boss fight immediately, and it kicked our ass.
Yeah, the final boss shows up early. He's like, hello, I'll take care of this now. He goes through all the thing. He does the full bonanza, right? He gets Pierce Invul, Def Ignore. He prevents you from doing buffs. There is literally nothing you can do to stop this man.
It's so terrifying.
And like I said, he's got, I think, the largest like HP pool in bars in the game. By the way, people have actually exploited this. I think they've done some like super K-scope Mave hack stuff. Like, do extra super damage to him. If you break his HP bars anyway, he just fires his NP. Like, even if you try to drop him even if you exploit the game and use all his HP, that just makes him speed up the clock and fire his NP. And do Grand Order Animusphere, which has a whole fucking animation. Not just like a little bit of an animation, a whole fucking animation.
We're like talking Solomon tiers of just talking and animation, and the stars are aligning. The whole entire heavens is now a magic circle. What the actual fuck?
And then it shoots down at you and you fucking get blown up, and then the battle just ends, and then it cuts to the cutscene, and the cutscene is just, you're getting fucking mobbed by shooting stars. It sucks. Everybody is blasted. Servants are taken out, you are laid out. This is where, and again, we make a comment about Foe, right? Like, nobody can do jack shit. MASH can't even tank this one, you know? Like, everybody is just laid the fuck out. And he's like, okay, well, you're done. Hey, I'd love to sit here and chat. By the way, MASH had a moment where she's like, hey, buddy, why are you doing it? And he's like, why?
I do like it how, like, he was about to say, oh, we ain't gonna talk philosophy, but you're like, no, I have to ask a question. And before you ask it, MASH is just all like, why are you doing this?
Well, yeah, your response is like, I have so many questions. Axe just... You're asking hypothetical questions that are answered by the very next bit. We'll talk about the exposition. They explain it. Explain some stuff about ceiling designations, which will be important. But anyway, like, he drops all of this on you, and he's about to do it again, and, like, you have, like, a moment. You see the priestess, like, life flash before your eyes. Shit's really fucked. And then a guy shows up. It's the guy. It's that guy.
You know the guy.
Yeah, like, this is even more so than Wodaimi coming down from the mountain to kick your ass. This is probably the big one.
Mm-hmm.
The man from Chaldea shows up. And it's not just, we don't just hear about him. We don't just see him from behind. There's a huge wind that just, like, wipes away all of Wodaime's magecraft, and, like, his hood blows off, and he takes a look at it. Boy, is that a fucking moment.
And the thing I appreciate about this moment is you only need a moment and you know it's not the same person.
Yeah. Well, also, I would say this even from the sprite you can tell. I'm pretty sure those eyes are gold.
Oh, yeah. I mean...
So, it's Human King Gatia.
Oh, yeah. But I do love what he says about, Wodama's all like, why are you interfering? And Gatia's just like, well, the foreign god saved your life once. It's only fair if someone saves their life once. And Wodama's like...
He basically brings up, like, the cosmic scale balance, like, you only survived through outside intervention once, happenstance. The forces are only balanced if I show up and save them. Damn. And Wodame's like, can't argue with that. If I fought you, that would use up one of my 2 fights. And like, I just love the emotion of this moment. Like, both you and Mash are immediately like, Doctor. And he just kind of looks at you and he's like, man, you guys suck still. You gotta get better at this. Listen, this place is tough, man. This is a hard business. You gotta, like, man the fuck up and get in here. I just observe, okay? But, like, you need to do some real shit. Anyway, I saved your life. I am going to completely withdraw, not only from this fight, but from this Lostbelt. I'll see you again. Try not to die.
Bye.
Bye, nerds! Boy. Talking about heavy hitters. This motherfucker, showing up, just being like, hey.
Again, like, this is one of those things of, like, things that just make me feel insignificant. It's all like, well, Daime shows up, slaps my shit. Gaeta shows up, keeps our shit from being permanently slapped in. And I'm just like, oh,
and
man.
Basically changes the variables just enough that Wodaime has to retreat, because Wodaime has predicted he only has 2 fights.
Mm-hmm.
And then and so he's like, I can't waste a fight. I'm gonna fuck it up if I gotta go.
I have a plan.
Bye. Yeah. Yeah, no, he says, he's also straight up like, hey, I've observed this Lostbelt already. Don't give a shit about these guys. They're fucked. You gotta do what you gotta do. You gotta fight gods, guys. Like, get on there. It's fine. But also he drops another big plot bomb. I am very glad to actually finally have the dialogue for this, because this is a fucking thing that people have been going on for 2 years. He tells you, don't tell anybody on the shadow border I was here, okay? They can't see us right now. Don't tell them anything. One of those people is not what they seem. This is kind of a big deal. Mostly you hear this brought up because people are like, oh my god, Sherlock Holmes is the foreigner card. I don't know if it's a perfect one-to-one. We're not denying that something weird is going on with Sherlock, right? Because Searcher says that like, he's got some... Sherlock Holmes is not a pure servant. So what exactly is going on with him isn't known. Like, is that a commentary about phantom spirits? Is that, like, something else going on in there?
Yeah,
I gotta say... Go ahead.
I find that hilarious, because wasn't there, like, some stuff in part 1 where people were talking about, like, you shouldn't trust that fucking Romani character? Didn't Sherlock say that?
Yeah. Sherlock warned you because Dr. Romani, didn't exist until 2005, right?
Right.
He warns you to be careful because his records aren't accurate. He's not recorded. So, like, I could see some of that suspicion going back and forth. I personally would like to say at this point, I feel like Sherlock being the mole is almost too cliche. Oh no, you mean the helpful detective who was helping you all this time was bad, actually? Like, that would be almost as much of an obvious sell as, like, you mean Gordolf was only pretending to be incompetent and he was actually evil the whole time? Like, those are the 2 big ones. I think it would be much more punchy if, like, say, the only reason why Munier was a character was because he was secretly the villain.
Like, honestly, Munier is a little weird, honestly.
I would also say it would be a way more fate-appropriate gut punch if, say, for instance, something was wrong with Small Da Vinci.
Something is wrong with Small Da Vinci.
Well, that's true. She talks about her pain and stuff and her tension. Giving the nanomachines makes her feels better. But, like, I mean, if, like, she was subverted by the enemy somehow, right? Like, that would be the ultimate, like, tragedy move, which is way more fate. So, I don't know for sure what's up there. Or it could just be as simple as, like, somebody on the team is, like, would have problems if... And I mean, it could actually be Da Vinci. Like, I can imagine that Da Vinci, like, immediately Da Vinci Small throws, like, a huge hissy fit if she learned out that Human King Gatia is running around pretending to be Roman, right? Like, that would be like, all right, this motherfucker, I am going... Where'd he go? I'm gonna go kick his shins right now, right?
Mm-hmm. Honestly,
I can see that happening.
To be fair, like when that line happened, I didn't think of it as necessarily the main crew. I actually thought about it as the Lost Crew because I've been making side eyes at Charlotte and Mandricardo this entire time. So when I heard that line, I thought he was referring to maybe one of those two, maybe someone in this fucking.
The problem was those guys were with you on the Argo.
Yeah.
So they saw you. They saw you interact with him.
I know, but that's what I'm saying. That's what I was. That's what I took that as originally. So,
yeah. But I do think there is something to be said for it being an ambiguous line. It's not 100% sure. I believe he's referring to the Shadow Border crew of like, hey, don't call them, don't let them know. There's somebody who's like not what they seem, or does he say they're not trustworthy? What's his exact line? I gotta double check. It's not like, hey, he doesn't say, I don't believe he uses the word traitor or anything, right?
Right.
Like, he doesn't straight up say, like, hey, one of those guys is gonna fuck your shit up. So, like, there's some wiggle room. And then he just fucking goes. He's just like, all right, I have to go now. My planet needs me. Bye. I'm probably gonna be in Lostbelt 6. Conan Sky was with us for about a week, I think. In the prologue. Whole thing.
Honestly, and real talk, I don't think Koya Sky would have pulled off any bullshit unless she was paid to do it. Work for free? Pfft, that's not her ethos.
So, not to be trusted is what he said. Okay. Yeah, so that leaves a lot of wiggle room. Not to be trusted could just mean that they are grossly incompetent, or they could be a double agent, or just they have their own personal agenda. There's a lot of wiggle room. There's a lot of fun stuff that we're not going to talk about because that's in later section. Well, yeah, Human King Gatia is...
I think Gatia is going around seeing humans for the first time and observing them.
Yes. Well, he is observing and helping people, but he talks about his motivation as just like, I am trying to figure out what is these humans' deal, and are these... I almost feel like he's like sizing up if these Lostbelts are worth replacing us, and he comes to the same conclusion we do every time, which is like, now this place fucking sucks. Like, that seems to be like what his angle is.
Now that he has become...
He teleported to Olympus.
Yeah, now that he has, experience being a human, he wants to, look upon other humans and judge them with his own eyes. Blah, 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 blah.
And he's not, like... He seems like he's not mad at us. He's just disappointed.
Yeah.
Like, he clearly understands that from his point of view, we are in the moral right? Like, we are fighting for our survival. This is something that comes up later with another character, is like, it doesn't matter if your fight is right or wrong. You are fighting for your survival. You're already in it. Just do it.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Like, that seems also similar to Gaetia's position.
Gaetia's all like, Gaetia's gonna probably have a hearty chuckle if he sees us slip and fall in the mud, but, he doesn't want us dead.
Yeah.
He's like, haha, dumbass.
Well, and I mean, this is the speech he gives at the Lostbelt trailer. He's like, you guys kind of fucked up because you weren't ready for this, but now you gotta do it. You gotta fight. And I find it interesting, but I do believe this is paving our way for a Solomon-style character to be summoned.
Mm-hmm.
Because he is active. Like, basically, think about it this way. Gaetia, Human King Gaetia, is fulfilling Merlin's role. He shows up occasionally to give us advice, and he gets more and more involved each time, right?
Right.
Like, America was chapter 5, right? Because 6 was Camelot, 7 was Bella. Yeah, so in America, Merlin showed up briefly to stop Ku Alter from killing us. Remember? Everybody? Remember that? From like 2 years ago?
It was more than 2 years. 4
years ago? 3, actually, technically. But you know what I mean, right? Like, it was a couple years back, but, I think we are running the parallels, so it's very likely that, this is building up to, like, maybe Lostbelt 7 will be so fucked up that Gaetia will be like, okay, fuck, I gotta help you in person. Or it might be, like, a later thing. I don't know exactly how as a playable unit they'll characterize this, right?
Right.
Because, like, will it be Gatia? Will it be Solomon? Will it be, will he be called Dr. Roman? I do like that we have this moment of just, like, when we see, because he's wearing Dr. Roman's face, we're like, I want to tell him so many things, and then I realize it's the other guy, basically.
Mm-hmm.
And you and Mash have this great heart-to-heart. And, like, talk about how there is just so many things we want to say to him. And I do. I mean, I felt it in that moment. When the music is playing, I'm like, no, I feel it. There's a lot of emotion here. This is a great touchstone. So yeah, this is like a really big deal. You were absolutely right. 11 is the turn, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, so much fucking shit happens. We talked about it earlier, but we get the alleged demise of Canis.
Mm-hmm.
The Dioscuri literally take her to another island, stab her and throw her in the sea, and she just floats to the bottom. Just like, I'm very angry right now. There's so much more I wanted to do.
Cursing everything, desiring more power. Then you hear the command seal.
Yes. You hear that command seal sound, and it just ends. But also, we have an exposition of, like, how, like, people are, like, literally, Goldorf is like, okay, it is, I think, actually, Sherlock drops us a great line where he's like, barring a few exceptions, it is not possible for a modern mage to fight a servant. And those exceptions are very notable. Well, we're not talking about Estrella yet. But, like, they're like, and Goldorf says if he was actually that strong normally, he would have gotten a sealing designation. And then you can be like, sealing designation? And he's like, oh, let me explain.
Mm-hmm.
This is actually relevant. He talks about how basically the Mage Association thinks you're so important, you're to be studied, basically, or preserved, and that means you can't do your normal research. So most mages don't like it. They run away, actually, usually.
Mm-hmm.
But he does say that it is possible to remove it. And he's like, oh, I was in policies, don't you worry. I'd get you off, even if you were. Thankfully, you don't have to worry about that. You're such a scrub mage. Hey.
Again, I vibrate at that.
Yeah. There's many ways that could go. But, they go through the whole thing, and they're like, why didn't he just do all this? And the theory is like, well, couldn't. Because he uses a knowledge of astromancy, which goes all the way back to the original Chaldeans. Chaldea is not just a random name, by the way. That was a Mesopotamian culture. Let me see if I can figure out when it was. Chaldea existed between the late 10th or early 9th century and mid 6th centuries BCE, before they were absorbed into the native Babylonia population. So, Chaldea is a territory in Mesopotamia that was pre-Babylonian. But so they talk about, like, and I do believe they did actually, we know that they had a history of astrology and, like, reading the stars and stuff. We've got some star maps from that time. We also know the Babylonians had a lot of star guides and a lot of constellation. But basically, he's got this heritage of magecraft that is connected to the heavens. In the Age of Man, all the enemy sphere style of magecraft can do is predict the future and observe the world, right?
Right.
But in the Age of Gods, space is different. Literally, space is different. They talk about, like, layers of the world, the base, sky, heavens, and stuff, right?
All right.
So, like, in mythological context, the heavens is just another layer of the world that Wodaime is plugged into, and so he is literally able to tap into the magical power of space, the power of planetary alignments and shit, and turn space into a magic circuit, which makes him freakishly powerful.
Too powerful. Jesus fucking Christ. Just thinking about it.
But it only works in the context of this Lostbelt, and they even say straight up, this is probably why the foreign god picked him. Literally, he has the exact perfect style of magecraft for it to work with, because he he can be the most powerful guy in the world if we do this Age of Gods thing. And I like that when we talk about his motivation, he's like, I already told you. I explained it at the beginning. Everything we have ever done is fucking wrong. I am going to fix it. I am the last human. And I am sure that Wodaime has a perfectly reasonable explanation for his plans and what's going on.
But also, fuck you, Wodaime.
I mean, yeah, fuck you. Fuck you, buddy. First of all, fuck you for shooting meteors at me, man. Was that necessary? All that phenomenal cosmic power, you probably could have just, like, you know, teleported me back to the storm wall or something, you know, done other things, but, like, you gotta fucking drop meteors on me? I get, like, he wanted to do the personal touch. He said he respected us that much, you know? But also, it's like, damn, dude. Try hard much? But honestly, that's probably what it is. He probably has a really try-hard plan where he's gonna, like, fix humanity, and it's not gonna fucking work.
Yeah, no, actually, this was something interesting to talk about when they were talking about Wodaime earlier. They said he was a genius, but Master was like, wait, isn't David the genius? And Da Vinci was all like, no, they're both geniuses in both kind of ways. Wodaime is someone who can basically do anything that's already possible. But David is someone who can make the impossible possible.
Yes. David is a, like, classical true genius. He is going to do something new with the world. Whereas Wodaime is a genius in the sense that he is a master of every art that exists. Like, he is skilled in all branches of magecraft and everything.
Yeah.
And so I think that is very interesting about how, like, Wodaime is in Lostbelt 5, right? Like,
right.
We're dealing with him before Beryl and David. Well, I think we end up dealing with him before David. We don't actually go to Olympus yet. We'll have to see what Beryl does to shenanigans himself out of this problem, right?
Something happens.
As currently, literally every crypter but David is chilling in the Legion of Doom room, getting drunk in Olympus. Where's my like OVA insert of just like Beryl, Pepe, and Kadok on the town getting smacked. Kadok drowning his sorrows about getting involved with royalty. But yeah, this is just a great sequence, and there's I love that it's so fucking out of context that we literally have a no battle pip after this to be like, what the fuck just happened? Somebody explain it to me, and we do. And then there's a lot more stuff that keeps fucking happening. But we should, we are at 5 hours. We should cut that off.
Yeah.
And we will do Teach Me because a lot of it is actually, I think, relevant to some of this stuff, but hopefully that'll be faster. But we are going to take another intermission. You might hear it. My voice is dying a little bit. I'm going to get some water and get up and walk around. So I'm going to pause the audio now, and when we're back, we will wrap up with Teach Me and final stuff. We will assuredly be back next week. Lucky's already done. Like I said, I mean, it's midnight now, but I need to log in. I'm probably going to go back to hammering away at it and hopefully finish up, definitely before next show.
Oh, yeah.
So, we'll be able to continue this, and we'll deep dive on all of this. We'll have, we may or may not have more thoughts about Wodaime, because the impression I got is that he is straight up fucked off out of the story now. Like, he's just like, nope. See you when I see you.
I was like, I did my bit. I fought my one fight. We out.
I only got one more left. Gotta go. Don't want to fuck with my prediction of the future.
I mean, I'm pretty sure his future predicting ability is now out the fucking wazoo right now.
Probably. That's probably why he doesn't want to do another fight, because that would fuck up his plan. But I'm gonna guess that somebody else is gonna fuck up his plan.
How dare? Anyway,
but like we have a whole Lostbelt to dive in there. But yeah, that I'm sure when we do that, we will we may be waiting to Olympus to get some of these thoughts out on like Wodaime and Canis and some of the other characters. But if you want more about this Lostbelt's themes and some of its other characters who start showing up later, and some other big fucking reveals already, stuff happening, alter egos, what? Come back next week. Let's take that intermission.
We'll be right back, guys.
It's audio. Mute.
Alright, everyone, I'm back.
Lucky is back. I will pause the audio.
Alright, let's slap Fergus here real quick.
Alright, time to log in. Let's see what today... Ooh, 3 sync points.
Booyah.
Yay. Alright, I am now armed with water. Hopefully able to speak for the next half hour of this. What did you miss? Well... 5 hours and 12 minutes. So... Whoops. Okay. We hope you enjoyed our Super Giga Mega, definitely first impressions. I mean, it's fair. Atlantis leaves a big impression. It's very dense. There's so much going on. Like, I feel like every new node is like even more stuff happens. I'm sure we'll be on for another 5 billion hours. You know, next week. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Plus, God knows what JP's been. But let's keep moving on. With our next segment. Be slightly delayed because we had to do a surprise. Whatchamacallit, pregame last time. And I didn't have time to assemble my notes. It's assembled. It's time for Studiomega Sensei. Y'all voted to talk about the Aozaki Sisters. Yeah! So let's talk about the Aozaki Sisters. Lucky, I'm sure, will have his own thoughts through this as well. He kind of got me started on this with his own conspiracy board nonsense. And is it a conspiracy board nonsense, okay?
It is. Listen, I wasn't...
So, we're gonna take a dive into the Aozaki Sisters. They are very important characters in the construction of the Nasuverse. I'll explain why in a second, but let's do a little bit of background, recap some family history. You know, the setup for who these characters are, their backstory is decently detailed. We talked a little bit about this in the Mage Family episode, technically 2 months ago, but you know what I mean. The last time we did Teach Me. And so we will go a little bit deeper now. So the Aozaki clan is a mage family. They are associated with the clock tower. They have some of the largest and best spiritual territory in Japan. They hold the lands in Misaki Town. This is the setting for the OG Tsukihime and its fan disc. They changed it in the remake. No idea how that relates to the Aozaki. Main setting in Melty Blood, in Mahatsukai no Yoru, and also appears briefly in Kara no Kyokai, because this is where the Girls' Academy is. So, the Aozaki clan is a fairly old bloodline. They're at 6 generations total, but they have a bad problem with decreasing quality of their magic circuits. As is pretty typical for... So, they're an old family, they got a lot of land, but their quality of mage is decreasing. What do you do? Well, so, what they did was that the 3rd family head, the sister's grandfather, unnamed by the way, just grandpa, he discovered a path to the root under his land and discovered the process for the 5th magic, but rather than take it for himself, he sealed it up. And this is kind of the start of their bad relationship with the Mages Association. The association really isn't about blocking up paths to the root. They're more like diving headfirst into paths to the root, so they're a little agitated. So the family has some bad history, but they've got a lot of mage pedigree. They got a lot of clout. They got a lot of stuff going on to work with, but also it's literally quoted that their name is synonymous with trouble when it comes to the Mage Association, right? So let's actually establish the sisters in question now that we know this. Aozaki Toko is the elder sister. She is notable for being an exceptionally high-caliber mage. She has a much better magic circuit density than her sister, the best in generations in the Aozaki family. And she was originally raised by her grandfather to be the successor to the family. So she was clearly the heir, raised separately, taught about magic. It is mentioned she studied abroad in England for 2 years when she was 14, and then returned to Japan to study at Reian Girls' Academy, the girls' school scene in Kara no Kyokai, and also Mahoyoru. The Kara no Kyokai movies show her old student photo. But yeah, so... you know, very worldly, very experienced, very talented. Compare that to Aozaki Aoko, her younger sister, 4 years younger than Toko. Thanks to dates and stuff in Mahoyoru, you know, she's 4 years younger. She was raised by her parents and had a relatively normal upbringing until age 15, when her grandfather suddenly pivoted and named her the successor to the family and started training her to take the 5th magic. Like, I believe it's established in Mahou, she literally didn't know anything about magic or magecraft or mages, was living a perfectly normal life, and then at 15, all of a sudden, Grandpa Aozaki is like, you know, my super talented, high density granddaughter, you know, studied abroad, all that fun stuff. She can't do this. I need that one. But that one doesn't know anything about magic, Grandpa. Doesn't matter. She's the one. So he starts training her. As you can guess, this caused a little bit of a rift between the sisters. They do not get along, especially when they're young. Toko specifically is like, nah, fam, I'm not doing this. So she straight up flees to the clock tower. She's like, nope, not dealing with this shit. Get me out of here. This was also after her grandfather's other apprentice, who was also Toko's first love, a church boy named Eiri Fumizuka, killed Grandpa. But didn't really kill him because he's also like a ghost in their workshop. It's confusing. There's some weird timeline shit here. But basically, Grandpa gets murdered, but not murdered enough that he can't still teach Aoko some stuff. And Toko is like, fuck this shit, I'm out. She goes to the clock tower. Yep. I would now like to establish, speaking of characters who are fucking OP busted, I would now like to establish you the background of Aozaki. During the time period from now, when Aoko is picked as the successor, and the actual plot of Mahoutsukai no Yoru, which is set in the 80s, she accomplished the following. After going to the clock tower, Toko joined the archaeology department. She worked closely with Soren Araya and Cornelius Alba, and was taught directly by Lord Valuleda, that one old lady we know from Case Files.
Mm-hmm.
At the age of 20, she ascended to the rank of Grand, the highest rank in the clock tower. You know how we're a cause? You know, we're the lowest rank? She's a Grand. At age 20. This chick can barely vote, can barely drink and stuff, you know. In America, couldn't even drink, couldn't buy a handgun. Highest rank in the clock tower. Yeah. Canonically of like 3, I think. Like, damn. But this is where some bad stuff starts happening for Toko again. She really wanted the title of Blue. She wanted to be accorded the title of Blue, but was given the title of Red. Yeah. She is not happy about this. Do not bring this up. She will summon a horrible cat demon to eat you. Later, by the way, her sister got to be Blue. So this, yeah. Bad stuff. Now, I brought up the ceiling designation thing earlier because at 21, Toko decides to leave the clock tower for a couple of reasons. It's not clear depending on the canonicity. But the major thing is, one, she learned she was likely to receive a ceiling designation and never be able to leave, which was not on her plans. And also, she got in trouble because she was using her sister's name as the family head to achieve funding. This is a recurring theme. Toko loves to spend her sister's money.
It's honestly one of the most passive ways they fight.
Yes.
Because, freaking, Aoko also has a habit of just stealing her sister's inventions.
Yeah, like, there's bad blood between them, but they absolutely fight in, like, the most catty way only sisters can. Like, Toko decides to flee the clock tower, and like I said, I say the reasons are conflicting. Some sources straight up say she has to leave because she's been spending her sister's money and committing a fraud. Others say it's because she was going to get the ceiling designation and never be able to leave. Either way, she gets out of it.
I do believe she actually does get a ceiling designation, though, and had it lifted.
Yeah, no, they once she actually pulls up stakes, I think there's no reason for them to not say, hey, by the way, if you ever find Aozaki Toko, that kid's a genius, lock her the fuck up in our genius room. Now, as you can see from this background, right, this sets up our strong, contrasting character archetypes between the sisters, right down to their OG visual designs. In the original version of Mahou, and we see this again in Extra, Toko has short blue hair. She's changed to a reddish color in later canon, but also this color changes shades, so it could even be a dye thing. It's much darker in K&K and Mahoyo than it is in Case Files. Her hair is very red. Case Files. It's weird. But Aoko ends up with very, very long, bright red hair. The result of achieving magic blue, even though it's called blue, is her hair turns like luminous red. So, classic character design stuff. Now, interestingly, these things go even further. So, as a character contrast, Toko is a brilliant mage. I think Wodaime is a good comparison. Toko has incredible innate ability, much higher magic circuit density, master of multiple fields of magecraft. She is a powerful wielder of runes, her own style of puppet making, has great responsibility with familiars, and has immense knowledge of mystic eyes. She possesses her own mystic eyes of enchantment. She was born with them. And she uses magecraft to enhance them later.
She does something. No, this is absolutely bullshit. She actually has a second layer of mystic eyes on them, and they reflect against each other to basically go beyond. Well, how do they explain this? It's like they reflect each other and amplify their power, so she can charm just about anything, I believe.
Yeah, basically, she gave herself a second set of the same eye, so that there's two layers you cannot dodge. You can't avoid the enchantment. She will get you. Powerful stuff. In addition to that, she is a talented researcher and has developed numerous magical devices and methods and patents. Toko Travel, for instance, a type of flight magic. She patented. She's got the patent on that. She's a
tinkerer type. She likes to build stuff. This is why she's constantly spending her sister's money.
So she is a craftsman, a researcher, like I said, a real genius type. Like she is the artiste. And her abilities are so refined. Her talent with her puppet trick, which is shown in Karato Kyokai, the dubbing of her soul and stuff. It's bordering on the third magic. By the time we get to late enough in the timeline that Strange Fake is happening and people are talking her up, they're talking about how good her ability is. We're straight up talking about it borders on the third magic.
I believe this is referred to in Heaven's Feel. Toko's worst puppet is leagues ahead of anything that the Mage Association can make.
Yeah. This is why she's got a ceiling designation. Yeah. She is brilliant and scary talented. And it would be the ideal heir for a mage house. Like, she's constantly pursuing her research. She's got all the innate abilities. It's nuts. Aoko, by contrast, is barely competent. For 15 years, she didn't know shit about magecraft, and her circuits and everything are considered exceptionally average. The only thing she calls her own real talent is for pure destructive magecraft. Literally, it is said the only thing she is good at is destroying things. And also, due to her average circuit levels, she has developed a very good level of efficiency in her casting. But Lucky, you were going to say?
Honestly, looking at this, I think I'm starting to notice some sort of through line with Nasu writing. It's not necessarily he likes underdogs. He likes to have... see if this makes sense to you. He likes to make rules, a bunch of rules, and then may have someone who just says, fuck your rules, I'm cooler than your rules. Because this happens a lot in a lot of his stories. Like, take Mahoyori here. Like I said, we have Toko here. Beautiful, capable, genius woman right at the second end. And for some unexplained, inexplicable reason, fucking tossed aside and given it to this girl who super sucks at everything, but somehow at the very end pulls off the super wombo combo to defeat the Supergirl against all fucking odds. It's super fucking weird the more I look at it. Nasu has
a thing about miracles, basically.
Yeah.
He loves his invincible villains. He loves writing these characters that reach these heights and have all these cool aptitudes. And as we've established, Nasu is also a loud world builder. He loves to just fill out the background and everything. And then he loves to subvert your expectations by not subverting your expectations and having these characters win. I was actually wondering when you said, let's talk about Mahoyo, I thought you were going to go back to the Fate Stay Night, actually.
Oh, no, I was also going to go back.
This is the parallel with Shiro.
Yeah,
Emi Shiro is a shitty mage.
Oh, yeah.
He sucks butts.
I was going to go make this.
He has access to a unique power.
Like I was about to say, like this happens in you actually see this in a lot of like Nasu Luxors. Like it happens in Fate Stay Night. It happens in Apocrypha because guess what? Sieg totally should not have been able to do that shit. It's fucking weird.
Sieg is a better quality character in that he's a very high quality, you know, homunculus, but Sieg is given gifts beyond his station to stand out because heroes basically are like, hey, you know, we could be all about all these elite fucking mage bloodlines who are, you know, the best of the best, but fuck them. Weird homunculus kid who's just trying to figure out what life is. I'm about you now, buddy. I'm gonna give you my heart.
You can also say Tsukihime as well. Shikitono is supposed to be a normal kid, but it turns out, no, he's not a normal kid. He has all these MacGuffins under his fucking belt to deal with this problem.
I would say, from what I understand of Tsukihime, Tono's not as much of a one-to-one, because he's got a lot more secret legacy behind him.
Yeah, I know, but he has a secret fucking legacy that comes out in just the right moment for him to pull off all this bullshit. Yeah. Until that moment, he is just a regular, normal high school kid. Listen, Nasu likes taking normal high school kids and giving them super fucking powers to overthrow, you know, cool adults who... Well,
hey, guess what? In Mahoyo, Aoko's 17. She's in high school. That, I think, is partially demographics, obviously.
I guess so, yeah, but still.
And again, not every work is this way, but it's definitely got its themes. You know, Nasu, for instance, didn't write Apocrypha himself, but, like, it's built on his templates. There are deliberate callbacks in it, right?
Here's the thing. Does Nasu hang people with... Do people go Nasu, hey Nasu, can I write something in your work? And does Nasu just give him like, all right, this is what you must do. You must follow this checklist.
Yeah, I don't know.
Like, how does that happen?
I would say, actually, for instance, I think Kara no Kyokai is not quite that way, because Kara no Kyokai is almost the other way, because Ryogi Shiki is fucking OP as hell.
Actually,
Kara no Kyokai is more about how the fact that Shiki can literally murder anything she wants doesn't solve anything.
Well, I also think it's a matter of inspiration, because, fun fact, well, we're going to get into this, but when Mahoyoho was first written, this was like when Nasu was still in high school, or just got out of high school, I can't remember, but he watched an episode in Evangelion and got super fucking inspired by it. I don't know which one.
Yeah.
Kara no Kyokai, on the other hand, was inspired by Boogie Pop Phantom, which is a whole different genre of urban fantasy.
Yeah, but let's talk a little bit more about Aoko's character. She's got some stuff. She is, for instance, she's a combat monster.
Yes.
She's a playable character in Melty Blood. We'll talk about that later. But yeah,
good kicks.
She is exceptionally good at combative magecraft. You know, so she I believe it's said that she would be an excellent sniper if she was never in the world of magecraft. Like, she's a marksman. Mm-hmm. But she's still not as, like, creative and broad-based as Toko is. And even then, it's actually explicitly mentioned, Aoko refuses to learn runes because she associates them with her sister. She's like, nah, fuck that shit. But Aoko was chosen to receive the fifth magic and unlocks its secrets. It makes her immensely powerful. Its exact domain and limits are unknown. We talked about this in the True Magic episode, but it gives her access to a lot of freaky powers that seem to be based on, like, time and entropy and stuff. And it makes her hella broken. Canonically, Aozaki could fight servants. Because true magic is bullshit. I'm not going to say that Toko couldn't also compete with servants in a similar way, but, well, she would not... Both of them would not be able to directly compete with a caster because their mystics aren't the same way, but Aoko could have an actual knockdown drag-out, like...
This is
much like Emi Yashiro with Unlimited Blade Works, kind of.
It is noted, while Aoko is a much more frontline fighter, Toko fights with traps and deception.
Also, again, Toko made her own bullshit OP powers.
Yeah. Like,
that's the thing. Like, Aoko had the guts to, like, take the fifth magic, even though, like, there's a whole thing. Like, literally in Mahoyo's climax, she talks to a red-robed Counter Guardian. Counter Guardian's like, yo, dog, you don't want this power. And she's like, fuck you. I'm going to punch time. He's like, okay, you're going to punch time. Have fun. But even their personalities contrast. In classic writing tells, right? Aoko is said to be honest, self-assured, a bit carefree. In her later years, she's very mature and wise, but like as a character, she's just kind of like a normal person who, like, you know, self-assured, honest, thinks about living life to the fullest. She teaches Shikitono her own philosophy about like the value of life and like respecting what, you know, basically, you know, respecting that living things and like things that people put effort into. Toko, by contrast, is almost a literal split personality. She puts self-suggestion on herself. So while she's got her glasses on, she's in a very friendly, even kind-looking, but very logical, very rational personality. When the glasses come off, she is way more emotionally volatile and even cruel, like full-blown like freak-out. Like, Aoko is noted as when she graduates from school, she is constantly traveling. She doesn't seem to really use her money much. She mostly just, you know, bums around and, you know, looks out for herself and like gets experiences. You know, traveling around the world, not caring a lot, you know, not really caring where her funds come from. That's a funny story we'll come back to. Toko prefers inventing and experimenting with new things. She loves to try new stuff and then fucking throws them away when she's done. And she spends a lot of money, often her sisters.
One of the most... well, actually, you're probably going to talk about it. Never mind.
Well, yeah, no, that's noted when we get to the character bits, because I'm going to break down this timeline chronologically. So, the first major event we got is Mahasuke no Yoru, abbreviated Mahoyo. That's basically Night of the Witch. So, this was Nasu's first novel he wrote in approximately 1996. It did not take off. We told this story, I think, earlier, talking about his length of writing. But it started, the first draft was 400 pages. He only got it down to 350 pages. He could not make a short novel contest cutoff. So it didn't take off. He couldn't get it to go anywhere, couldn't get it published. He only printed a few copies that were distributed amongst friends. I believe the number we have heard that Nasu has given is 5. There are 5 copies of this out there. So very limited print run, mostly distributed to his friends. So this means, as Lucky likes to bring up, the Aozaki sisters are some of Nasu's oldest characters in the universe. Like, this is the story Nasu wrote first that is the fundament. Like, Kara no Kyokai is the first one that got published, and it sets up a lot of our conventions, but some version of Mahoyo was the first story that he wrote. And so, like, very big deal. Now, in 2012, it was released as a visual novel, and I brought this up earlier. Nasu says he's got 2 sequels in the works. Somebody localize this shit, please. Like, they're fucking translating visual novels that were on the Famicom for the Switch. Guys, you can help me out here. You can get me Mahoyo. I want to read it. It's very important. So much so, I'm not going to unpack the entire plot of Mahoyo. I just told you the first draft is 400 pages. We're not going to. Okay. It's after midnight. We got to go do shit, right?
I got to try log into 14, y'all.
Lucky still got to try and get in. But I will summarize some very basic levels. In this time period, this is when Toko is 21, Aoko is 17. It takes place in the 80s. And the central conflict is between the 2 sisters. It's basically Aoko is trying to figure her shit out and become a better mage and figure out this 5th magic business. And Toko shows up and is like, "Hello, I am mad at you and Grandpa. I am going to murder people." Yeah, Toko is the antagonist, and Aoko is the protagonist. And the story ultimately ends with Toko being defeated. Aoko achieves the 5th magic and overcomes her sister, who, by the way, has invented even more bullshit. I mentioned this earlier. Toko develops a system where she increases her own magic circuit density by putting other mages in a secure location, extracting their magic circuits because their magic crests would not work if they died, and basically mounting them behind her in a giant angel wing rig because she can't put them in her own body. It's like, damn, girl. This is what I'm talking about, like a genius. Like, she could just, like, make a get-rich-quick scheme, you know, go into public speaking.
No, but she's got to fuck with her sister.
Yeah, no, she's like, "Sister, I am mad that you were picked over me because I am clearly better. I am going to prove that you are worse than me in the most convoluted way possible." And then,
shout out to Toko when her sister achieves the 5th match. She's just like, Okay, I see. Fine. Okay, fine. Fine.
Yeah, no, they describe that she has used literally every possible move she had. Like, every single shot she has taken, and Aoko achieves the 5th magic, and she's just like, well, fuck. And actually, Aoko puts a Gios on her, basically, and is like, you cannot come back to Misaki Town for 10 years. Toko gets out of this, by the way, by committing suicide and switching to a different puppet body that doesn't have the curse. God, these sisters are so fucking extra. Oh my god. This is just the first plot. The first bit most people know from is that Toko is a major supporting character in Kara no Kyokai.
Yes.
Which is set during the 90s. Basically, it comes out while Toko was looking for a place to lie low because she got kicked out of her hometown, and she can't go back to the clock tower because they'll lock her up. She founds the Garan no Do agency. Now, you may not have realized this from the light novel / anime adaptations, but Garan no Do is a production company.
Yes.
It was originally made for her to basically do her custom puppetry. But because Toko is basically easily bored, she also solves supernatural mysteries sometimes because it amuses her. So in this effect, Toko employs Yogi, Shiki, and Mikia, and also trains Mikia's little sister Azaka in magecraft, and like makes her glove and stuff. Like gets really all up in the plot guts of Karno.
I wonder if he was teaching the little sister as kind of a, maybe I could be a better big sister this time or something. I wonder.
Maybe. Given that Azaka's only magecraft we've seen with the salamander glove is setting shit on fire and doing, axe kicks, it could be. It could be like a weird displacement thing. Spoilers for some later notes, but the sisters eventually get on speaking terms, okay? So, like, this, I think, is what those sequels are going to be, is, like, maybe the sisters, like, getting over this shit. But it does seem that they mellow out over time. Now, Toko is a major driving force for a lot of episodes that are related to the case she's working on, or that she supports our protagonists as they tangle with their own issues, in addition to paying their salary. She gives Shiki a day job because Shiki has no day job as a Yakuza princess with supernatural powers. But also, Toko takes a very primary role when her old crew of Sora Narai and Cornelius Alba show up. This is where we figure out just once again how fucking OP and extra Toko is. We already saw her rune magic, as she blows up some zombos and stuff when she helps Shiki with her coma. But this is where she's like, "Hello, I have a familiar in a suitcase. It's a demon. I have a literal demon. Capital D demons are a big deal in Nasuverse. I have a demon in my suitcase. It's gonna eat you." And Alba's like, "But how are you alive?" "Oh, I puppeted myself. I have a real body clone, a life model decoy of myself. And when you crushed my head, I woke up as me." And Cornelius Alba has an existential crisis about this, and Toko does not.
I mean,
she's meh.
This is one of the things I love. This is probably speaks to. If I was to give her alignment, I don't know. Would you say Toko's kind of? I guess we would say chaotic neutral. And kind of
Toko's got to be by now anyway. By Kara no Kyokai, I gotta say Toko's got to be neutral because she truly doesn't give a shit about a lot. She is a very magey mage. She doesn't give a shit about normal human problems, man.
No, she's like, nah, I gotta make this new cool thing. And you kind of see this in the personality because when the puppet wakes up, they don't have any problem. This is she just remembers the last thing that the old Toko knows. Like, okay, I'm the new Toko. I'm gonna go do the same thing that the old Toko was doing because that's what I would do. They have this. I'm
gonna upgrade from my ghost cat to my demon suitcase.
Mm-hmm.
And by the way, Cornelius, I remember before you killed me, you called me Dirty Red. You're not supposed to do that.
Die.
Welcome to my suitcase. Die, motherfucker. And Cornelius Alba dies screaming in pain as he is horribly existentially yeeted from the plot. This is why you don't fuck with Toko, guys.
Toko's one of those characters who's very nice to be around as long as you don't say the wrong thing.
Yes. Just be cool with her. You're okay. Just be a normal dude who's not an asshole to her. Like I said, her normal personality with the glasses on is very logical but kind. She's not mean. She's just minding her own business. You got to deal with her smokes though. By the way, I have a note about her fucking. That's how detailed this character is. We'll come there later.
I told you, guys, just as I said, I know when I said this, this is gonna be a lot bigger than Omega might have thought.
I don't think it was bigger than I thought, but I was just it really is complex to like line up all these bits because they show up so much. Because we're gonna pivot to Aoko now. After the events of Mahoyo, we see her next in Tsukihime, but only in the backstory and the epilogue, basically the true end epilogue. In the backstory, she has a meaningful meeting with Shikitono after he comes out of the hospital with some stuff. She teaches him a life lesson, and she gives him the Mystic Eye Killer glasses, which she stole from her sister, who made them for Ryogi Shiki, and is very annoyed that Aoko stole them.
They were very expensive to make. Like, stupidly expensive. And Ryoga was just all like, I don't fucking want these nerd things. Get them out of my face.
Yeah. Basically, it is said in a note that was cited on the Type Moon Wiki. Shiki refused to wear the Mystic Eye Killers for the same reason she didn't want to wear the Rian Girls' School uniform. Shiki cares so much about her own aesthetics, she does not want to fuck it up. And she's like, I'm not wearing glasses. I'm going to look like a nerd. I don't wear glasses like you, nerd. Toko's just fine. And then Aoko's just like, neat.
Yoink.
So she this was a point that people talked about us, but yeah, so Toko made the Mystic Eye Killers, but Aoko gave them to Tono. And basically, Shikitono calls her his teacher. This is where we learn, by the way. Speaking of like color weirdness, Aoko tells Shikitono she doesn't want him to address her by her normal name because she is bothered by the fact that her name Aoko, it basically means blue girl, blue child. She prefers to be called like teacher. Again, there's the weird chromatic stuff is kind of funny between the two sisters. But even though she's not directly involved, she's a major mentor to Shikitono, and her power level is alluded to. Arcuid figures out where the Mystic Eye Killers came from, and comments that even she doesn't want to mess with blue. Like, even Arc is like, I don't want to fuck with the fifth mage, with the fifth magician. That would suck. So, yeah. Again, not a directly involved character, but her presence is felt. She's very important to the plot, even if she's not directly in it. Aoko is also a playable character in Melty Blood. She has her own storylines. Talking about what Sion's backstory is and who she is and how she's related to Melty Blood is technically this month's Teach Me, so hopefully we'll be able to get to that later in the year. Probably will, because we won't have to worry about plot stuff at the end of the year. Nope. So, yeah, we'll probably clarify that more, but yeah, Aoko is a playable character. This is where you get to see a lot of her combat prowess as well. And kind of come out as a major character. Now, for Fate stuff. The sisters do not appear in person in the original Fate Stay Night, but their presence is once again still felt. I believe it's in Heaven's Field. I noted it as that. But Rin explicitly calls out that the Aozaki clan has the best lanes in all of Japan. She's just like, man, those fucking bougie fucks. And at the end of Heaven's Field, they acquire a puppet of Toko's design for Shiro, because he got third magic and he needs a new body, and they acquire a puppet Toko built. Explicitly a cast off, by the way.
Yes.
Just something she was like, it's fine, it's all right, and like sold off. Also in that Heaven's Field ending, Rider makes use of the Mystic Eye Killers. I assume because the Mystic Eye Killers could only go to Shikitono in a Tsukihime type world, so they are still around for Medusa to have, but yeah. But she's still in hiding, so they don't contact her directly. This is a plot point, like, they want to call her up to make adjustments to the body, but they don't know where she is, because she's got a sealing designation on now. Even Toko's brand of cigarettes is important. We know what their brand is. They are called Dragon Smoke. They are an exotic brand. It was not mass-produced. Their creator died after making a single crate of it in Taiwan. And Toko is the owner of that crate. She has the only, full production run of this stuff. These fucking, bespoke artisanal cigarettes, which, by the way, are canonically awful. They are really crappy cigarettes that are, really harsh. But several freelancer characters smoke them. Kairi Sisigo smokes them in APOC, and presumably it is alleged that he got them from Toko, which would make sense. He's a freelancer. Also, Kiritsugu's teacher, Natalia, the one who gets blown up on the airplane full of vampire bees. She smokes dragon smokes. So many more connections. It's not in my notes, but I will mention it. It's mentioned in case files that Lord Valoletta has a single pack as a memento of her time with Toko, because Toko was her student as well. So like that's a nostalgia thing that makes sense. But like seriously, like just minor things like, oh yeah, how did these mage characters get these like single one-off cigarette brands? Well, they must be buddies with Toko. Like, and she must like be on call, and it makes perfect sense, right?
Well, I'm pretty sure Toko probably takes on jobs on occasion, because as much as she loves spending her sister's money, probably I think she gets.
Well, that's what Gara no Do is, right?
Yes.
She basically is like, I need to lay low. I need a hideout. I'll start a business for people in the know and make shit for them. That will work out perfectly, until she decided to abandon that too. More on that later. Because the next chronological appearance is in Case Files. Yeah, Toko shows up in Case Files. Hopefully we'll see her soon in that anime adaptation. But we learned in Case Files she got her sealing designation lifted. Yay!
Yay!
She hangs out with the neutral faction, because of fucking course she does.
She's like, here, I'm just here to do cool magic shit, y'all.
And in Case Files, I originally had this as a separate note, but decided to lump it in here. In Case Files, she meets with Rennes and confirms to her something that was hinted in the original Fate Zero light novel. I don't believe this came up in the anime. But after his horrific injuries, Kenneth paid her a shitload of money to help him recover. Basically, custom-ordered body puppet stuff to, like, fix his body. So, yeah, even then, she was dialed the fuck up.
If I remember correctly, I don't know if it was mentioned in Case Files, but funnily enough, Toko has actually been on the fucking Mystic Eye train before, and it makes fucking sense. So it's like, this woman has gone on adventures. Yeah. She's an ally to El Meloy and Rennes in this story. So yeah, well, we'll be seeing her sometime, I hope. And she continues to be mentioned and appear in the sequel's adventures, where, guess what? Sometime between Case Files Part 1 and then Adventures Part 2, she gets another sealing designation, making her, canonically, the only person to ever get sealing designations twice. I love this. Toko is so fucking over the top that she gets her sealing designation undone so she could go back to the clock tower and hang out and do research, and then she gets in trouble and gets another fucking sealing designation. I love it. Oh my god. This time period also clarifies that she moved on and sold Garan Nodo a long time ago. So, like, she literally, like, sold the business to several owners. Though she left Mikia some keys. And, like, yeah. So, she shows up in Case Files and goes legit long enough to help out our heroes, and then gets busted again and goes back on the lam. I love it. And like I said, that filled me with such joy when I read that. I was like, wait, she's the only person to get 2 designations. Now, by Clock Tower 2015, which, by the way, this is a weird one. This was a short story that was published to commemorate the closing of Type Moon's old website that was also a tie-in to FGO. Both the sisters appear, and they appear on more amiable terms, that is, not trying to murder each other. Basically, they're both in London for a short time, and it's revealed that Toko is an old pal of Lev Laner, who in this timeline is called Lev Uval and ultimately commits suicide rather than become Floros. Take that, Gatia. But by the way, this explains why some timelines don't explode in 2015. It's because Lev actually does us a solid and kills himself rather than become Lev Laner Floros. But Toko was an old buddy of his, and he meets up with someone who says she's Miss Aozaki, but it turns out to be Aoko, who is needs some cash. She's abroad in London, and she needs money. But Toko also appears in the story, and they're, like, not actively hating each other. So it's interesting to see they kind of, like, grow out of some of this relationship stuff. You know who Toko is not on good terms with? The backstory characters in Strange Fate, who set up that Holy Grail War. She is not okay with them for reasons. I don't know if I want to get into the spoilers, but some of them may have pissed her off trying to get a consult, and they called her Dirty Red, and she absolutely murdered them several fucking times. She mad.
But they name check her because they wanted to get her involved in the scenario, but were cautioned against it because she's still an eccentric who only takes projects she finds personally interesting. So they wanted to bring her in, but she decided to skip. There is a note that they could have got her involved with, but I will bring that up later. So even then, there's a couple of layers to this. Now, my last note chronologically is about their appearances is, even though in real life this happened earlier, Extra is set in the 2030s, so I'm going to talk about it now. But both Aozaki sisters appear in the Moon Cell, allegedly for their own reason. They are not masters, they do not have servants, they are just checking out the Moon Cell. Apparently, Toko even has an emergency evac plan because she has her puppet stuff still. She can just, like, kill herself in the computer and come back to life. But she does not do that, because she's here with her sister. And, yeah, they actually appear together. They're hid out in the chapel area in Extra and provide alteration of the soul. This is I've never played Extra, but this is apparently a method for you to power up your servants and stuff.
Actually, I have Extra in PSP. I should play it at some point.
So, or wait for the remake.
Or wait for the remake, yeah.
But they have a working relationship. They hang out in the same place. They work on the same job. Though apparently, being digital, Toko is very sassy because she doesn't have coffee or tobacco. She can only smoke e-cigarettes. Now, also, once again, this just gets into the sister relationship. Despite the fact that Toko is better at alteration of the soul. Literally, this is called out. She does not provide this service to most masters. Does not do it for you. And so she leaves Aoko to do the bulk of the work while she minds her own business and, like, watches the masters do stuff. So, once again, perfect comparison. So, yeah, that's what they're doing. It's also heavily implied that Toko is looking for Shiki, who is bonus boss, and fucks off to go do her own thing after you And obviously, this does not account for many, many gag or side appearances in works such as Carnival of the Phantasm, April Fools, etc., etc. Mm-hmm. But, like, these girls are all up and down the timeline, starting from, like I said, the 80s and even earlier to today, you know, even the future, but technically still in the future. Wouldn't be shocked if maybe one or two of them showed up in Requiem, for instance, somehow. That'd be really interesting because they'd be paired with a servant, which is not normal. But yeah, like, there's so many times they show up. Interestingly, just about the only place they haven't appeared that's, like, a big deal or been alluded to is actually FGO. Other than Toko appears as CE, and during the Karno Kyokai event, like, Shiki makes some allusions, but never names her. They aren't really alluded to at all, as far as I know, anyway. You know how translate can be. It could be that there's more drops later, but yeah, it seems that, like, it's kind of weird that as Nasu, some of his earliest characters in the setting, and very important, he hasn't really alluded to them, despite the fact that he has been really heavily involved in the writing of FGO for the past few years, especially.
Yeah.
Maybe he saved all that juice for the Tsukihime remake? I don't know. But, like, he really loves these characters as by the fact that he keeps working them into stuff. I am very surprised that, like, FGO hasn't smashed that button. Sion, of all people, got brought in, right? Though Melty Blood is very popular, you know, it's not one of the cornerstone. I would say. It's technically, you know, a spin-off. Now, I have some theory crafting here. Given her access to the fifth magic, it's entirely possible that Aoko could appear directly. I would say, given her involvement with Tsukihime, mostly, like, her biggest appearances are Tsukihime and Melty Blood. I would say that it's less likely she'll show up, but she could straight up show up. The fifth magic is connected to, like, time and entropy and stuff. I would totally believe she, like, time cops herself into a scenario, right?
Right.
Now, I would say Toko is more likely to appear as a pseudo. Why? So in Strange Fake, it's explained that they probably could have got her involved in the Holy Grail War if they told her about an experiment, because they said she might be interested in incarnating heroic spirits into puppets, like giving them physical form by letting them possess her puppets. So, reminder that Toko is already a puppet person. I could easily see them pulling some shenanigans. What character would she be fused with? I don't fucking know. But I do think they could give her the pseudo treatment, right? Like, she could appear because they could actually, like, call on this involvement. And again, like I said, in terms of like normal skill level outside of his Age of Gods hacks, I would say that Toko and Wodaime seem like they're on similar tiers, right?
Right.
They're fucking brilliant. They're geniuses. They're really skilled. Toko, I would say, is even higher. She's ranked higher than Wodaime was. She got a ceiling designation twice, right?
Right.
Though obviously, once we talk about the actual Age of Gods thing, I don't level. But so, I think she could appear as a character. I'm kind of surprised she hasn't, but I would definitely think they would go the more pseudo route. Pretender could be funny, given the puppet thing.
Mm-hmm.
Toko would absolutely have a really crazy good guts ability, I bet. Or like not even a guts, like a full blown like reset ability, like. Like she has an ability that has like a skill that has a crazy long cooldown, but it's just like when you die, just reset your HP completely. Or maybe it comes with like a demerit, like it eats all your NP gauge, but it revives your HP completely.
Mm-hmm.
You could do some crazy shit with that. Because I am not as familiar with the Tsukihime side, obviously, though I should pick up the Melty Blood game that came out sometime. It should not surprise you guys. I am more fond of Toko as a character. I'm very excited to see her.
Oh no, I'm Team Toko, unfortunately.
Yeah. But that's the thing. This history is still being written. Nasu has said in interviews he's got space for 2 sequels to Mahoyo. Like I said, I feel like this would probably continue the sister saga and fill in some gaps, like how they made up. Like, we don't really know, like, what Toko is doing, like, in intervening. Like, literally, we jump decades with her character a lot, right?
Yeah.
And I think also Tsukihime is also set when it was originally published, so it's set in, like, the early 2000s as well. So same for Aoko. Like, we jump a lot around in the timeline. So there's definitely gaps in the story to be filled in. I do like that Nasu is letting the Case Files author lean on her a little bit, because it's had a couple of appearances.
Oh yeah.
And I really hope it gets animated or those light novels get translated, because apparently in Adventures, because Rin shows up in then, because that's after FSN, Rin actually meets Toko, and I'm like, I want to know what this interaction is like. Apparently Rin is like, are you sure you're really Aozaki Toko? You're not just somebody with the same name? What the fuck? Like, that's how big of a deal she is. Fucking Rin knows who she is, right? Like, damn. But so, we also have the remake of Extra coming up, so we might see both of the sisters appear as NPCs again. And like I said, we're making a second season of the Case Files anime, and we've got Toko's key art in it, so it is probably going to involve one of the couple of stories that she's in. I am super excited to see her animated again. It's been several years. So yeah, like the saga of the Aozaki sisters is still expanding. I am sure that there will be cameos for Aoko in the Tsukihime remake once both parts are like put together, you know? Mm-hmm. Like I said, Strange Fake is still ongoing. There's no guarantee that she won't show up in it. There's the Case Files that's ongoing. All this stuff, like, it's still expanding, and it just keeps going. That, I think, is as close to a conclusion as I have. I wrote in my original notes, and it's still true. It's been like 5.5 hours. I could use it's been 6 hours. Fuck, it is 6 hours episode.
Yeah, it is. Just crossed that mark.
I thought this would be like 30 minutes, but it wasn't. Well, it's more like 50. I think we stopped at like 10 minutes past 5. Whatever. Robin will do the time codes. Bet you weren't expecting our first impressions Lostbelt episode to be this long, Robin. That means this is a good episode. People will watch this episode. It was live, and it's 6 hours long. Shout out to y'all, by the way. I believe our concurrent viewer count has stayed at almost 50 most of the time pretty consistently. So shout out to y'all for... I know not everybody has been here all the time, but shout out for most of y'all for sticking it out for us.
Yeah.
But I wrote here, I don't have a conclusion. My brain is...
Because,
like I said, I wrote this on Friday. My brain was very...
Yeah, so hope y'all learned something.
Yeah, like, I think that point I brought up is as close to conclusion as we get. Like, this saga just keeps expanding. Nasu clearly loves these characters a lot and keeps bringing them up whenever he can make it make sense. And
I mean, you never forget your first character.
And like I said, I would love to see more out of them, and I am very curious why, considering how flagship FGO has got, they have not come up, and if they will come up in the future. Will we get that Tsukihime collab?
Honestly, I also kind of might think Nasu might be using the Aozaki Sisters as his revenge characters. It's like, oh, publishers, you didn't want to publish my story about these sisters? Well, now I'm gonna put them in fucking everything. I mean, I do that. I'm a gremlin, though.
Yeah. Oh, no, I bet it's, like, hey, I wrote 400 fucking pages about these characters. I have detailed backstory. I'm gonna keep using them, you know?
Mm-hmm.
But yeah. So that concludes this month's, well, technically last month Teach Me. This month will be a hopefully similar but not as beefy way. Robin is like, there's no way to react without your Discord emotes. I see. This month we will be rounding out the month and then probably taking a bit of a break from Teach Me for a while to accumulate more topics. Somebody asked if I could do a Teach Me on what the fuck is going on with the tech in Atlantis, and I'm like, I don't know if I can do that until Olympus comes out for sure. We might be able to do some of that, like the actual, like, explain the Greek gods and some of the deeper shit. I don't think we can do that because we've only got half the info. So Teach Me might take another little bit of a break, but we're gonna round out the year with one on Sion's character and Melty Blood a little, like explain how that is connected to stuff. We've already talked about Tsukihime and some other stuff. Fanservant Friday going strong. I split this between Greek themes and winter themes. So, Fanservant Friday for December being voted on, you've got your choice of Dead Moroz, Grandfather Winter, Rider, Frau Gauden, one of Years of the Wild Hunt, Rider, also associated with Christmas, Meleager, an Argonaut, and also a guy who thought Atalante was cute.
Poor guy.
And by far our super big winner right now, we're at 7 votes total, and with the majority of the vote, 57%, Archer, Nausicaa. Not Nausicaa in the Valley of the Wind. Miyazaki stole that name from Greek mythology.
As most people do.
Yes. So, Nausicaa, a very important but technically supporting character in the Odyssey. So, I had some fun with this one. Because there's some really weird mythological shit people have tacked onto this character. So I obviously am excited for all of these, but if you guys don't get off your buns and vote, Nausicaa, which I am pronouncing correctly, by the way, for the Greek pronunciation. I should possibly even shorten the A. The way Google taught me to say this is Nausicaa. And I'm like, I'm maybe not going to be that enthusiastic. But I will be very excited if Nausicaa wins because I had some fun with that. I would love an adaptation of Mahayo. I wonder if it is chapter based because could they do like the K&K thing? I don't know. I am interested, but yeah, that is our Fanservant Friday. I have a lot of notes. I've told myself I have a New Year's resolution. I want to bring up a lot of my backlogged ideas and write them out so we can do even more interesting things, because I get a lot of ideas from the community of stuff and characters to bring up. So we'll see what happens with some stuff.
Sorry, seeing Semiramis just flying around because cute animal things are punching around kind of
Shiba, I love Shiba. It's just so funny watching people tilt end over end. My most fun was when I did that to a tree, or when you do that to demon pillars, right? But like, damn, I love it. Yeah, just watching. I think I did it sometimes in Lostbelt 2 as well. Giants watching Jotuns just tumble end over end, hilarious. But yeah, so that's your caught up on Fanservant Friday and Teach Me. Like I said, if you have not already, please go back and check out Wanted Orion if you want to know a lot more about both Super Orion's mechanics and all his different legend stuff. That was another big boy dive. I think I wrote nearly as many pages of notes about Orion's mythology as I did about the Aozaki Sisters.
Yeah.
So check that out. Yes, Wanted Europa is coming. I will probably go ahead and script that next week. I don't know when exactly I'll shoot it, but I'll probably make sure it's ready because banner may drop on the 7th. You guys will probably not get annoyed if I don't have it ready right away.
builds!
Hold on, I want to see the numbers. I see Lucky scrolling in his thing. He's clicking. There it is. There it is. Well, you're missing like 15 bones there, bud.
I'm missing. Well, I'm weird. I like to. I usually like to level up all my skills in tandem.
Oh, I do too. You're also out of QP for that.
Yeah, I know. But that's not as bad as a problem as fucking bones.
No, you'll solve that with Lotto. But yeah, no. I understand. I also usually similarly go in a burst when doing skills. But yeah, so there will be a Wanted Europa. I'll get that out to you. Like, that should probably be sometime next week, because that'll probably be when the banner kicks in. We're just basically doing the wrap-up stuff. We're going to be back on Monday with more God of War. Lucky is, I believe, at least caught up or past where I was anyway.
Oh, man, I super passed you, man. I forgot, like, I actually really do enjoy God of War. Just playing it, I'm like, oh, man, I love this game.
That's good. Okay, that'll be...
Yeah, so
that'll be good, because I realized after I started Stream 2, I realized that if you had played ahead, we would have probably gone a little bit farther on Stream 1, because literally the point where I was at, there's a hard stop and a backtrack.
Yeah.
Like, I literally climbed down the mountain, bummed around on the lake for a little bit, did some side quests, climbed all the way back up the fucking mountain, got a cutscene that told me to go back down the fucking mountain. I'm like, well, I kind of wish we'd known that ahead of time. We would have just done that on the first stream.
Yeah, so unfortunately, I will say, if you got some time, definitely go around and get some extra stuff, because this is something I realized. While you can just go from point to point, all the stuff you need to get, like all your extra MacGuffins and get your upgrades and stuff, is all side questing and exploring. So it's probably doable. But if you don't want to, get real good at that combat, you're gonna have to do a little side stuff, and I don't know how much you want to do it. How much you want to do it on stream?
Yeah, I did some of it before. Just so long as I don't have to go back to Alfheim right away. But I have some side quests and stuff. We can show that off. People didn't seem to mind me bumming around for a while.
Oh, yeah, no,
also, I explicitly called up people. I was like, "Hey, people, you aren't upset after I spent 7 minutes throwing an axe at a bird."
Were you getting one of the ravens?
Yeah. I did some fucking science to catch that motherfucker. And no, nobody was like, oh my god, Omega, stop. Like, everybody was like, you'll get it, do it. And yeah, no, I literally spent over 5 minutes throwing my axe at a bird to catch it.
Oh no, trust me, I know this pain. When they're flying around in a circle, I'm like, what is depth perception?
Yeah, I know, that's what I said on stream. I was like, my depth perception is absolutely fucked. I have no idea if my axe is in front of or behind this bird.
Yeah, no, I feel
gotta get closer. I
like...
repositioned like 3 times. And then I'm just like, I'm literally just about to give up, and I just do one casual throw. Got him. Problem solved.
First time.
Yeah. So yeah, so we can probably do a little bit of side questing. And I'm sure I will. Once I'm done with Atlantis, I'll have free time.
Yeah, no, but
guys, I haven't played Astray Ascending since Wednesday.
Oh, I've been,
and I like that game a lot.
I do. But yeah, no, on God of War, I have played enough that I can probably be your guide. I at least want to.
Excellent.
Wait, you went to the. I forget. You just finished Alfheim, right?
Yeah, I just got back out of it.
Okay. Then we're about to meet probably one of the best supporting characters. It's gonna be great.
So we'll do that on Monday. Hey, I have good news. I talked about this before with some Yu-Gi-Oh stuff. I finally got my email this week. My display box of Maximum Gold Eldorado has finally shipped. UPS says it will be here on Tuesday, so I'll probably do what I did last time, and I will do a Tuesday live stream from my phone of me opening that up this week, if it's on time. It's going to be a lot of boxes, a lot of really fucking shiny cards. I should probably go ahead and order a new bind. Yeah, I'll track those. So look forward to content in the week as usual. Like I said, no what's up because Lucky can't stream Final Fantasy XIV. You guys will have to wait until next week for me to gush about Stone Ocean.
Gives me a chance
Lucky
to maybe
still needs
watch
to catch
it.
up.
The what?
I said you need to catch up still, I think.
I really need to sit down and watch.
Luckily, it's all of it is on, part 5 included. That's all on Netflix, so yeah, the great binging can continue. I have been watching a lot of the Dogs Must Die podcast as my background noise while I power through Atlantis as well. Actually, cards that are in maximum gold are not usually worth a lot because there are a lot of reprints. If I get like a Blue Eyes alt art or something, that's probably worth like $20 or $30. I will not make my money back on this pack per se. I'll just enjoy it for the sake of it. It'll be shiny. But yeah, no. So that's your content you're looking forward in the week. No What's Up. We'll be back with What's Up next week, presumably. You know, be sure to come back for the new Let's Talk FGO. That will probably not be streamed, but we'll see. I don't think so, though. It will be long, though, because we'll be doing final thoughts on Atlantis. Big boy thought. I think that's the usual stuff. I reminded you to go back and watch Wanted. I know we talked about, shilling content and stuff and people not doing that, but I would also like you to go back and watch the new episode of Progression that just came out, please. Mm-hmm. I know it's actually it's a positive. It's shorter. It's a smaller format. You can get through it faster, even if some of the fights are a little weird and scuffed. We'll have better content soon once I pry Marth and Loth back into the format. We'll have more matches again. But yeah, that's my usual rigmarole. So I think we will just go to the full outro. Lucky, you got any more thoughts for the peeps while we're on stream?
No.
Okay. Then it's time for me to do the outro. The outro goes a little something like this. If you're watching this video on YouTube, be sure to give it a like if you like it. I see we've got about 48 viewers right now, and we've only got 38 likes. This is taking a What's Up time slap, so I'm going to be like, y'all slacking. Click that like button for me. Click it right now.
I'll probably do some shilling throughout the week to remind people that this is the show for the week.
Yeah. We'll remind people this came up.
Yeah.
Do some tweeting and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So, smash that like button. Helps the algorithm. Let you know that you want more of this nonsense. If you have any comments, leave in the comment section down below. You can also join our Discord. That link is on the video description and on our channel page. Join our Discord. If you wanted to get in on that rolling hive mind, we tried a roll thread. It's been a little quiet now, but it's been pretty successul.
Except for you, Dallas. What the fuck?
Some people just didn't read the ping. I don't know. It's weird. We'll make it a little more explicit next time.
Mm-hmm.
But the roll thread seems to be successful. It's like a nice little thing where you guys can all share your rolls and not like nuke the main channel as people discuss other stuff. It was fun. Join our Discord. If you are new here and haven't already, please subscribe to our channel to get all our latest videos, such as more of this podcast, Let's Talk FGO, more of FGO Wanted, our servant profile series, and more of other stuff like streams.
Yep.
If you like us yelling for long periods of time, check out the streams.
We do that a lot.
God of War is very conducive to rambling about mythology.
It really is. I'm excited for us to get more into it.
Yeah. There's plenty of stuff. I already see them doing some ready to rock and roll. But yeah, subscribe. Even if you're already subscribed, make sure to hit that bell for notifications so you always know when we post a new video or when we, stream a Let's Talk FGO on a Saturday. It's not normally what we do. So hit that notification bell. Get some stuff involved. You can, of course. Listen, this has been going on for 6 hours and 15 minutes. We're at a high level.
Omega's is just happy he doesn't have to sit on this.
Yeah, fuck. I'm so glad I don't have to proc this. I have to edit the audio, which will probably be kind of chunky, but that doesn't have to, the main content is already out. This is just me, doing our extra Bene stuff for our patron.
Yeah.
Support us on Patreon, get access to the episode. Normally get access to episodes early in audio format. At higher levels, you can listen to us record Let's Talk FGO live every week. You can get access to video releases early, such as Wanted is early and stuff like that. Vote in topic polls like the Fan Servant Friday profiles and future Teach Me Sensei polls and other stuff. Have a good time. Very good. Supports us. I'm not going to say nothing. If you get it, you get it. And Patreon generally supports us very well. Lets us get forward on new tech and stuff and other fun funding things. And also, I usually do this in the other order, but the patron thing was just lined up so perfect. You can also join our channel membership on YouTube. Not only can you support us through super chats and super thanks, but you can hit that little join button or that link in the description to join our channel, get access to membership badges and emotes. You see the special emotes on screen now and the membership badges. It's very fun. Don't worry, sometime in 2022, we will make better membership badges. Sometime. But that helps us out as well, and you get access to fun stuff. And when we do these live streams, you can do fun little monthly super chats to let people know how long you've been a member and all kinds of stuff. It's a fun time. So that's all the ways you can support us and keep this content train rolling. We hope you've enjoyed these 6 fucking hours you can listen to while you beat Atlantis. That's the show, everybody.
See you next time.
Good night.
Orion Melon.